Chapter 3199, The hurricanes and insane lightning bolts ravaged the area, wanting to return it back to the origin. A progenitor could die here by not exercising enough caution. However, Li Qiye didn't stop at all and let the lightning bolts and hurricanes hit him. Not even a single strand of hair was damaged. He sauntered through the region and saw space rippling, something akin to the opening of a portal. Alas, these ripples have been sealed and intentionally shrouded by someone. Li Qiye stretched his palm forward and performed a spatial Dao. The deepest hidden dimensions couldn't escape from his calculation. He eventually locked onto a particular set of coordinates among numerous dimensions and pulled it out. Buzz! A starry door appeared before him. Its blinding radiance made it seem like an entire galaxy was engraved on the surface. He instantly knew what it was right away after looking at it, a minor dimension. Finally get to see one today then. I wonder who hid the entrance. He met many progenitors in the expanse and they have told him about it. The expanse contained numerous minor dimensions hidden throughout. It certainly wasn't easy to find them. The progenitors who were lucky enough to see them would stay there for a long time. Some successfully transformed them into their Dao system, a new home. That's another reason why many progenitors never return to three immortals. They have taken roots in the expanse. Henceforth, three immortals didn't matter as much. Li Qiye actually only came here by chance after killing his way through the big monster's territory. He didn't expect to find a minor dimension. Pop! He stepped inside without any hesitation. It didn't matter who was inside, a progenitor or a monster. He could travel freely anywhere given his current power. Billowing spirit energy greeted him. Standing inside this dimension made him think that it was quite peaceful and not that different from a system back in three immortals. The sun and moon were present along with other celestial bodies. This place was very habitable. The spirit energy here had distinct differences compared to its counterpart back in three immortals. Nonetheless, it had a recovery property, wounds of the flesh would heal faster for those bathing in it. The inhabitants would find this energy impressive. However, Li Qiye didn't find it special. He could swallow all of this energy in one gulp. Of course, he wouldn't do so. He wasn't greedy, plus the amount was insignificant in the first place. He found the natives living there for many generations now and didn't bother them. He acted as one while walking through the minor dimension. He quickly found that the mortals here lived in the same manner. One main difference was that their lives were more simple, almost like farmers. They didn't have the same wheeliness found in the cities. They would work at sunrise and rest at sunset. None was particularly rich, but they still had enough to eat. This simplicity lessened competition and war, resulting in peace. These natives could cultivate, but they only had access to basic incantations. These incantations wouldn't give them superpowers found in cultivators, only strengthening their body. As he moved on, he found that there was something else going on in this simple and serene land. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that there was a pair of invisible hands guiding the direction of this world. Interesting. He smiled. This wasn't actually a bad thing since this guidance granted peace and relative prosperity. He became interested in the underlying intent and decided to stay longer in order to see this dimension's development. Interfering with a world was a topic he delved and experimented on previously, hence his interest in this minor dimension. In reality, many progenitors have started developing these minor dimensions. After many years of effort, these dimensions slowly became what they wanted. The progenitors were no different from creation gods. There was one special thing about this particular one. Everyone wore a cloak, from the young and old to the poor and rich. They all had a cloak at birth. Thus, those without a cloak would stand out like a sore thumb. Li Qiye began researching its history, a forte of his. He eventually knew all the major events like the back of his hand. Finally, his knowledge reached a point where he didn't need to use a technique or calculation and still knew the location of the person leading this dimension's development. Not a bad place, just not enough to deal with the real calamity. Li Qiye came to this conclusion. He entered an ancient ground, the reclusive home of this hidden master. The area had plenty of hidden traps and dangers. No natives could infiltrate this place, but this didn't matter to Li Qiye at all. He instantly solved them and moved forward. Who is it? The person behind the scene was alarmed. Alas, he didn't have time to react because someone was standing in front of him right now. He has been living in this minor dimension for a long time while being the strongest, that is until he saw the man in front of him. Chapter 3200. The man immediately took one step backward and focused on the youth ahead. His common appearance was hiding a terrifying power. Each strand of power coming from that frame could annihilate the heaven and earth. This made the man recall something in the past, causing him to stand there with a frightened expression. Who are you? He put on a defensive state, ready to fight at any moment. Li Qiye stared at him, a brilliant-looking man with an amazing pair of eyes, as bright as the stars. However, his hair was white and his complexion was an unhealthy gray. Who knows whether it was because he hasn't seen the sun for years or some other reasons. All in all, he seemed rather sickly. I'm not here with malice. Li Qiye saw the defensive stance and smiled, or you would be dead already. The old man agreed with this and relaxed his arms, recalling his vitality and energy. Just think about it, the guy entered his minor dimension and he didn't have a damn clue. Moreover, all of the traps outside weren't effective. The intruder was already in front of him once he realized it. This person must be insanely monstrous, more than enough to kill him. How should I address you, sir? The old man bowed to show respect. He was a progenitor with amazing achievements, but Li Qiye's power was worthy of the highest respect. Li Qiye. Li Qiye spoke and then sat down without any reservation. I'm sorry, I've been away from the world for too long, I don't know anything about recent events. The old man hasn't heard of Li Qiye. It's fine, I've met you before and didn't expect to see you again. A little surprising. Li Qiye waved his sleeve. We've met. Now it was the old man's turn to be surprised. He searched his memories and couldn't come up with anything. Logically, he would remember meeting a monster like this before. It's understandable that you don't remember. I saw your corpse back at Moneyfall. Li Qiye interrupted the old man's rumination with a smile. Ah, I see. You're very insightful for recognizing me. Maybe we're actually connected by fate. The old man bowed his head. Didn't expect you to be alive and here in the expanse. The world thought that you, Regalia progenitor, have died in Moneyfall. Li Qiye chuckled. So it turned out that this progenitor had entered Moneyfall and called out the strongest lord there to fight. People believed that he died from this battle. Li Qiye went there and sought his remains and regalia. Who would have thought that he was still alive and hiding in a minor dimension at the expanse? I called out the most domineering lord there, too reckless, I suppose. I thought that I could kill it, but my cultivation was too shallow and couldn't beat it. I suffered grievous injuries and managed to escape thanks to my regalia. Alas, I had to run for my life while leaving my body behind. Regalia smiled wryly and helplessly said. Just imagine, a dominating progenitor needed to abandon his own body to run. That's utter defeat, something impossible to accept. My true fate was on the verge of dying then. I lived a borrowed life using medicine, but it's impossible to heal the injuries back in myriad lineage. Thus, I thought about leaving while not letting anyone know. He continued. He had to leave myriad lineage in secret. It wasn't only out of saving face nor prestige, just mainly safety. Becoming a progenitor meant participating in many battles. He had plenty of enemies that would be very happy to know about his injuries. They would have taken advantage of this to kill him. Thus, Regalia left without telling anyone, not even his closest confidants. That's why everyone thought he had died in Moneyfall. I found many different herbs and materials in 3 immortals, but they couldn't fully heal my injuries. Regalia went on. The incurable debilitation was too much for a progenitor to accept. That's why you went to the expanse. Li Qie understood the progenitor's mindset. No one wanted to sit there waiting for death. They would cling on to any potential sliver of hope. It was the only choice I have. Regalia said, there might be more materials in the expanse, so I risked it all. It wasn't easy for you to live until now. Li Qie said. This wasn't an insult. Just think about it, this place was dangerous enough to kill Regalia at full strength, let alone his wounded state. He was no different from an ant that could be trampled on whenever. The high heaven must have been watching. Regalia nodded with a tinge of emotions. I was lucky enough to not die along the way. Unfortunately, the expanse didn't have medicine that could cure me. I just happened to find this minor dimension with spirit energy capable of healing my wounds. After so many years here, his wounds have been healed by about 70 to 80%. Since he had stayed for so long, he eventually considered this place his home. He used various means to pass down some foundational incantations so that the natives could learn and strengthen their body. Of course, he didn't pass down the heaven-defying merit laws that could turn them into cultivators. Doing so might result in a disaster when some became too powerful for their own good. It's a wise move. People say, with great power comes great responsibility. There's another saying, with great power comes greater ambition. Li Qie agreed with the progenitor's choice, letting them cultivate powerful merit laws will take away the peace. Only the flames of war are left behind. Yes. Not to mention that the expanse is even more dangerous. Letting them go outside is the same as letting them go to their death. In fact, they could even lead the danger back here. Regalia said. This progenitor had enough experience to understand the greed of men. If he were to teach them his best merit laws, they would definitely start killing each other for resources. The one strong enough to leave would die outside anyway. Plus, that would risk exposing the existence of the minor dimension. Therefore, he sealed the entrance away from the outside world on top of limiting the natives' cultivation. This granted peace for millions of years in this place. No disaster, no large-scale wars, only peace and prosperity. He took great pride in this achievement. 1. I mistranslated this name back in chapter 2290. I misread the character Robe 4th Doctor. Changed his title to Regalia. Chapter 3201, his expression clearly showed pride when talking about this minor dimension. It didn't inherit his merit laws or his overbearing attitude, he didn't put much effort into it either versus his system back in 3 Immortals. He focused everything he had into building that system. Now, he did interfere, but this amounted to a pitiful amount of work. In this dimension's history, he often served as a spectator and would only interfere in order to fix a few problems. This indirect style of his actually worked for the benefits of the minor dimension. He was prouder of this community than his own system. The latter was pretty much forgotten by this point. Do not worry about scarcity, but rather about uneven distribution. Regalia reflected. For most people, ultimate power and abilities weren't their pursuits. They only wished to have a home and ample food and clothing. On the outside, the tiny number of capable cultivators were the ones changing their world for the worse, bringing chaos and war. It's always been like that. Li Qie smiled. Why are you here, sir? Regalia asked Li Qie after revealing his own story. Li Qie was the second guest to this minor dimension, hence his curiosity. Was just passing by and found this place by chance, so I went in to take a look. The orders and peace here interested me, so I stayed for a bit, then came here to see the person behind it all. Li Qie chuckled. Regalia didn't find this surprising. He wouldn't have been able to hide because Li Qie had numerous ways to find him, given the guy's abilities. You wish to change the rules of the world. Regalia became serious. His conjecture was understandable. In his eyes, Li Qiye was unbeatable and could change the order of 3 immortals. No, I'm just a passerby, 3 immortals has its own orders and watchers, I don't need to change anything. Li Qiye shook his head, plus, you have done a good job in this place but replicating it back there might not be suitable. Please elaborate. Regalia asked. Too weak. This place is great if there are no threats of foreign invaders. It is fine for a minor world but for 3 immortals or bigger places. They need capable existences or they'll be wiped out in one blow. Li Qiye answered. You're right. Regalia agreed with this point, I don't have any more ambition in life. I only wish to stay here and hope that the natives can live their peaceful lives. It's possible. This place is blessed by the high heaven, the same as 3 immortals and the expanse. It's incredible that they have been around for so long. Li Qiye said. 3 immortals is large but the expanse is even vaster. Both places are full of treachery and danger. That's why I like this minor dimension and wouldn't mind spending my last days here. Regalia replied. Each progenitor had a different pursuit. It's just that the majority preferred a dangerous place like the expanse. Regalia, who lacked ambition, was a rarity. The 2 of them talked for a bit. Regalia revealed everything while Li Qiye helped him with questions. Regalia truly benefited because Li Qiye explained the hidden mysteries regarding 3 immortals. Most importantly, Li Qiye also helped him with cultivation, allowing him to see the sun behind the clouds. He has been stagnating after staying in the dimension for so long. Moreover, without stronger combatants, his cultivation didn't improve in the slightest. That's why Li Qiye's guidance was so helpful and enlightening. They eventually finished speaking and Li Qiye had no other reasons to stay. As he was about to leave, he gave Regalia several top-ranked spirit medicines and grass, extremely effective in healing the guy's old wounds. Thank you, sir, your kindness has moved me to tears. Regalia got on his knees to show his gratitude. Li Qiye had granted him a lifetime of benefits. Li Qiye accepted the grand gesture, then left the minor dimension. After leaving the entrance, he banished the coordinates once more so that the dimension would be even harder to find. He continued traveling and training while meeting all types of people. He saw peerless progenitors and their descendants, the emperors and eternals who followed them to this place as well. He crossed through numerous realms, too many to count. Alas, this was still only one corner of the expanse. Some of the cultivators he met were quite famous back in 3 immortals. Many of them have greatly improved, going from the imperial progenitorial level to the immortal level. Some true emperors actually made it to the immortal level as well. Of course, a few also stagnated or became less powerful. The bold ones destroyed their previous path in order to start from scratch for an entirely new route. Everyone sought for something different in this vast and dangerous place. Someone like Emperor Zheng had obtained it all and wanted nothing else. Martial Ancestor continued to search for a unique path. Regalia only wished to live in peace. Back in 3 immortals, the progenitorial realm was considered the apex. This wasn't the case at the expanse. This realm was only the beginning. After obtaining this power, these progenitors could make different choices. Romances and friendships weren't lacking either. In fact, they were potentially more brilliant and beautiful given the dangerous circumstances. Li Qiye entered a remote sea with a chaotic space. He jumped in and found an extremely cold domain. Everything was covered in a layer of ice. The ocean itself was frozen. One could see a sky-high tsunami in an ice form. Dragons from the water became ice sculptures along with other divine birds. All in all, these spectacles were magnificent. The cold bit deep into the bones. This level of coldness was rarely found in the outside world. In fact, even progenitors would have a hard time dealing with it. Li Qiye himself was slightly caught off guard. The coldness here didn't come from nature but rather created. In other words, someone or something was the source of this terrible coldness lasting for eras. 1. This is a phrase from the Analects. Chapter 3202, Existences would have a terrible time trying to survive since progenitors themselves wouldn't last long. Li Qiye crossed through the coldness to reach the depth of this place where the source was located. The awe-inspiring sight included a heavenly stream flowing in the sky like a river. The coldness emanating from it froze space itself. Strangely enough, the water itself wasn't frozen. There was a girl laying there, gorgeous enough to be called a fairy. The brush failed to describe her beauty. Many would start thinking, how can such a beautiful girl exist? She didn't belong to this world. Someone like her could only be found above the firmaments. Anyone would be mesmerized by her perfect features, just not Li Qiye. He focused on the water itself. Though it wasn't frozen, one could see tiny ice crystals floating in the stream. This meant that the coldness wasn't coming from the water but rather, the girl in there. He only glanced at the girl for a split second before looking away. This was enough for him to notice a red string tied around her waist and draping downward. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be blood. He followed the stream of blood and found that it was connected to another person sitting at the bottom of the water, completely frozen just like a statue. His face was still visible, peerlessly heroic and handsome. Time had left its mark on his face, but from his features, he was certainly extremely good-looking during his youth. Nonetheless, it gave him a mature appearance, a different style of charm. Li Qiye also didn't focus on the middle-aged man, his eyes turned back towards the blood. Now, he found that it was actually flowing backward, not from top to bottom but the opposite. In other words, the man was sending his blood into the fairies, providing nourishment. Li Qiye walked closer for a better look but suddenly, the layer of ice around the man cracked and exploded. Who are you? A glint in the middle-aged man's eyes could pierce through time itself. Just a passerby. Li Qiye smiled while rubbing his chin. The man heaved a sigh of relief since no animosity could be found on Li Qiye. He cupped his fist for an introduction. My name is Xian Xiao, may I have yours? This name could definitely shock any listener, especially those from myriad lineage. Xian Xiao had crossed through more than 100 levels back in Bewildering Palace. He eventually found a coffin with a fairy inside. They then ascended to immortal lineage. Some believed that he was too lucky to make it that far. Others believed that this was due to his peerless abilities. All in all, everyone agreed that the two ascended to immortal lineage. Therefore, Xian Xiao became a symbol of good luck. Who else was as lucky as him in history? Able to find a fairy and enter immortal lineage so easily. He was truly the heaven's favorite. Afterward, plenty of other legends popped up. One stated that the two have gotten married. Another said that the fairy abandoned him to return to her immortal world. Xian Xiao couldn't forget her and entered the expanse searching. Some believed that he was a true emperor, others said progenitor. Today, Li Qiye had met these two legendary characters. I know who you are. Li Qiye smiled and looked up at the fairy. She is my wife. Why are you here, sir? Xian Xiao asked while becoming cautious. Don't worry, I'm not here for her. She is indeed valuable and highly coveted but for me, it doesn't matter whether I have her or not. Plus, I won't take someone else's wife. Li Qiye shook his head. I appreciate your kindness. Xian Xiao lowered his head towards Li Qiye. Just know that the dead can't come back to life. Li Qiye said while looking at the blood flowing out of the man. I know, but I still want to try no matter what. I must. Xian Xiao understood. Rebirth and reincarnation are taboo. Li Qiye glanced at the fairy and shook his head. Sir, you know that cultivation is about defying heaven. Xian Xiao said seriously, we have done plenty of that in our life, why worry about one more? She's as dead as can be, no imprintation or traces left. Your wife has a special background, but I'm sure you know this. The high heaven won't allow it. The world itself won't allow it. Nothing will. Li Qiye smiled. I know, but I will still do everything I can regardless of the consequences. This place is the expanse and 3 immortals, I don't care if the high heaven and the world won't allow it. It's fine as long as she can live on. Xian Xiao said with determination. Very well. Li Qiye nodded approvingly and continued, she is extreme yin while you're extreme yang and extreme force, this physique is as rare as can be. I do agree that your young true blood gestating her yin blood might give her a chance to survive again. However, the odds are, Li Qiye sighed without finishing. I know that it is awfully low, 1 in a billion. Xian Xiao paused for a bit before speaking, this is akin to creating a new life, not a domain we should interfere with. Yes, even the heaven is careful when it comes to granting life. Li Qiye said seriously. Nonetheless, I still keep on trying. 1,000,000 or 1,000,000,000 years later, or until my last breath, I won't stop when there is still a chance to revive her. Xian Xiao said while looking at his wife with nothing but love in his eyes. Can't ask for more love than this. Li Qiye commented. A while later, he spoke with an earnest tone, let's say that she will really come back to life despite the minuscule possibility. That possibility might not be what you want since it is taboo. It will be a terrible beginning, the start of a nightmare. I'm aware of what you're implying, sir. I know the possibilities and have thought about the possible solutions. Alas, I'm willing to face the consequences. Xian Xiao pondered for a long time before declaring. What if she wakes up and becomes the thing you don't want to see the most? Li Qiye brought up something quite serious. He seemed to genuinely care about these two. Xian Xiao was staring at his wife. He slightly shuddered after hearing this, but Li Qiye still caught it. He clenched his fists, clearly having an internal conflict. Chapter 3203, Xian Xiao stood there a long time, biting his lips while maintaining a firm expression. He seemed to be a man with a heart made of steel. Nothing could shake his conviction. I will personally take care of it. Xian Xiao said softly, but no one would question his determination. Yes, the burden shall be mine since I'm the one who started it. Xian Xiao took a deep breath and had a complicated glint in his eyes. He stared at her, seemingly recalling their time together. Li Qiye sighed and didn't say anything else. He turned to leave. Sir, you're at the apex, 1,000 times greater than I. I wish to ask, is there anyone who would make you risk it all, that you would lose your life for? Xian Xiao shouted at his departing back. No. I am alone. Li Qiye paused for a while before giving an answer. The apex is emotionless. Although that's not entirely true. You worry about the grand scheme of things while I'm bound by romance, I'm ashamed to say. Xian Xiao stared at Li Qiye for a bit before replying. No one has the same pursuit in life and we mustn't judge them. You have the strongest physique possible and incredible talents. Your obsession with love also allows you to excel in the Tao. Li Qiye turned around and smiled. It's just that our choices are different. I will not stop for anyone, that's my choice. You can call this being emotionless or selfish, it's fine. He continued. You're certainly not selfish or you wouldn't be here right now. There are things you must do and worry about, they move you to action. Xian Xiao finally showed a wide smile. Think what you will. Li Qiye chuckled. Are you lonely? Xian Xiao earnestly asked. You're lonely, which is why you will pay any price to revive your wife. Her existence gives meaning to your life. Your unique physique and talents are meaningless and ephemeral without her. With her comes the spring and happiness. Li Qiye didn't answer. You're right. Xian Xiao sighed and said, and I see now, your loneliness allows you to move forward. I wonder if this will ever change. Li Qiye smiled and left without answering. Just one man. Just one is enough to save the ages, enough to change the course of history. Xian Xiao reflected afterward. He then looked up at the sky and murmured, "It would be great if you were here with me. I miss you." Having said that, he sat back down and the extreme cold froze him again. It was as if Li Qiye had never been here in the first place. Li Qiye left this area and resumed his training. This wasn't the only thing in his mind, since the dark existence hidden in the expanse also interested him. He wasn't trying too hard to find this being, but when an opportunity presented itself, he wouldn't miss the clues. Most importantly, this was his target to warm up. Of course, Li Qiye was always one to plan before a battle. Thus, he needed to fully understand a few things beforehand. There was a bottomless abyss engulfed by darkness at the expanse. This place was his next destination. Eternal abyss, a dangerous area and a paradise for treasure seekers. It looked like the jaw of a great monster, ready to devour anyone and anything. It used to produce many divine rocks and stones, a great vein of resources. This made people forget about the danger here. A few supreme metals and rocks would appear beneath. Numerous progenitors and top characters would come here to find their desired materials. Later on, the terrible existence came to the abyss and refined this place before disappearing altogether. No progenitors wanted to visit afterward. The terrible existence had left a dreadful power here. Who knows what he was trying to do here? Alas, the remnant darkness was enough to poison even the most unyielding progenitor. Staying here meant undergoing a reckless mental test. The vast expanse had other minds available. No need to take the risk found in eternal abyss. Boom! The entire abyss quaked violently with waves rushing to the sky. Cracks appeared all over the walls of the abyss and they eventually crumbled. What's going on? Numerous masters in the expanse became startled. All eyes were on the abyss. They saw a domineering brilliance chasing away the darkness in a shocking manner. So strong, who is it? Is this a challenge? A progenitor wondered. Since the darkness was gone now, they could see a person meditating in the broken abyss. Immortal flames danced around him as if he was a true immortal. That's Li Qiye all right. One progenitor recognized him. Li Qiye has been here long enough to meet many top existences in this place. His fame had spread as well. He's finally challenging the supreme existence. They knew what he wanted to do. In a sense, the darkness created from the refinement at the abyss was a symbol of the terrible existence's supremacy and authority. Now, Li Qiye had destroyed the abyss and swept away the darkness, a move akin to stomping on the dark being's symbol of authority. This was undoubtedly a declaration of war. Let's have a fight. Li Qiye's leisure voice echoed across the expanse. This fiery form made him look like the only true immortal around. He seemingly possessed everlasting life and ultimate power. Everyone felt respect towards him since it has been several million years since someone dared to challenge this existence, especially alone. Will the being come out? Many watched with bated breath. The terrible existence had disappeared completely after the Great War back then, along with many progenitors. However, there was no way this being was killed. Perhaps a more treacherous plot was being planned in the shadow. Many progenitors have tried to find the being's whereabouts to no avail. Now, Li Qiye had declared a direct challenge. The spectators wondered if the terrible existence would actually accept it and show up. Chapter 3204, The true immortal sat in the meditative pose, looking down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths. All other masters were nothing more than ants before him. They could only stare with admiration and respect. The members of the Decemvirate wouldn't dare to oppose him. They didn't know why they were afraid of his pulsing light. Those who have met him before knew how frightening he was and his purpose. Those who haven't, they still knew that he was a monster judging by his current appearance. Buzz. The immortal light around him burst out. Each strand of light was akin to a portal leading to an immortal world. One of them was enough to shoulder 3,000 worlds. They weren't blinding like the explosion of 1,000 suns. However, even those back in 3 immortals could see the bright strands. Space and time no longer constrained them. People at the edge of the horizon or before him could see their strangely comforting flashes. People felt as if he was meditating right in front of them. He didn't exude any pressure, but everyone still became startled, feeling the urge to get on their knees. The strands reached 3 immortals, causing its inhabitants to look up towards the expanse. They saw lights blossoming there in a beautiful fashion. They looked just like immortal light. Has a true immortal descended to the expanse? One cultivator became shocked. Wait, prime progenitor, maybe? One expert took a deep breath and blurted. Prime progenitor has become an immortal. This news took 3 immortals like a storm. Everyone got on their knees and started bowing in that direction. His ascension is a blessing for our world. Many even started crying. Though they couldn't watch this event in person, they were still shaken because this was the ultimate glory for 3 immortals. As for the old tree demon, he quietly watched the whole thing. Only characters at his level could gaze this deep into the expanse. Ultimately, all eyes were on Li Qie due to his impossible-to-miss radiance. In other words, those hiding in redemption lands or deeper in the expanse or other secretive areas still spotted this light. Therefore, the dark existence, wherever it was, had to notice this declaration of war as well. A pair of eyes opened at the bottom of the expanse in an incalculable place that was impossible to find. This person had shrouded all of their auras. Even if one was standing inches away from this being, they still wouldn't be able to notice the eyes or its movement. The eyes watched Li Qie's radiance without a single ripple of emotions. It seemed to be the calmest spectator in the world, a stark contrast to even the progenitors. Li Qie continued to meditate in that spot. The flow of time seemingly stopped. A long period passed and the dark existence still didn't show up to accept the challenge. Keep on hiding, I'll find and kill you all the same. Li Qie finally got up and left this comment behind for the listeners everywhere. A fight is inevitable. The top masters realized this after hearing Li Qie's determination. Maybe it's time to sweep through the expanse and end this all. One progenitor murmured. These top masters realized the looming threat to the expanse and 3 immortals as long as the dark existence was around. Alas, they have tried to destroy it to no avail. Li Qie didn't mind the refusal to fight. He marched onward across the expanse to traverse the dangerous lands and kill monsters as preparation. Of course, he wasn't preparing for this dark existence but rather the creation of his epic. This was his ultimate goal here at 3 immortals and the expanse. No place was more suitable than the expanse to serve as a foundational block for his epic. The next area he entered was one of eternal night. Daylight didn't have a place here. Boom! A beast crushed the sky and made the stars fall down. It clearly had a power similar to a progenitor. Of course, this wasn't rare at all. Many gigantic monsters here were so powerful that progenitors didn't want to provoke them. This beast's target was an old man who was using treasures and the myriad Tao to stop its onslaught. He had gray hair but still a young, friendly face, almost like the god of longevity in the paintings. A mystical Tao order engulfed him. He stood on top of a shoal rock, completely immovable. Meanwhile, the beast launched a relentless assault. Due to his old age, he needed to use pills in order to replenish his vitality and energy. This still wasn't enough to deal with the ferocious beast. Alas, the old man clearly wanted to protect the shoal rock. The two were clearly contesting it. This piece of shoal rock didn't look that special, gray and could be found anywhere else. Scram! Li Qie arrived and waved his hand, releasing a peerless grand Tao power. The beast got blown into the ocean, causing a massive splash. It knew that Li Qie was terrible and let out a soft cry before running for its life. I appreciate your saving me, sir. The old man bowed towards Li Qie despite being a progenitor. However, by this point, everyone knew Li Qie now in the expanse, the man who challenged the Dark Lord. Get up. Li Qie said, you should change your title from Alchemy Immortal to Alchemy Idiot, about to throw your life away for this item. You would have been in that beast's stomach eventually. I've been watching this thing for 100,000 years by this point. It's hard to let it go. The old man turned red with an awkward smile. Chapter 3205, yes, this old man was Alchemy Immortal, the progenitor of Longevity Valley. In myriad lineage, everyone knew that he didn't partake in a regular style of cultivation, only in alchemy. This made his alchemy Tao quite peerless. Some even said that he could create pills that can grant immortality. Of course, this was only a legend. Nonetheless, the pills made by him were highly coveted. If one were found, it would be sold at a sky-high price. Many would try to seize it no matter what. Alchemy Immortal was quite famous among the progenitors in the expanse. He was only average in terms of actual cultivation, unable to compete with the brilliant ones. However, many respected him because he could craft pills that can prolong lifespan or cure injuries. That's why even the strongest progenitors would need to ask him for help eventually. For example, in the case of qi deviation or problems with cultivation. Thus, a few progenitors stronger than him would call him older brother to show respect. Alas, he didn't care for any of this, for his heart was set on the Tao of alchemy. He spent his time refining pills and searching for materials. His footsteps could be found all over the expanse. He knew more about the locations of alchemy materials than anyone at the expanse. He has been guarding this particular material for 100,000 years. Today was a special day because it was near maturity. That's why the beast earlier came for it. He wasn't a match for the beast but still didn't want to give up after spending so much time and effort already. Fortunately, Li Qie came and saved him. There's no alchemy when you're dead. Li Qie shook his head. The old man naturally understood this, but he was too caught up with the Tao of alchemy. Whenever he found a good ingredient, roots seemed to grow at the bottom of his feet and he couldn't leave. Suddenly, the shoal rock below him started cracking. It's coming out. His eyes lit up and he rubbed his palms with excitement. The rock dispersed like sands into the waves. It became smaller and smaller until the water covered it completely. Starry night coral, only found in the night ocean. 8 million years just to have one, then another million years till death. Li Qie watched and said. Your knowledge puts me to shame. Alchemy Immortal said. Very few people knew this rock beneath him. Li Qie only smiled in response. Pop! Golden light strands came out of the dispersing rock. Eventually, the thing inside became exposed, a long shell golden from top to bottom with a spiral pattern that looked like the rotation of the heaven and earth. A tiny jade-like tentacle came out of the shell with a sweet fragrance spreading afar. It seemed to notice something dangerous and quickly pulled back into the shell before shooting out with lightning speed. However, Alchemy Immortal was ready and grasped it with greater speed. The thing struggled but couldn't escape. Golden Longevity Leech finally got it after 100,000 years. He laughed with happiness. Normally, progenitors had a stable Tao heart and wouldn't feel emotions too easily. This wasn't the case for Alchemy Immortal. Finding good materials truly gave him matchless excitement and joy. This leech was quite rare. It loved alchemy materials, especially this type of coral. The latter required many years to reach maturity, thus finding a leech like this was extremely difficult. No wonder why the alchemist was so patient. An old folk prescription for longevity medicine, I'm not sure the result will be good. Li Qie knew what he was trying to do right away. You're right, but I have eaten too many ingredients so they have lost their effectiveness. I have to try something different despite knowing the low probability. The old man smiled wryly. As the best pillmaker in the world, he naturally consumed more pills than anyone else. Thus, pills became less effective for him versus anyone else. A good swimmer is more likely to drown. Li Chia chuckled. I lacked moderation during my youth. My Tao heart wasn't firm enough to realize this logic. Now it's too late. I have already abused too much. The alchemist said. During his youth, he could already refine incredible pills because of his talents. Others had no chance of eating pills of that level, yet he ate them like rice. Alas, this actually left negative side effects on top of causing him to be dependent on pills. As time went on, they became less effective and he needed higher grades of pills. He couldn't defeat this addiction. Li Chia shook his head. He has seen this situation too many times before. Will you come visit my place for a bit? The alchemist invited Li Chia since it was rare to meet such a peerless existence. Sure. Li Chia had just finished training in a dangerous ground and didn't have anything else to do. This way. The happy alchemist led the way. They crossed through many dimensions and made it to the alchemist's place. The alchemist wasn't staying alone. His home was a sealed domain covered in fog and mist, a very powerful formation. A progenitor would find it hard to enter without knowing the entry method. This particular domain was a glimmering ocean with plenty of large islands. It wouldn't be unreasonable to call them continents due to their size. This place was very lively with numerous cities and more than 1 million inhabitants. One would think that they were back in Three Immortals. Divine peaks hid among the clouds. Cranes played in the sky while birds pulled carriages in this peaceful paradise. This place was undoubtedly another minor dimension. The alchemist introduced several friends and I built this place together. We had other companions with us who decided to stay here and start a home. Li Chia wasn't surprised to hear this. Progenitors didn't come along to the expanse. They brought along their generals and strongest followers. Thus, these people eventually had offsprings. That's why some progenitors didn't return to Three Immortals since the expanse had become their new home. Chapter 3206, Alchemy Immortal lived alone on a peak. His young learners immediately came out to greet them and prepared firewood for boiling. Next, he told them to invite several old friends. A while later, 3 progenitors arrived. Their presence caused visual phenomena above such as clouds and rains. The inhabitants in this world naturally knew that their progenitors had gathered. They naturally became curious. The progenitorial aura created golden springs and blooming lotuses, adding to this beautiful paradise. These 3 friends are staying with me in this land. It is thanks to their effort that this place is so prosperous now. Alchemy Immortal introduced them to Li Chia. On the other hand, I rarely stay in one place and haven't done much for it. Brother, you're being too humble. This wouldn't be possible without your alchemy materials. One of the 3 smiled and shook his head. This is Brother Yang Radiance, Brother Pure Yang, and Brother Resting Bull. We have lived here together for who knows how many years. The alchemist became sentimental. These 3 progenitors were quite famous back in myriad lineage and have left behind their Tao system. Yang Radiant's progenitor's title was the same as his name, Wang Yangming, the progenitor of Yang Radiant system. He used to be a student at Academy of Light before coming up with the Bright Heart scripture to become a progenitor. Wang Yangming was a middle-aged man with a feather fan and a cloth cap, as scholarly as can be. The absence of his progenitorial aura would cause others to mistake him as a strategist or a teacher from a private school. Pure Yang progenitor also wore a feathered robe with the visual phenomenon of a blazing sun behind him. He himself felt like a rising, radiant sun. His system had the same name. Resting Bull progenitor was a hybrid with a human body and a bull head. He could swallow the sun and moon just like a divine bull with a majestic aura. He had a muscular and tall frame, seemingly able to shoulder the entire sky. His resting bull system faltered due to a lack of a successor. Its territory became ruins. Later on, Elucidation True Emperor found his scripture and restored the entire system. After finishing their introduction, the alchemist introduced Li Chia. This gentleman is, no need, we know who he is. Who in the expanse doesn't know him right now? Resting Bull interrupted him and smiled before bowing towards Li Chia. The other two also bowed and said, "Welcome, sir. You are a dragon visiting our humble abode. It is an honor." The three of them were famous and have accomplished plenty of great deeds. Today, they assumed the role of juniors before Li Chia. He casually accepted their showing of respect. The five of them sat down while the alchemist's young learners prepared tea for them. Li Chia played along and took his time enjoying his tea. A while later, he placed the cup down and looked at the four. "I heard a few progenitors say that the four of you participated in the war back then." The four became frozen for a bit before exchanging glances. "Surviving is quite impressive," Li Chia added. Wang Yangming was the first to put down his cup and sighed before answering. "It was a very long time ago and it's not really a secret or anything. Many friends in the expanse know about it. We're among the very few survivors." Resting Bull added, "Or to put it frankly, we escaped earlier so everyone has their own opinions on it. They have asked about it before and we clearly told them why." Pure Yang revealed a natural smile. Alas, there was a faint hint of disappointment, helplessness in their expression. They also wrung their wrist beneath the table. Zither Empress and her followers had a call to arms. The alchemist softly said, "I was good at medicine so I told these three to join with me so that we can contribute to help the future of three immortals. The four of us followed one Dao brother to the battlefield. He is the strongest among us." Resting Bull continued the story. "His cultivation is unfathomable on top of being wise and resourceful. Certain things happened next, causing this Dao brother to make certain choices. Wang Yangming said seriously, this ended our part in the war. He threw himself into the darkness." Li Chia smiled, speaking without hesitation unlike these four. The four of them had an ugly expression and a forced smile, clearly confirming Li Chia's comment. "Yes. We don't know what caused him to do so, but this choice happened too suddenly. He was an amazing person, whether it be his cultivation or his contribution. Both are virtually peerless. He had done a lot for three immortals." Yang Ming took a deep breath. "I know." Li Chia knew exactly who they were talking about. A member of the Decemvirate is indeed powerful with plenty of accomplishments. Their aspirations and heart are exceptional as well. The four of them had a bitter smile. They refrained from saying anything malicious about this person. One could easily see their respect for him in the past. "The war was tough, we toughed it out through the troubles with true sincerity." Resting Bull sighed while recalling the past, feeling terrible as a result. "I still don't know why he made that choice. Didn't Zither Empress manage to persevere?" He mumbled. The four clearly loved their Dao brother since they have been through life or death scenarios together. "Though we didn't know why he did it, our goals became different so we stopped following him. He didn't make it difficult for us either, no attempt at recruiting us. We eventually went our separate ways, a breakup on bad terms." Wang Yangming said with regrets. "This is the reason why we left the war early and why some misunderstood us." The alchemist said. "We stopped going outside and talking to the others." Pure Yang smiled. They left the war in dejection and stayed in this dimension with the exception of the alchemist who continued to search for materials. They no longer socialized with the other progenitors. Their Dao heart was certainly firm, but even a member of the Decemvirate had fallen. This made them more cautious, wanting to be reclusive and maintaining a certain distance with the outside world. This was one way to protect their home. Fortunately, the war eventually ended. It might not be a good end, but it still ended all the same. The goal wasn't met, but the darkness was contained, no longer ravaging the expanse. The Dark Ones have disappeared for a long time now. Yang Ming said. Those who participated in this war didn't wish to talk about it more than they have to. 1. I spent so much time looking up these names from 1,000 chapters ago. I should have saved them. Didn't expect for these guys to be brought up again too. Zhuge Liang wears this type of hat. Chapter 3207, Their friend, a member of the Decemvirate, still faltered to the darkness. This was too much of a blow for the group to take. That's why they disliked talking about it and carefully chose their words when the conversation was necessary. Everyone has a different perspective and choice. Then there's the issue of the Tao heart. Li Qie wasn't interested in this story. Not just one, right? There were more than one dark beings back then. Li Qie smiled, getting straight to the point. The group exchanged glances. Wang Yangming nodded and said, yes, we don't know how many there were, but only one should be left though. We joined relatively late and didn't know all the details. Outside of Zither Empress and Fire Ancestors group, 9 secrets, and Bao Pu should know more. Right, the war had been raging for a while once we got to the expanse. Maybe even before Bao Pu's time. The alchemist added. From what we know, the dark existences have been here for a long time. In the beginning, the 3 immortals were in charge, then Bao Pu, Fire Ancestor, Dragon Ancestor, and Zither Empress joined later. For some unknown reason later, the 3 immortals disappeared as far as we know, so the Empress group took over. She's the one who recruited us. Yang Ming mused and said. In fact, this war wasn't always active, there were pauses and such. Pure Yang joined in, but the period after our involvement was definitely the conclusion. It ended not long after our retreat. Interesting. Li Qie rubbed his chin with amusement. He knew more than them about certain things but was still interested in a few details. There should be 2 dark existences during our time there. One of them had a plan and gathered many monsters. Some from 3 immortals also joined him. Pure Yang said. Very few did so during this period. Later on, I heard the 3 immortals got involved, so the dark existence lost and fled. Zither Empress and the others pressed on and tried to find it. Wang Yangming said. There's still one more. Li Qie knew everything about this defeated existence. The other one hid so well. We've never seen it in action and only killed its henchmen on the battlefield. Yang Ming said. Not to mention us, I think very few people have actually met it. The alchemist shook his head. I've talked to Zither Empress, but she herself has never seen it. Fire Ancestor saw it at least. Resting Bull added, I'm sure of it. That's why the expanse felt the wrath of the forefather. It must have been something more than just Fire Ancestor succumbing to the darkness. Fire Ancestor did. Li Qie confirmed with a nod. All in all, this existence is hiding so well. I believe the 3 immortals are looking for it too. Some believe that it has never shown up ever since it got here. Maybe only that one rock at the abyss saw it, no one else. Pure Yang sighed. He was referring to the black rock suppressed on the expedition ship. All eyes were on Li Qie now because he was the one who destroyed the abyss and the darkness there. I haven't been to the abyss since the darkness and don't know what this being did there. The alchemist said. A Tao portal, but its plan failed probably to the 3 immortals. However, it still left in time. Li Qie smiled. Yes, there's no way it dares to show up when the 3 immortals are after it. I think even Fire Ancestor and the others don't know where it is in the expanse. Resting Bull said. This being is far scarier than the one that lost. It has just been hiding and poisoning people. Many monsters and even progenitors joined the darkness as a result. Yang Ming paused for a bit. His expression became dejected. In the final battle, to tell you the truth, we simply fought our own people. The thing never showed up at all and didn't lose anything. The other three sighed after hearing this. They were actually present during this period of the war. It was a terrible feeling to fight those who used to be their brothers. I'm sure it has an even more sinister plan. We just don't know about it. Yang Ming went on. Indeed, it is afraid of being found since three immortals will not let this go. Li Qiye smiled. That's why it didn't show up to answer your public challenge. It won't care for face and reputation, only obtaining the end result through any means necessary. Pure Yang said. Everyone knew that this existence certainly heard the challenge. It just chose to ignore it. It's understandable. If it were to show up, the three immortals and your group won't be trying to fight it one-on-one. Li Qiye laughed. The group chuckled in response. This was indeed the case. Their alliance would do anything necessary in order to kill this dark existence. This applied to the three immortals as well. There won't be peace when it is still around. A calamity will come one day because of its nefarious plan. The three immortals are worrying about this. Yang Ming said. It is very composed and patient, virtues of a successful man. Li Qiye said, in the case of success, everything will be over. The three immortals won't be able to defend your world. The four progenitors' expression soured. Though they didn't want to return to three immortals, they still didn't want it to be destroyed. Plus, the expanse probably wouldn't fare much better by this point. No one can do anything if it keeps on hiding. Resting Bull said. No rush, at least it knows about the new problem now, plus, it will come out eventually, just a matter of time. Li Qiye revealed a grin. The four progenitors were surprised to see Li Qiye's confidence. Countless methods across millions of years have failed to draw this dark existence out. They couldn't think of what Li Qiye could do to be successful in this impossible endeavor. Chapter 3208. The conversation lasted for a long time pertaining to the expanse, the dark existences, and the previous battles. Of course, the four progenitors were worried about the hidden existence the most, hoping that Li Qiye could kill it. The dark being will absolutely return, and once it does, it'll be fully prepared. All of the expanse will be at risk of falling to the darkness, no one will be able to escape. We can't just worry about ourselves. Wang Yangming concluded. The four were rightfully worried because they didn't want to lose their second home. Alas, this dark existence was too good at hiding. Of course, Li Qiye only smiled. He had his own plans and didn't need to rush. Li Qiye didn't linger for long. He decided to leave after getting the information required. I pray for your triumphant, you will definitely be able to kill that dark existence, sir. The group expressed good wishes to him. Yes, no rush though. I can kill it whenever. I have other businesses to take care of right now. Li Qiye smiled, then said goodbye to the four. He crossed through the expanse for more Tao enlightenment in order to perfect his laws. As he said, he wasn't in a rush to find and kill the dark existence. In his opinion, as long as it was still around in the expanse, he would have the chance to kill it eventually. It was only a matter of time once it showed up. A long period passed afterward as he traversed the land. He pushed his supreme grand Tao to the apex while polishing his laws for the new epoch. Both were essential in order to create an epoch. All the other Tao and cultivation methods would be derived from these two things. Strangely enough, he didn't go looking for trouble. Trouble came to him this time. Ferocious monsters including beasts and poisonous insects gathered into numerous groups. They assembled into a massive legion. One could hear horns blaring everywhere in the expanse as more creatures joined this great legion. Tsunami could be seen everywhere in the expanse. From the bottom of the ocean, a colossal devil turtle the size of a continent started crawling. A skeletal whale could be seen as well. In the sky was another gigantic three-headed dragon pulsing with draconic aura. All in all, the sky was blotted out by this legion heading for Wuxia. This mighty mobilization naturally alarmed many existences in the expanse, including the progenitors. The four great monsters are teaming up and recruiting the other monsters in their territories. One progenitor immediately recognized their leaders. They want revenge against Sir Wuxia. Everyone understood their intention after seeing their path. The 9 great monsters used to reign over 9 separate regions. They were dangerous and intelligent with plenty of followers. Ordinary progenitors wouldn't dare to provoke them. Recently, Wuxia had shown no mercy and massacred everything in his path. 5 of the great monsters and their nests have been taken down by him along with millions of beasts. The remaining 4 immediately felt that they needed to do something about this threat. They realized that Wuxia didn't just randomly kill some of them. He intended on killing all 9. Thus, this beastly crusade against him was necessary. Many monsters have been afraid and running away from him, choosing to hide. Now, this alliance gave them hope in killing him. Blood will stain the ocean again. One progenitor commented. The waves of beasts were a magnificent scene. Since so many of them have gathered, Wuxia's area seemed tiny in comparison. Just their stampede alone could destroy everything. Junior, today's your last. The devil turtle roared. It was one of the remaining 4 great monsters. Rumble. They issued the order to attack. The rest of the expanse quaked from the onslaught. How futile. Another progenitor spectated and shook his head. Most people were watching with their heavenly gaze by now. This progenitor was right. This alliance was going to their death. These 4 monsters might have killed progenitors before, but they stood 0 chance against Wuxia. Boom! A punch of annihilation was the answer. The destructive shockwaves broke through everything like dried branches. Boom! 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 The punch nearly flipped over this part of the ocean. The calm water turned into the most violent tsunami. One could see the bottom now. There was no scream or howl. Nearly all the monsters who lunged at him turned into blood and painted the tsunami red. These monsters couldn't resist at all and were annihilated by the energy of the punch. They didn't even see his hand movement. The strongest ones leaped for the sky, wanting to escape. Alas, he slapped his palms together and unleashed a thunderous sound edge. Even those at the deepest crevice of the sky vault were instantly decapitated. Blood rained down in this area along with deafening blasts as huge corpses slammed onto the water that has fallen back down. Chapter 3209, The spectating progenitors have seen plenty of things in their life. Some of them have done their fair share of massacres. Alas, they were still shaken all the same by this brutal feat. Remember, not a single one of these monsters was weak. They dominated their own region without a problem. Just 2 moves from him were enough to kill countless beasts. The worst part was how effortless it was. They didn't even have the chance to scream, let alone fight back. Not even a member of the Decemvirate could kill this legion in the blink of an eye. Boom! Crack! Wuxia stomped down on the continental turtle. Ah! It screamed and struggled, crushing numerous seamounts. Unfortunately, it couldn't get out from beneath his foot. Ah! Eventually, the shell broke and blood gushed out like a flood. Remember, this turtle was one of the 9 great monsters. Its physical toughness was insane, capable of withstanding ancestral weapons. As for its shell, it could be the toughest continent in existence, virtually impossible to break. Nonetheless, its body was cracking inch by inch from the force exerted by Wuxia's stomp. Splash! The remaining flesh and blood splattered away like a torrent of mud and stones. The turtle was as dead as could be. Meanwhile, he reached for the neck of the gigantic dragon. It tried to spew out its vilest toxic flame but couldn't. Its claws and tail struggled and tore space apart yet still failed to hurt him. As he slowly closed his fingers, its neck started to break. It couldn't even scream. Its body disintegrated from the force with blood gushing down like a waterfall. Eventually, he added more force and made the entire thing explode. Nothing was left of this dragon, another of the 9 great beasts. At the same time, the ferocious whale opened its jaw, waiting to rip his other leg off. He suddenly grew as large as can be, nearly causing the bottom of the ocean to cave downward. Boom! His foot became large enough to jam the whale's mouth. Its dreadful teeth were as sharp as swords, but all were broken now. The sides of its mouth were torn off, and he didn't stop there, seemingly wanting to crush the entire whale. It roared furiously in pain but could only get out muffled groans. Eventually, he crushed its stomach and its inner organs spilled out in a disgustingly nauseating manner. Crack! He pulled back his foot, then decided to tear the fish into 2 halves. Its corpse floated on the ocean like 2 large continents. Another of the 10 has fallen. The last one suffered the most. It tried to deliver a fatal blow but couldn't even get close to him. Pop! Crack! First came a pop, then the sounds of bone breaking. Li Qiye pierced through its body with his finger, instantly destroying all of its bones. This massive monster exploded into a bloody mist afterward. It never even got close enough to him to do anything. This part of the ocean became awfully quiet. The seawater seemed to have been replaced with blood. This stench might last for 1,000 years. The spectators shuddered while looking at this hellish scene. 4 great monsters and their legion were decimated without a single survivor. This domineering massacre couldn't be done by just anyone. Plus, someone with this power wouldn't have done it in such a brutal manner. The progenitors could see that Li Qiye wasn't as harmless as his appearance would indicate. He would kill anyone who stands in his way without showing any mercy. The Dark Lord got a tough foe this time. One progenitor said. The hidden Dark Lord has been making everyone anxious. However, this fierce newcomer seemed determined to kill. No one would question his murderous intent by this point, that he would stay true to his words about killing the Dark Lord. How boring, not even a chance to train. Li Qiye patted his hands and shook his head. This made the progenitors smile wryly. That legion earlier couldn't withstand a few moves from him. It obviously wasn't a good training session. It seemed that not even a member of the Decemvirate would be a decent sparring partner for him. He has been training long enough to perfect his supreme grand Tao. Moreover, he had enough power to start a new epoch now. The only ones at the expanse capable of truly fighting him were the hidden Dark Lord and the 3 immortals. Some brilliant progenitors have met the 3 immortals before. For example, Zither Empress. These 3 beings used to be around a long time ago but eventually stopped showing up for some reason. Thus, Zither Empress, Bao Pu, and Fire Ancestor became their messengers. Eventually, they stopped sending information, seemingly evaporating from thin air. Total domination. One progenitor commented, finally someone who can control the expanse after so many years, this is good. The 3 immortals used to be in charge before but they weren't as ruthless as Li Qiye. Later on, the dark existences also terrorized the expanse but lacked total control. They preferred to work in the shadows. Now, Li Qiye's style was as direct as can be, killing everyone in his way with wanton regards. Even the strongest foes would still fall before him. I hope it will come out soon so peace can return. Another became hopeful. They wanted the battle between Li Qiye and the dark existence to happen as soon as possible. The threat from the latter was just too great. Even Fire Ancestor fell to its whispers. They didn't know whether their Tao heart would be firm enough to withstand the same experience. Chapter 32:10 Li Qiye left after killing the 4 great monsters and their legion. Peace returned to the expanse afterward. Wherever he went, the monsters there would hide and tremble at the bottom, not daring to utter a single sound. Some even ran before his arrival, millions and millions of miles away. His fame and reputation preceded him. He was even more notorious than the dark existence due to his painting the ocean red. He stopped finding monsters to kill and simply entered the dangerous grounds to see the mysterious creations of the universe. They were also smart enough to not cause any more trouble. After so many years of researching and polishing, he had reached a peak beyond anyone else. He was ready to create an eternal outline thanks to his unique path. 1,000 years passed by in the blink of an eye. Li Qiye had seen countless profound creations by this point. Today, he meditated in an area in a Zen state, almost becoming a statue. Another 500 years flew by. The expanse was still as peaceful as ever. No demon or monster ravaged the land. The dark existence didn't show up either. Well, he wouldn't notice any changes in the world regardless. Another 500 years gone by in accordance with the worldly order and rotation. Buzz. This ended with a radiance exuding from Li Qiye. The specks of dirt on his body disintegrated. His body became freed from all impurities with a natural grand Tao and supreme temperament. Buzz, a Tao rhythm emerged in the entire expanse. Everything else started harmonizing with it. A new order emerged with a blinding radiance. The myriad laws had life once more. A supreme power seemed to be awakening and proliferating. Clank. 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 Laws including those dictating the Tao, life, and natural orders all emerged. Spatial laws began circling in the sky, one earth law stretched out of the ocean, a life law swam back and forth in the endless water. All cultivators who trained in the Tao could sense this change. The strongest among them began losing control of their own grand Tao. The members of both the Decemvirate and Ten Radiants found their own grand Tao wanting to leave their body. They activated their best merit laws but still couldn't suppress this development. The entire world has been affected by this new rhythm. This was an unprecedented power never seen by anyone before. It began reconstructing the orders of the expanse. Everything needed to obey. Thus, many tried to find the source and found Li Qiye. Billions of grand Tao formed layers around him and created an eternal domain. Li Qiye was its creator and ruler, capable of actually creating life within this domain, acting as the high heaven. Though he was incredibly far away, they felt as if he was right in front of them. Time and space no longer confined him. Even a blind person could see this glorious existence. He had imprinted his mark in everyone's soul. All possible laws in existence were going there and lining up in a particular order. They came from the clouds, the oceans, and the various fabrics of reality. This looked like an army inspection where all the soldiers conversed, waiting for their generals and king to arrive. Laws, some of you are still not here yet. His casual words became a supreme and eternal mantra. The laws and grand Tao heard him. They seemed to be stretching out their neck so that he would notice them. None wanted to be left behind. They acted as if not being seen by him would be akin to being abandoned by this new order. Buzz. 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 The grand Tao finally surged out of the progenitor's body. Remember, these progenitors have all created a unique Tao belonging to themselves. Alas, all were gone now. These grand Tao and secret laws flew to the sky and exuded blinding lights. For example, Alchemy Immortal's grand Tao transformed into a medicinal lotus with an intense fragrance. Emperor Zheng's grand Tao took the form of a mighty star atlas. Martial Ancestor's grand Tao was a white tiger lunging and roaring. These grand Tao hovered in the sky in a shocking manner. The most brilliant progenitors weren't spared from astonishment. I am Lord, heaven and earth are my subjects, the grand Tao are my followers. Li Qiye's voice echoed across the realms. Each word turned into the highest order of mantra and imprinted itself into time and space. Tao Lord. He stood up and declared. This became the final conclusion, the ultimate ironclad order. His might frightened the myriad ages. All Tao and laws prostrated before him, ready to obey all of his orders. By this point, he could easily create these progenitorial grand Tao or break the progenitor's ultimate techniques. He stood at the apex of the Tao with no one worthy to be his peers. All masters in the expanse got on their knees. Even the world itself had become his subject, the rest had no choice but to show their loyalty. Tao Lord, everyone murmured this title. I am Lord, heaven and earth are my subjects, the grand Tao are my followers. Some understood that when Li Qie spoke this line, he had finished establishing a foundation for the new epoch. This was the raising of the curtain. A new epoch was about to begin and he was its creator. I wonder if 3 immortals will be a part of it. One progenitor became emotional. Chapter 32:11, the phrase served as the foundation of an entire epoch. Everyone felt nothing but respect for the new Tao Lord. In a seclusive and incalculable location at the expanse, a pair of eyes narrowed and flashed once before disappearing again. This person remained cautious despite the safety of this area. Numerous masters were still searching for it. The supreme Tao rhythm eventually dispersed. The laws and Tao of the world returned to their original rotation. Progenitors heaved with relief once their grand Tao returned to their body. Just imagine, their supreme grand Tao escaped their control just now. This was a terrible feeling, a cause for worries. It meant that they would be fish on the chopping board regardless of how strong they used to be, akin to a mortal. The return of their grand Tao meant that their power was back again. Li Qie crossed through space and traveled more across the expanse. He visited many incredible areas. Today was a ruin from an older age. It contained chaotic space along with the cycles of life and karma. The place was covered in resplendent starlights of various colors. This made it seem like a dream world. It had profundities worth researching. Progenitors tried their best here and couldn't grasp 10% of the mysteries here. Rumor has it that the 3 immortals and the top progenitors have been here before. Some even added the dark existences to this list. All in all, the place was extremely famous. Newcomers to the expanse would eventually come here for a look. Something big was happening today. The colorful chaotic temporal flow was forced back into order. They became rainbows of time and started flowing above the ruins. In this place, Li Qie was testing the various profundities and exerting control over them. Both the cycles of life and karma seemed like mature peaches that have been casually taken by him and peeled, exposing the soft texture and plentiful juice, as wondrous as can be. So many progenitors were watching Li Qie pulling the ruins back into order in astonishment and awe. They have come here before and knew the difficulties present. Just learning 10% of this place was an amazing achievement. Now, Li Qie mastered it in such a perfect manner, not to mention the little time it took. He's at an unreachable height. A member of the Decemvirate commented. Li Qie did something that a progenitor couldn't even after trying for a lifetime. Maybe above the 3 immortals too. One who has seen the 3 immortals quietly said. They recalled their feelings when they saw the 3 immortals the first time in the past, shock and fear. Though the world considered their realm to be the peak, they found themselves no different from little children compared to the 3 immortals. There was a long path to go and more room for growth after sufficient training. However, they thought that they would never be able to reach that height. The 3 immortals should be the paragons of their world. Nothing could be greater, there was no higher peak until today. Some felt that Li Qie might have surpassed the 3 immortals already. Will he become a true immortal? This beckoned the question. The 3 immortals themselves have said that they didn't reach this level. What about Li Qie? There existed a star above the expanse, able to swallow all types of light yet still being the darkest star. Its nature made it impossible to find, but many progenitors were aware of its existence. Its name was Hidden Tao Star. It contained mystical arts and Tao, coveted by virtually all cultivators. Just figuring out the mysteries of this star at an elementary level would be awfully beneficial. Alas, it was too dangerous. Entering meant risking never being able to leave. Their own Tao and fortunes could be swallowed by the star. Today, Li Qiye had arrived. He opened his immortal-like eyes and unleashed a primordial light. The star's mysteries had no place to hide from his gaze. Even hidden Tao can't hide from him. The spectating progenitors couldn't believe it and became envious. They heard loud rumbles the moment he activated his grand Tao. Everything from the star poured down and became his. This was akin to someone standing at the entrance of a treasury. They simply opened their pocket and all the jewels and treasures inside competed to get in there. Some have tried and failed to get a single art. Now, he had gotten all of them. There couldn't be a bigger harvest. What a difference. It's so frustrating. Another member of the Decemvirate revealed a bitter smile. Others felt the same way. A few among them spent several 100,000 years there and only obtained one law. 8 Edges Mountain, St. Breath Ocean, Endless Well. Li Qiye eventually visited all of these famous locations in the expanse and took everything worthwhile. He's treating the expanse like his own house. One progenitor helplessly smiled. There's no secret here for him. His friend sighed. Many top cultivators thought that the expanse was cryptic with too many secrets. This wasn't the case for Li Qiye during his journey. Thus, the progenitors came up with another conclusion. If the entire expanse couldn't hide from him, then that dark existence shouldn't be able to either. Chapter 32:12 Everything Li Qiye had done so far was in preparation for his new epoch, from establishing a foundation to readying its orders. The dangerous areas and their mysteries couldn't hide from him at all. The most obscured and cryptic laws would eventually be deciphered and added to his repertoire. The places considered dreadful by others all fell into his grasp. Time came to a stop during his journey. 1,000 years were no different than the blink of an eye to him. Moreover, the expanse started changing due to his influence. The dangers found here gradually disappeared, such as the sea monsters that once rampaged the seas. His supreme grand Tao had reached maturity after he saw virtually all of the expanse, the same with his tree. It was time to open the new epoch. Thus, he decided to go into seclusive training. He didn't bother finding a secret place for safety reasons. He picked a random sea and sealed the area before sitting down. His seal condensed the myriad laws. The grand Tao became as tough as steel. Karma became the gate, the samsara became the cornerstone, yin-yang served as a line of defense, time acted as an offensive force. The area immediately became an impregnable fortress, perhaps the most dangerous place in the expanse. No one could break through this seal. Doing so would result in swift retribution, ending with being rendered to ashes. From the distance, all of the various affinities making up this seal transformed into a crystallized form. They seemed unbreakable, to say the least. Li Qiye is cultivating. Many progenitors and masters became startled. The power of the seal simply sent out a massive shockwave. Even one strand of energy alone could destroy a progenitor. Thus, everyone immediately knew what he wanted to do. Still, one master took a deep breath. The guy was both shaken by the sheer power present in the seal but most importantly, why? Li Qiye was already monstrous enough. In case of success, just how dreadful would he become? Progenitors shuddered because they weren't close to being on the same level as him. What if Li Qiye took another step forward? The brilliant progenitors had a hard time imagining it. Breaking through the apex. A true immortal with everlasting life. One member of the Decemvirate murmured. Everlasting life was a goal for all progenitors and masters. That's the main reason why they came to the expanse. Unfortunately, regardless of their diligent efforts and talents, they still couldn't make it to the end of this path. No one has been successful. Maybe Li Qie had a chance if this session yielded fruit. This matter naturally attracted everyone's attention. Some would occasionally pay attention to the changes found here, wanting to know Li Qie's future height. However, 1 year passed and nothing happened in the crystallized seal. 2 years, the same story. 3 years, nothing. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. 3,000 years, 30,000 years, 100,000 years. The sea remained sealed and impenetrable. No one knew what was going on inside with Li Qie. 100,000 years weren't that long for progenitors in the expanse. However, it was definitely a long period for others. 300,000 years went by in the blink of an eye, still nothing. Meanwhile, numerous changes happened in each world. Talents and heroes fell, unknown mortals rose to greatness. Dao systems turned to ashes, replaced by another. New progenitors emerged in 3 immortals. More heaven's wills appeared in the 9 worlds, meaning more immortal emperors. The 13 continents were as lively as ever with waves of talents from all the races, immortal monarchs, heaven emperors, and divine emperors. Alas, the crystallized seal remained the same. People grew to forget about it. Back in the 9 worlds, the people have forgotten about their prime emperor, the man with 13 palaces. His stories turned into history, then legends. Some began questioning his existence. In the 13 continents, the man called Fiercest who suppressed the 3 great races was also forgotten. The humans who used to take pride in him stopped talking about him. In 3 immortals, future generations always brought up the darkness descend because of the bloody battles. Their losses were carved deep in the annals of each system. One man was always brought up, their savior, prime progenitor. The man with 13 progenitors who had performed numerous miracles. Right after the calamity, each system, sect, and individual considered him their savior and guardian. Individual households even established worship plaque for him. Unfortunately, as time passed, his brilliant deeds were laden with dust, forgotten. Fewer and fewer people worshipped prime progenitor. Most of his statues and tablets couldn't stand the test of time. Those that did were forgotten. No one would come to offer their respect any longer. After all, it has been 300,000 years. Newer waves replaced the previous. Future descendants forgot about this character. Only the old and knowledgeable existences remembered his stories in each world. In the burial grounds in the 9 worlds, some beings looked up in the sky. They knew that the dark wings of a crow would engulf the 9 worlds again. The dark crow wouldn't fall so easily. They knew that as long as the high heaven was still around, so would the dark crow. As for the 13 continents, many pairs of eyes hiding in the darkness continued to try and read the future, aware that the damned crow would return one day. This crow wasn't one to give up before defeating his enemies. All in all, the crow's return would change everything about the 9 worlds and the 13 continents. Chapter 32:13 The redemption grounds in 3 immortals had people waiting too, for this was only the calm before the storm. Fiercest would stay true to his words and topple the current situation by opening a new epoch. Thus, they waited quietly for the right opportunity. As for the expanse, some progenitors would occasionally glance over at the seal, wondering what Fiercest would become after coming out. In a deeper and incalculable location, a certain being would sometimes gaze at the seal across the eras before disappearing. Prime Emperor, Prime Progenitor, and even the Dark Crow, these titles were forgotten by most. However, at the apex where the real masters of the world stood, they still remembered and cared about his existence. Those who feared him continued to slumber without crossing the line. This was a prudent choice. Regular people had no idea about the inevitable storm. Everything would change soon enough. Alas, the great existences were preparing for this tempest. All would start from the beginning once more. Those who have experienced Li Qie's might were afraid of his inaction. It meant that he was planning something frightening and heaven-defying. The rules of the world wouldn't be the same once he came out of his cultivation session. The new emperors and progenitors had no idea, let alone the mortals and normal cultivators. Little did they know that their familiar cultivation methods and common knowledge were about to change. It's coming. Today, a monstrous existence in a redemption ground suddenly felt something. In the most clandestine place in the expanse, the dark existence had a bad feeling about what's to come, but it refrained from taking action. So strong. One master in the expanse gazed and praised. The ones back in the 9 worlds and 13 continents were slower but still eventually sensed it. It's really happening. I hope he'll fail. A being hiding in the darkness had a frightened expression. Another generation, will it be long before the final battle? One being in a burial ground gazed at the deepest part of the sky and said, "Prepare for war. It is time for our domination." A deep voice ordered in an unknown location. It echoed like the wailing of a specter. In fact, the first to sense this was the high heaven itself. The azure started changing color with minuscule flashes. No one paid attention to this because they thought that it was only the flashing of the stars. After all, numerous stars and planets were up there. These flashes were as normal as can be. As time passed, the lightning bolts became thicker and thicker, enough to form massive arcs. The masters from the various worlds finally realized that something big was going on. The sky is changing, what's happening? One worried immortal emperor looked up. A divine emperor tried to take a closer look, but it was too far away. He only knew that something monumental was happening. Should I go to the expanse? A new progenitor of this generation stood on Sky Pass, nervous. The world was filled with a power beyond his comprehension by this point. He knew that he was as insignificant as an ant in comparison. Finally, the top dogs in the expanse paid attention to the sealed sea. The place was shiny just like the past, but they knew that the time had come. An era of immortals? An emotional progenitor found this new power to be unique. His more knowledgeable peer disagreed. No, such an era won't belong to our world anyway. Ours can't gestate a single immortal, let alone allowing everyone to become one. That's impossible. Right, Sir isn't here to become an immortal. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't have picked the expanse. A progenitor who spoke with Wuxia before shook his head. The pair of eyes hiding in the expanse slightly opened again, surprised at this new power spreading across the realms. Remember, this being was terrible enough to control members of the Decemvirate. Nonetheless, it still felt fear because this was a power capable of starting an epoch. No, this went beyond that. This power was created to challenge the high heaven itself. Many have tried to do this, all have failed. Why was it afraid? Because there was a possibility of success for Wuxia. It was strong enough to know the significance behind this, hence its fear. Its stealth ability was impeccable, but this slight emotional fluctuation allowed someone else to immediately spot it. There's activity. A person near the other shore of the expanse wanted to calculate the location. No need, he's Daoist Li's target, not ours anymore. Another shook their head. They have been searching for this dark being for so long now. Alas, this being hid too well after its last escape. Its momentary jolt of fear made them notice it. In the past, they would have pursued, not wanting to miss this opportunity. This was no longer the case. Wuxia had appointed this dark being as a polishing stone. They didn't need to ruin his plan and continued to guard their areas. As for the dark being, it realized that it has been spotted. Alas, this didn't matter as much. It only cared about one enemy right now. Numerous thoughts popped up at the speed of light, it calculated countless possibilities and methods. Unfortunately, there was only one result, death. It hesitated at the outcome. It had no better plans right now, and plus, this was the expanse. It could only fight alone here. Don't succeed. It eventually looked up at the sky and thought. There was only one thing that can stop Li Qiye right now, the high heaven. That damned villainous heaven. However, the lightning arcs might have gathered up above but showed no signs of attacking. The heavenly tribulation it desired so much didn't seem to be descending. 1. When the sex of this being is made clear, I will use he, she instead of it. The pronoun used here is usually masculine but also gender-neutral, especially when the sex is unknown. It's not optimal because there will be an inconsistency with it and he, she in the translation. Going back to edit each case would take too much time. Chapter 32:14, A million years moved by as fast as a galloping stallion. This time period was considered endless for ordinary people. So many clans and dynasties would rise and fall, the changing of countless generations. Cultivators would consider this a long period as well. After all, most would never reach a high cultivation level. Geniuses would fall, territories would have different masters. As for the emperors and progenitors, a million years was only a cycle, a part of life. As for the top masters or those being buried underground, it was nothing. Most progenitors in the expanse have been here for much longer. This was only the length of one cultivation session for some. However, a session like Li Qiye's was unprecedented. 1 million years didn't damper everyone's anticipation in the slightest. They patiently waited for him to come out. The overlords back in the 9 worlds and the 13 continents also did the same. Li Qiye's power has already filled the 3,000 worlds, even those currently unknown. It seeped into every inch and corner of the land. Normal people naturally didn't notice this in the beginning, unlike the frightened overlords. They didn't hope to see this at all nor a potentially new epoch. Alas, it has escalated beyond their control. Those who once cursed the high heaven even prayed for the most terrible heavenly tribulation. They wanted the villainous heaven to destroy this new power. Alas, the accumulation of lightning arcs the size of an ocean remained above. The high heaven seemed inactive against Li Qiye. The frightened overlords saw this and realized that it was decided. No one could change or stop the grand momentum created by the Dark Crow. As time passed, the fusing of the power into the various worlds became stronger. It became a part of the world itself. Some masters naturally noticed this but could only watch. By this point, his power was one with their world. Strangely enough, it would still be around if one were to go extreme enough and destroy their own world. His power became the source of all things, giving birth to the myriad creations and world laws and Tao. This became the established case the moment the majority noticed it. Pop. Today, all living beings in 3,000 worlds heard a pop. It didn't ring in the ear but rather came from the heart. They felt as if an egg had been broken. This fluctuation affected their heart and mind, ranging from the human mortals to the powerful immortal emperors. Even the trees and grass somehow sensed it. A new life had just broken through its shell, a new world, perhaps. The existing worlds returned to the chaos, including the 9 worlds, 13 continents, and even 3 immortals. They seemingly fused into primordial chaos in the shape of an egg. Of course, this was just a feeling. They weren't actually fusing, only engulfed in primordial chaos. When people raised their hands, they could touch the chaos. The oceanic force was omnipresent by this point. The power of chaos, so pure and mighty. Numerous masters became excited. Even the top dogs found it difficult to change their energy into primordial chaos. Now, this energy source was everywhere, hence their excitement as they began absorbing and cultivating. The overlords, on the other hand, remained wary. They sealed their senses and severed the samsara, not daring to absorb this energy. It belonged to a new epoch. Doing so would mean submitting to it. Otherwise, absorbing it would be awfully disadvantageous for them. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of all worlds slowly realized that there was something changing within them. The strong cultivators figured out this quickly. The established classification of cultivation became muddled. God King? Tao Saint? Virtuous paragons? All were a complete mess. A new ranking system was needed for cultivation. Boom! Boom! A light flashed while they were stricken with anxiety about the unknown. This light came from the sealed sea in the expanse, bright enough to illuminate 3,000 worlds. Boom! Everyone heard an explosion in their head, one loud enough to start a new epoch by splitting heaven and earth into existence. This primordial flash clearly defined all creations, pure energy floated up and impurity went down, chaos started separating karma and defining the samsara. It was as if they saw a flash of light in the darkness. It lasted for only a blink of an eye, yet this was enough to determine everything. The overlords immediately understood that Wuxia was about to come out of his cultivation session. Buzz, more strands of light oozed out of the crystallized seal. Incredible visual phenomena emerged next. Among them were true immortals heading east, a praying dragon god, the radiance of 3,000 worlds. The light strands weren't restricted by space and time, able to be seen by anyone at any location. They seemed to be emanating from the eyes and mind. That's why even the blind could see it. They served to illuminate all living beings' world and their Tao heart. Buzz. The phenomena eventually spread enough that everyone could see the visual phenomena regardless of their location. Eventually, they finally got a complete picture, a tree never seen before by anyone, the primordial tree. This tree was the thing exuding the visual phenomena and light strands. On the branches were Tao fruits containing peerless laws, Tao, and orders. The tree shouldered 3,000 worlds and everything in them. Chapter 32:15, The primordial tree accepted the past and opened the future. The shimmering spots on the tree represented the birth of space, the accumulation of karma, the samsara process, and many others. The tree became the origin of the world. It began constructing a new framework of laws and orders. It assumed the center area of 3,000 worlds, resulting in endless possibilities. Boom! Boom! Numerous tribulations finally took form in the sky. One could hear the wrath of the heaven from the thunderous explosions. Everyone became threatened, from the weakest existence to the mightiest progenitors. This was the fury of the highest existence. That's why all lost their strength and dropped paralyzed on the ground, cowering in fear. They were mere worms trembling below the foot of a giant. The high heaven is finally furious. Radiance started gathering above as the high heaven was primed to send down pure destruction on Wuxia. Those in the shadows started celebrating. Perhaps this tribulation would end this trouble. Boom! The ocean of lightning finally descended straight at Wuxia at the expanse. It's coming! The hiding overlords shuddered, feeling their soul leaving their body at this sight. They remained hiding in the safest spot, not moving an inch. Meanwhile, regular people could only prostrate on the ground. They became empty-headed and lost their sanity before this overwhelming force. Crack! The world borders instantly collapsed as this ultimate tribulation drowned out 3,000 worlds. Everyone was scared out of their mind. Numerous pissed and soiled their pants from fear. The primordial tree suddenly floated up. Its massive branches exuded primordial light straight at the broken hole. The tribulation breaking through the world borders was stopped right away. These barriers immediately reformed themselves, causing the tribulation to stop. This was akin to a flood assaulting the dam, successfully breaking a hole. The next event should be devastation, but the hole was suddenly patched and the disaster prevented. The tribulation was stopped in the dimension above, unable to infiltrate the worlds below. What? The elusive overlords gasped in response. His wings are fully fledged. One overlord took a deep breath and said, "He'll attack the heavens sooner or later." Boom! After successfully isolating the tribulation, the roots of the tree stretched towards the 9 worlds, the 13 continents, and many others. Eternal radiance engulfed these 2 worlds. Its land started brimming with a new power. Countless Tao runes emerged, filling up and recrafting the fabrics of reality. Clank! 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 New Tao laws and rules were being created in this process in a harmonious manner. Finally, all worlds opened a new page. The new epoch finally started. From today on, all living beings could look up and see the primordial tree growing in their world. One side of its main root was drilled into the 9 worlds, the other in the 13 continents. The treetop reached all the way into 3 immortals, shrouded by primal mist and fogs. Its branches and leaves stretched to the other worlds. The new orders and rules of life have been created in accordance with the tree's criteria. A new epoch and a new order. The powerful overlords had no choice but to accept the new epoch. Even the high heavens stopped reacting, seemingly accepting the epoch as well. How can this be? A new epoch is here before the destruction of the old one. An overlord in the shadows murmured in awe, using the old epoch as fertile land to create this tree. This dark crow has accomplished an unprecedented feat. Some other lords started becoming nervous at the dark crow's success. There was a chance that he would sweep through the 3,000 worlds first before attacking the heaven. At that point, they would need to either surrender or risk being destroyed. Today would go down as legends in history. Later on, some would refer to this date as the primordial start, dawn of the world, or epoch creation. New pilgrimages began with the existence of the tree. Some began cultivating the Tao near and beneath it. Those capable of climbing up the tree showed their impeccable talents. Many things took place in the next 30,000 years. One person successfully proved their Tao first by the tree. Golden light illuminated the entire world as this person assumed a golden form and uttered the title, Tao Lord. Later on, a swordsman with a diamond-like body rode their sword here and became enlightened with the Tao. This earned them a Tao fruit. Many others managed to learn various arts and skills before disappearing from the world. Monumental changes occurred in both the 9 worlds and the 13 continents. This period of 30,000 years became known as the Resplendent Age. One day, the primordial tree suddenly disappeared from sight. This development shocked all inhabitants since the tree heralded the new epoch and the grand Tao. The overlords didn't say anything. Those who can see uncrossable expanse kept their mouths shut. No one knew what was going on or where the tree was now. Some Tao lords tried to calculate for an answer to no avail. Fortunately, everything remained normal even though the tree was gone. The nervous inhabitants gradually forgot the tree in time. Enough generations passed that the tree only belonged in the historical books. Some future descendants even questioned its existence. Only a selected few had a full grasp of the transpiring events. Chapter 32:16 During the Resplendent Age back in the 9 worlds, something big was also occurring in uncrossable expanse. Boom! The ocean was nearly flipped over by a terrible force, resulting in numerous huge tsunamis everywhere. All of 3 immortals quaked from the impact. Everyone there could see a wave so large that it blotted out the sky. Look at that tsunami. They felt as if it was coming straight at their world and shouted in horror. This terrible wave could strike all of 3 immortals at the same time. The systems were as fragile as leaves floating on an ocean during a storm. Everyone became as nervous as can be. Fortunately, the tsunami fell back down in the expanse, allowing them to heave a sigh of relief. Fiercest is starting again. Numerous progenitors and top masters in the expanse knew that Wuxia was back. Buzz. A dark world opened and instantly invaded this sea. Both the stars above and the fish under the surface instantly joined this affinity. Shit, the darkness is erupting. The observing progenitors became frightened. Many instantly fled or sealed their area in order to stop the dark transformation. As the darkness swept by, the stars turned into fiendish planets engulfed in flame. They looked like huge eyes in the shadows, enough to instill fear upon anyone. Buzz. The fish and shrimps in the ocean grew to an insane level, becoming fiendish soldiers. One fish became a creature towering at several thousand feet with countless sharp, white teeth. Another shrimp grew long thorns capable of piercing the sky. This dark power was enough to travel across the expanse all the way to 3 immortals. Damn it! Many could spot the incoming dark power from 3 immortals. Powerful existences tried to flee from the incoming darkness. Alas, it drowned out the world so quickly. Virtually all beings in 3 immortals turned evil in the next second. Ah! Scales started to grow on these cultivators. Their body became warped, face twisted, their limbs turned into claws. Even the vegetation and tree became evil entities. The world became a horrifying dark domain. No, this dark power is too much. Many progenitors at the expanse shuddered with fear. No single progenitor could stop this power directly, not even a member of the Decemvirate when alone. However, a fiery ray with meteoric speed crossed through the world and swept away the darkness. Buzz. The dark affinity became ashes regardless of its power. The animals and people from 3 immortals returned to their original form. Li Qiye finally showed up at the expanse. The immortal light around him flickered like fire. Space and time no longer restricted him. Thus, even those back in 3 immortals could see him clearly as if he was right in front of them. Who is that? This was the first time they have seen this divine character. Most were already on their knees even though he didn't let his aura erupt. After so many years, he had become a legend. Those who knew about him were few in number, let alone recognizing him. He is the legendary prime progenitor. Someone back in the old era was still alive and buried through time in order to prolong his lifespan. He was a nobody back then but now, an invincible ancestor. Nonetheless, he still got on the ground and smashed his head onto the concrete in order to show respect. Prime. Our savior who stopped the darkness back then, he's here again to save us all. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Prime progenitor. The awakened ancestors started crying. They survived the Dark War back then thanks to him. History was repeating itself once more. Our savior. Prime progenitor. His title echoed across 3 immortals again. Future generations have nearly forgotten the Dark War and their prime progenitor until today. They once again basked in his blessing as he saved them from the darkness. Gratitude overwhelmed and moved them to tears. Meanwhile, Li Qiye didn't look back at 3 immortals, only focusing on the darkness before him. Since he had swept away the dark waves, the remaining darkness gathered and formed the shape of one person, the dark existence that has been hiding in the expanse. Only his eyes were revealed, one as dark as the night sky. His identity and face remained hidden. He also didn't exert his aura and might yet still resemble a bottom abyss that could swallow those who got close. Even progenitors trembled with fear after seeing him. Everyone else would naturally become paralyzed, unable to even look at him. Normally, he would completely dominate his foes with just his aura and prestige. Alas, he seemed to be the underdog versus Li Qiye. Exerting his momentum and aura couldn't affect Li Qiye in the slightest. Will this existence be able to run again? A progenitor murmured after Li Qiye's power forced the dark existence out. This was actually not the first time. When Li Qiye planted his tree in the 9 worlds and 13 continents, he also forced out this dark existence. In the beginning, the latter put up a good fight but eventually suffered a major setback with heavy injuries and had to flee. Chapter 32:17, The two fought numerous times in the last 30,000 years. The dark existence was confident in his power during their first attempt, only to lose. Later on, he focused on surviving and running instead of lingering around. That first fight made it abundantly clear that he wasn't a match for Wuxia. Worst of all, he was alone in the expanse and couldn't find help. He has been wanting to bring his allies into this world, but the time wasn't right. I don't understand, you might be stronger but still shouldn't be able to find me so quickly. The dark eyes stared at Wuxia. Being weaker didn't make him lose his composure. His stealth art was peerless, allowing him to hide for so long from the three immortals. Strangely enough, after Wuxia found him the first time, the guy had such an easy time repeating the subsequent attempts. It was as if his peerless stealth was not worth mentioning before Wuxia. He had absolute confidence in this ability and didn't believe that Wuxia could do so with his own power. Alas, this was indeed the case. He could run however, and Wuxia could still effortlessly find him. He was a supreme existence. Not to mention regular people, even progenitors were insects compared to him. Now, the scenario was reversed. He found struggling useless and futile. This would eventually end with his death. This sapped him of any confidence since there was no getting away from his pursuer. The most heaven-defying method to shroud himself or the most secretive location simply didn't work. It's not hard for me to find you. But the truth is that in order to do it so fast, I have outside help. Wuxia chuckled and revealed. He then took out a box and tapped it. I have to thank Fire Ancestor for this. He left behind some clues. I knew that he had ulterior motives. The dark eyes narrowed and shot out the sharpest rays. Wuxia got this box from the cauldron during the rebirth ceremony in the expedition ship. He chased Fire Ancestor away and obtained it. Who knows? Maybe you can ask him when you see him down in the Yellow River. He might tell you then. Wuxia smiled. I should have destroyed him. The existence said with regrets. Just one wrong move and he lost everything, being chased like a dog right now. So it turned out that the item was a piece of hair and a fingernail. Fire Ancestor secretly took it away. This wasn't considered a special artifact or anything like that. However, it served Wuxia quite well. The items contained the existence's aura and karma. That's why someone as strong as Wuxia could use it to find the existence. Hiding became impossible. Don't be sad about it, I can still find you without it. It'll just take longer. Wuxia smiled. What do you want? The existence stopped dwelling in the past and stopped caring. It was just one little mistake in his long life. Nothing, just using you to warm up, a polishing stone of sorts. Wuxia said. The top masters heard this and exchanged glances, speechless. They felt dread whenever this dark existence was brought up, but Wuxia simply didn't treat him like a real enemy. But this was still understandable. The current Wuxia had reached an insane power. His comment wasn't outrageous or anything. The dark eyes narrowed. He found this extremely humiliating and frustrating since Wuxia was stronger than him. You don't have to run, you know. Go all out, risk it all. Wuxia said. The existence didn't respond. Even insects wanted to live, let alone him. He had done many things in order to live until now. He wouldn't be here right now if he could face death with equanimity. For his kind, staying alive was the most important thing. Time wasn't an issue at all. That's why he kept on running away without worrying about reputation and prestige when facing Wuxia. None of that mattered. Killing me won't change anything. The existence shook his head, it is inevitable. You and the 3,000 worlds won't escape. It is destined. Who says? I can kill all of you and change that. Wuxia chuckled. No one can deny your power, definitely stronger than me. However, you're sorely mistaken if you think you're unbeatable. What you will face in the future is beyond your imagination. You'll be nothing more than food. The dark existence stared straight at Wuxia in response. Stronger than the villainous heaven. I don't think so. Li Qiye retorted. How can we be? The dark existence said. Don't compare, just kill it if you're as strong as you think you are. Li Qiye nonchalantly said. That's what I will do, so I don't care how amazing all of you are. Nothing more than stepping stones for my final battle. Li Qiye said. The existence remained silent after hearing Li Qiye's intention. He wanted to kill the villainous heaven. What about them? If they could do so, they would have done it long ago. Thus, Li Qiye never put them in his eyes. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was simply viewing them as stepping stones. For example, this whole pursuit was just another training session, a warm-up. Li Qiye's final goal wasn't them. The dark existence's eyes narrowed. They have always viewed others as ants, but today, they have become someone else's prey. Chapter 32:18, I'm actually looking forward to it, I'm sure I won't be let down. Li Qiye smiled and said. The dark pair of eyes suddenly converged, turning into the most charismatic and tempting black hole. Progenitors wouldn't dare to look at this form since their soul would be sucked inside, unable to get out. Of course, this was completely useless against Li Qiye. You'll be entertained for sure. The dark existence spoke. It depends on the level you can reach, perhaps once you're high enough, you'll be able to meet that person. In this split moment, he started thinking about someone who hasn't been seen for a long time now. Even old beings like them have started forgetting. However, regardless of how many eras have passed, he knew that this person was still around. It's just that no one got the chance to see him and his current abilities. I have heard of this person before, so yes, I do look forward to the meeting. Li Qiye had a glimpse of amusement in his eyes. I'm afraid that you right now can't. The dark existence stopped recalling and shook his head. I'm aware. Li Qiye's emotions didn't fluctuate in the slightest as he nodded and smiled, but it's only a matter of time, very soon. The dark existence contemplated. He knew that Li Qiye was polishing his grand Tao and of course, he was the current target. Must we do this? I can show you the way, you'll need a guide if you wish to topple everything. He eventually said. The other top masters heard this and became frightened. This suggestion was truly tempting because Li Qiye and this dark existence would make a mighty duo, enough to instill despair upon anyone. No, I don't need a guide. If there's no path, I'll just create one. Li Qiye shook his head. True. Seems like I'll have to die in this world. The existence nodded. That's for sure if you can't beat me. Don't worry, you won't be lonely for long. Your friends will be coming. Li Qiye smiled. Let's go. The dark existence had nothing else to say and raised his hand, grasping reality within his palm. Buzz. 3 immortals and the expanse twisted into a strange shape, seemingly in the process of being refined. Time and space were turned into a Tao seal. This Tao seal could instantly seal anything, capable of destroying more than 100 progenitors in the blink of an eye. This didn't matter to Li Qiye, who retaliated with a punch. Not to mention this seal, even 3,000 worlds would turn to dust if they tried to block it. There was no divinity or fire to speak of. The punch suppressed all existences, forcing them to the ground. This included regular progenitors and the decemvirate. Boom! It easily crushed the Tao seal, once again proving Li Qiye's supremacy. Others who claimed to be invincible were simply lying when he was around. They wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. The existence feared by many progenitors lost the first exchange. Boom! His next move was to meld with space and time, becoming omnipresent. Merit laws and rules were no longer able to avoid him. The darkness rushed forward like the tides, starting with Li Qiye's hand. This dark existence clearly wanted to take over Li Qiye's body. No, he wants to take over, sir. One progenitor became startled and shouted. This progenitor saw with his own eyes how one of his brilliant peers immediately succumbed to the darkness after being touched by a single drop of blood from this dark existence. There was no coming back. Now, the dark existence threw everything he got at Wuxia. This conversion power could have converted the entire world earlier. Now it was focused on a single location. Scram! Wuxia roared and released his immortal light. A force erupted and repelled the darkness. The dark affinity splashed outward like black water. Wuxia didn't stop and clapped his palms together on the water. This power was enough to crush a progenitor like a mosquito, crushing their bones and flesh. Black liquid rained down, meaning that a large portion of the dark existence's body had been destroyed just now. The remaining water gathered into a black light. It jumped into the expanse in order to escape. The dark existence clearly lost again on top of being grievously injured. Fleeing was the only choice here. He would never give up as long as there was a sliver of hope at survival. The future had countless possibilities and he could always bounce back. Wuxia smiled in response and crossed through space. Boom! He unleashed another attack at the existence's hiding place, destroying the sealed area entirely. The existence continued fleeing, not daring to stop for a split second. I'm waiting to see your ultimate moves, don't hold back now. Wuxia pursued with a smile. The dark existence knew that Wuxia wanted to figure out their profundities by fighting him. With this, Wuxia could learn about their kind, allowing him to know how to truly destroy them by the source. That's why the dark existence couldn't use his best moves. He knew that once Wuxia saw and understood them, the guy would kill him since he would have lost his usefulness. He was extremely close to being immortal, but if Wuxia could see his source and origin, Wuxia definitely had the power to fully annihilate him. 1. Note, another neutral pronoun but usually used for male. Chapter 32:19, Wuxia and the Dark Existence played a game of cat and mouse, causing trouble all over the expanse. The former was in no hurry to finish the battle. Thus, during this pursuit, Wuxia kept on trying to figure out the Dark Existence's true source. The latter naturally understood this and kept on dodging instead of actually going all out. This was the only way for him to stay alive longer. The inhabitants of the expanse were afraid the entire time. Even those back in 3 Immortals felt the pressure from their battles. Both sides were just too strong. Each of them could suppress the firmaments with each move. That's why all living beings couldn't handle this and felt like ants. Just end this already. One progenitor started praying. They knew that Wuxia wanted to torture this existence, but this pressure was too much to take. They spent each day living in fear. Alas, they were too powerless to do anything about it. As time went on, earthquakes and explosions became common at the expanse. Everyone started growing used to it. The dark existence kept on losing in the skirmishes but persevered and escaped each time. Injuries and defeat didn't make him dwell in despair. He would always flee when given the chance without thinking about giving up. His Tao heart actually earned him respect from the spectators. In fact, this pursuit served as an educational lesson for the top masters in the expanse. They saw what a tough Tao heart looked like, something extremely beneficial for cultivation. Some of them would have given up after losing numerous times and exhausted all merit laws and techniques. Accepting death might be the easier choice when there was this big of a gap. The dark existence didn't do so. He remained unyielding while not caring for anything else just to survive. Boom! Today, he lost again. His darkness dispersed after another explosion and he was sent flying towards the horizon. Nonetheless, as long as there was some darkness left, he still chose to run. Strangely enough, Wuxia stopped and didn't follow him this time. Fine, I'm done playing. I'll give you a chance to recover. Wuxia smiled and shook his head before disappearing. This sudden abandonment naturally astounded everyone. Why isn't he pursuing? No one understood why. Li Qie clearly could kill this existence whenever regardless of the latter's heaven-defying methods and artifacts. It will be a disaster for the Expanse and 3 immortals, letting him roam free. One progenitor became worried. Maybe this is a plan. Sir has something up his sleeves. Another insightful peer raised his brows and said. In reality, even the dark existence was confused. He shared the same thought as many others, that Li Qie was up to no good. That's why he chose the best hiding spot and patiently observed. Intuition told him that Li Qie wouldn't let him go like this. There must be something amiss. Anxiety and fear naturally came next. This plan of Li Qie was definitely bad news for him. However, Li Qie really did stop worrying about the dark existence. He reached another side of the Expanse and meditated in a remote area. He waved his hand and sealed it right away. Time and space, the samsara, karma, yin and yang, the 6 Tao, all became crystallized. This crystal barrier served as both the strongest defensive measure on top of being awfully dangerous. Any intruder would die for sure. Not to mention the progenitors, even that dark existence wouldn't dare to come here. Sir, he's cultivating again. The spectators couldn't believe it. In their mind, he was already the strongest existence, the apex among apexes. That dark monster had no choice but to run like a dog with its tail tucked between its legs against him. Thus, Li Qie represented the highest peak of cultivation. There was no surpassing this, or at least, they couldn't imagine it. What would his next step be? No one really had a clue. Again. The dark existence confirmed that Li Qie wasn't after him any longer. He had a better understanding of cultivation levels compared to the others and knew what Li Qie was aiming for. They have previously talked about this topic before. He said that Li Qie still had a way to go before reaching that person. Li Qie answered that it was only a matter of time, very soon. He's really doing it. Now, he realized why Li Qie said so. It wasn't only a plan, Li Qie truly wanted to do it. Is extermination coming? Or a revolution? He murmured with dread. He began to calculate the possibilities once more. Unfortunately, there was no answer. Despite being incredibly mighty, this was still a level beyond his divination and derivation. The outcomes he came up with were merely hypothetical, potentially far different from reality. What if it's really that person? The dark existence thought about someone else that has been gone for a long time. Chapter 32:20. The man at the apex was training again to everyone else's dismay. This included the dark existence. He wanted to run as far away as possible. Alas, he couldn't leave this world. The expanse was unimaginably large. It was impossible for anyone to travel its whole length. A while ago, he himself thought that it was large enough with plenty of hiding places unreachable by even progenitors. Today, he found it tiny with no place to hide. This was because Li Qie was too strong on top of having visited virtually the entire expanse. That's why hiding became useless. Fortunately, Li Qie took a break to train so he could live a little longer. Meanwhile, everyone started speculating about Li Qie's state after coming out of this session. Perhaps an entirely new realm, redefining the apex. One progenitor said. Li Qie had done so once already. He stood at a height no one else had reached, not even the 3 immortals. I can't imagine it. One progenitor murmured. Some of them have tried their entire life to get stronger so that they could defeat the dark existence. Alas, Li Qie found this extremely easy and had beaten the guy numerous times. That's why it became difficult to imagine someone so strong growing even stronger. The 3 immortals paid great attention to this second session. Li Qie might be able to break through their known limit. They had been stuck in this realm for a long time. Reaching the next step was exceedingly difficult. In fact, just catching up to Li Qiye right now would take a lengthy period. Unfortunately, he didn't seem to be stopping. His improvement speed far exceeded their calculation and imagination. Everyone assumed that he would cultivate for tens of millions of years or even longer. On the contrary, it only took several thousand years. This shocked everyone because several thousand years was only the blink of an eye for masters like them. He's coming out. Though the crystallized sea had the same dazzling glow, many top masters could sense something different at this moment. No one could see Li Qiye, but they knew that he had stood up and was on the verge of leaving. Yes, you're right. He seemingly appeared in their mind without an invitation nor reason. This naturally frightened these masters despite their rich experiences in life. They have tasted pain and tribulation, so their Tao heart was quite tough. Of course, they weren't unbreakable or anything, just stronger on a relative scale. Thus, breaking into their mind remained a difficult task. A successful mental infiltration meant total domination. This wasn't possible for those on the same level. Alas, none of them felt a thing. They didn't even have the chance to resist before Li Qiye entered their mind. He became their god, their soul, their everything. And this made them drenched in a cold sweat. Just one thought from him would be able to turn them into a devil or a Buddha, or simply ashes. He had absolute control over their fate. Remember, he hasn't even shown up yet. His invincibility had reached the next level, able to destroy 1 billion without putting in any effort. This was the mythical state of being able to destroy an era with a single thought. The dark existence immediately felt it as well and sealed his 6 senses along with his mind. He was as nervous as can be. Just like that person. He recalled once more. He was a supreme being that could devour a world and hasn't felt fear after millions of years. He eventually lost this feeling as well until now. He knew that if Li Qiye were to take over his mind, he would be done for sure. This wasn't the same as his previous defeats. He suffered grievous injuries but could still escape. He didn't actually feel fear because he always thought that he had a good chance at survival. This might no longer be the case. If Li Qiye were to come out with a determination to kill him, he would truly be gone from existence. He had fought mighty foes before and lost. Alas, he managed to survive. For someone like him, as long as he had a single intent left, he would still stay powerful 1 million years later. Only a being of Li Qiye's level would be able to truly kill him. I have to kill him. The dark existence made up his mind. His immortality wasn't enough to save him from this foe. An immortal ascension, a true immortal. The 3 immortals took a deep breath after seeing the domineering mental takeover from Li Qiye. An old man among them shook his head. No, I understand him. He won't become a true immortal since that will stop him from being himself, Li Qiye. That's not his pursuit. I hope so. Another of the 3 said, still shaken. The consequences would be unimaginable if Li Qiye wanted to become a true immortal. That would truly be the end of the worlds. Dark overlords and terrible existences weren't worth mentioning. All 3,000 worlds, not just 3 immortals, would fall as a result. Chapter 32:21, Fear engulfed all masters who knew that Li Qiye was invincible. Rumble. Loud explosions echoed across the expanse and suffocated everyone. They instinctively assumed a defensive position regardless of their location. There was no chasing away this instinctive fear. Normally, once a cultivator reached a particular level, they would gradually stop being afraid. Very few things could frighten progenitors, especially at an instinctive level. This didn't mean that they no longer felt fear. This emotion was just better hidden deep in their heart. For example, a mouse would always be afraid of a cat. They looked up and saw a bright radiance above the sky vault. It has been accumulating for who knows how many years, resulting in an extreme power in the form of a lightning ocean. This was a heavenly tribulation, the strongest type of them all. It included dancing bolts of a yellow shade, fire rays pulsing like thunder, and constant explosions of energy. Not to mention progenitors, even a true immortal couldn't get out of that place alive. Now, everyone suddenly realized why their survival instinct was going off earlier. A tribulation was coming. The greatest supreme beings still felt an instinctive fear against these tribulations. Just one wrong move could result in death. The villainous heaven. The dark existence hiding deep in the expanse gazed at the sky, feeling the same dread as the others. However, he was also quite happy, hoping that it would go down as fast as possible. Yes, it won't just watch. He celebrated while watching the bright ocean descending. He knew that Wuxia had done the most taboo thing possible. Thus, the heaven decided to send down its strongest tribulation. Wuxia's death would mean that he would be perfectly fine, the biggest winner without doing anything. That entire ocean is coming down. One progenitor shuddered. Heavenly tribulations rarely descended down on 3 immortals and the expanse. Now, it wasn't just one but the entire thing. The progenitors realized that it was because Wuxia was too heaven-defying. This had enraged the high heaven, resulting in this monstrous tribulation. I hope he can withstand it. Some progenitors started praying. A few cultivators have been able to defeat the tribulations, but naturally, many brilliant existences have fallen too. The stronger one was, the more ferocious the tribulation. Thus, no one could really claim that they could defeat it. Wuxia was absolutely mighty. That's why people couldn't fathom the tribulation he was about to face. Boom! The sky vault collapsed. The tribulation ocean was not part of this world, but in the next second, the world barriers of 3 immortals broke down, unable to stop this monstrous influx. There was no warning at all, only pure destruction, a testament to the high heaven's rage. The blast affected the 9 worlds and 13 continents as well. Everyone became suppressed and dropped to the ground, from the worms in the ground to the supreme overlords. Immortal emperors and monarchs felt the same pressure. They were no different than ants. No one had the courage to even look up at the lightning ocean. The expanse was on the verge of breaking down from the first impact. This damned villainous heaven. The hiding dark overlord murmured in fear. Nothing else but the high heaven could possess this terrible force capable of bringing 3,000 worlds to their knees. Once the progenitors could open their eyes again, they immediately looked towards Wuxia's location. This resulted in their mouth becoming agape. The crystallized barrier personally erected by Wuxia was the toughest defense in existence. Nothing could take it down. The area became the most dangerous in all of the expanse. It had both defensive and offensive potential. The dark existence himself wouldn't have dared to venture there. Today, the tribulation left nothing but ashes and dust in that part. So strong, it's good that we got around instead of facing it directly. One of the 3 immortals said, intimidated. The villainous heaven has always been the most dreadful existence. The strongest overlord still couldn't take it head-on. Bastard! The dark existence cursed after seeing the destruction. Where's Wuxia? All the progenitors started looking for him. What if he had been wiped out just like the barrier? Look, over there! An observant progenitor shouted. They followed his head and saw Wuxia meditating in space with his eyes closed. The area around him has been annihilated completely. All took a deep breath because bright, long needles pinned him. They looked like crystal needles, but inside each was a lightning bolt. This was the strongest type of heavenly tribulation. Lightning currents oozed out of the needles straight into his body, intending on destroying his Tao foundation. I've never seen this tribulation before. The direct injection of lightning tribulation into the body left the 3 immortals horrified. They have experienced numerous tribulations before and managed to keep them out. Alas, this tribulation had penetrated Wuxia's body. The level of destruction of it being outside and inside should be utterly different. The crystal needles successfully penetrated his indestructible physique, allowing the tribulation to head straight for his grand Tao. Quite merciless this time. The dark existence shuddered. This tribulation was also new to him. Chapter 32:22, The crystal needles managed to pierce his flesh so that they could pour lightning liquid directly into his body. No one had ever seen nor imagined this type of tribulation before, not even the three immortals or the dark existence. The entire process was as fast and sharp as can be. The piercing wounds were uniform and identical since all of them struck at the same time. Keep in mind that Li Qi's body had reached an impervious state, virtually indestructible. Nothing could harm him once he fully activated his power. Nonetheless, the crystal needles immediately penetrated his physique. Nothing could stop these needles, at least no one currently in the expanse. The outcome would be even worse. The three immortals in the dark existence knew that these needles were actually the blades of the heaven, simply impossible to stop. Buzz. Just one drop of the liquefied lightning carried enough power to explode an entire region or instantly reduce a progenitor to dust. The sheer amount entering Li Qie right now was ample to destroy the 3,000 worlds. Boom! Everyone could hear loud detonations coming from inside him. Yes, the real offensive potential of this tribulation came from this direct injection, not from the massive ocean earlier. Everyone turned pale as a result after the detonations, the three immortals included. The rest of the world also heard the explosions. Their soul nearly left their body in fear. They believed that 3,000 worlds would have exploded if it wasn't for Li Qie's body containing the tribulation. Rays of blood gushed out of his body. The beautiful red crossed through the sky and left behind terrible scars. They pulverized and tore a massive portion of the expanse. The progenitors couldn't believe it. Just his blood splashing alone embodied insane destruction. This spoke volumes about the tribulation's power. They knew that they would have died from the shockwaves without Li Qie's containment. Crack! Crack! His bones shattered loudly enough for the progenitors to hear. All knew that his body encompassed the greatest mysteries and profundities of the Grand Tao on top of numerous dimensions. Alas, this great physique still suffered damages from the monstrous tribulation. Cracks appeared all over him like a porcelain that had just fallen on the ground. A piece of flesh fell off him, resulting in something terrible. Boom! The liquid in that portion exploded and created a black hole. Each inch of his flesh was engulfed by this tribulation now. When they fell down, the lightning waves in there would go out of control. Just this mini tribulation was far worse than anything others have seen before. More were about to fall off him. This meant that the consequences would be quite disastrous. The exploding tribulations might destroy everything about him. No, don't break, one progenitor murmured. The frightened masters knew that Li Qie's body was a crucial line of defense. Some of them wanted to run. Alas, to where? The expanse was large enough. They wouldn't be able to fly out of it in such a short time. Thus, the only option was to pray for Li Qie's perseverance or it would be all over. His body became an apocalyptic bomb. A detonation would spell absolute demise. Boom! A dark slash came out of nowhere, tearing apart time and space, and struck Li Qie's chest. No! The masters shouted, but it was already too late. The dark slash was simply too fast and powerful. It pierced through the length of the expanse in an unstoppable manner. This was an attack stemming from the dark existence's source, a sure-kill technique. That dark being. Everyone knew who ambushed Li Qie during his weak state. Crack! The cracked chest collapsed to the horror of the crowd. Everyone could sense a calamity coming for the expanse and three immortals from the released tribulations. You've lost. The dark existence shouted after the successful ambush. He has lost numerous times over the years and ran like a pathetic dog but still waited for the right moment, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. Chapter 32-23, he became the biggest winner of this match. Li Qiye still died because of him despite being more powerful. He stared at Li Qiye with neither excitement nor gloat. This victory didn't come easy. Plus, it wasn't his first either, he had grown used to the taste of victory. Li Qiye's broken body couldn't handle the ambush. He was bound to fall. The progenitors and other masters at the expanse couldn't say a word. It was as if there was an invisible hand grabbing their throat. They didn't have a plan to deal with this. Who knows if they were stunned because of Li Qiye's death or the world's destruction. Perhaps both. The strongest being was about to die, leaving them speechless. However, Li Qiye's eyes that had been closed the entire time suddenly opened. Boom! Boom! Everyone heard two loud thunderous explosions. His eyes were filled with lightning bolts of various forms, golden bolts and exterminating red arcs. This accumulation was enough to frighten anyone. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that just one gaze from him was enough to destroy virtually everything. Damn! The dark existence realized that something was amiss and instantly had a single thought in his mind: run. As far away as possible. Unfortunately, he couldn't move right now because the dark slash used earlier included his source and essences. This fatal slash and he were one. Buzz. The cracks on Li Qiye's body suddenly melted together, the same with the dark blade in front of his chest. This made it impossible for the dark existence to escape. Ah! Li Qiye's hand pierced through his indestructibility. Remember, he had lived for numerous years, even older than this world. His indestructible form had been polished and refined countless times. Alas, Li Qiye still penetrated this form without a problem. The dark existence thought that he was dead for sure, realizing that he had fallen into a trap. Li Qiye had dug a pit for him to jump in and he did exactly just that. The guy was clearly capable of withstanding this tribulation but purposely feigned weakness. Pop! Li Qiye closed his palm and extinguished the dark affinity from the existence, revealing his true form. A wondrous light illuminated the expanse and shocked the crowd. They couldn't believe their own eyes. They saw a magnificent unicorn with holy radiance, brimming with the light affinity. The academy back in 3 Immortals was also bright and illuminated the world. However, this unicorn's light was far superior. In other words, the unicorn's light was the sun above while the light back in the academy was only a spark. The two weren't on the same level. Even the 3 Immortals were astonished. They have calculated this numerous times but didn't expect this result. The unicorn was immaculate and marvelous. These words were created solely to describe it. Everything about it contained the Grand Tao. The runes encompassed peerless mysteries. It wore a 5-colored crest, not made from wood or gold. It seemed to be the crown of the Grand Tao. Wearing it would turn the user into the ruler of the Tao. The most conspicuous thing about it was its horn. Calling it perfect was an understatement, to say the least. It held the purest light in the world. One would think that this holy affinity originated from this horn. How can this be? The progenitors were still astounded. Darkness was destructive and evil. It and the light were eternal enemies. However, this supreme creature of the light belonged to the darkness right now. Beneath the shroud of darkness was actually the light. Why is the light wearing a cloak of darkness? One progenitor shuddered at this horrifying revelation. The defenders of the light among the audience felt their conviction crumbling. How can this be? One blurted out. There's no light or darkness in this world. They're merely classifications assigned by others, one progenitor said. So which affinity was in charge here? Was the light actually gathering darkness? Thinking about this made the progenitors shudder. They were powerful and experienced enough to draw further conclusions. It's my defeat. The dark existence stared at Li Qiye, looking quite nonchalant. It had completely lost with no chance of reversing the tides. Yes. The winner takes all. Li Qie smiled. I was careless. It had no regrets and accepted its mistake. This was the only way to obtain your source. Destroying something this good instead would have been a shame. Li Qie said. He then placed his palms together. Buzz. The perfect unicorn started melting as a result. He was refining this creature, wanting to take all of its power. Light particles and countless majestic visual phenomena appeared, many of which have never been seen by the progenitors. These phenomena were the marks of this existence's life. It had lived through countless eras, so these marks were wonderful. The spectators became immersed in this scene. Pop. Li Qie finally finished refining the unicorn and obtained its power. The dark existence only had one thing left behind, its horn still stuck on Li Qie's chest. He got a good grip and slowly pulled it out. Pop. The moment he pulled it out, its light reached all corners of the expanse and 3 immortals. 1. Note, the pronoun used for this being was gender-neutral or masculine, but definitely human. The characters referred to it as him, thus I used him. Now we know that it's a unicorn, it should have been the right word for the narrative. The problem is that the characters probably didn't know this, the narrative didn't expose this either. This creates an inconsistency between he and it, but he made sense previously. I couldn't use him in the conversation and it in the narrative. In short, I will probably leave this inconsistency here. Well, another thing to note is that this unicorn can also be it and he in the cultivation world. Maybe it's no big deal. This could have been a problem with the tree demon and the black bull as well. On another hand, when there's another edit, I might just ignore the raw and translate how it would make the most sense in English. In this case, letting the characters and the narrative use it since it's a dark entity anyway. Chapter 32-24, This horn might be the most gorgeous thing people have ever seen. They were fully captivated by its beauty. This horn was the dark existence's source and possessed unfathomable power, impressing all spectators as a result. Is this the source of the power of light? One progenitor praised while looking at the horn in Li Qie's hand. The masters at the expanse have seen plenty of treasures. Alas, none could compare to this horn today. A few of them sighed, still having a hard time accepting reality. In their mind, a unicorn was a peerless divine beast, a symbol of luck, peace, hope, and most importantly, the light. Who would have thought that this beast would become the embodiment of darkness, or perhaps even a source of darkness? It brought nothing but disaster to the inhabitants of 3 immortals. This cruel reality shook people to the core. This light beast still chose the darkness, then what else could they believe? What else could they place their faith in? Buzz. While these masters were occupied with thoughts, Li Qie's body started healing. The damages from the tribulation disappeared, akin to a broken statue being rebuilt. Not even a tiny wound could be seen. His hair looked the same as before. Clank. Immortal rays in the form of chains emanated from him and became supreme laws, too many to count. These chains surrounded him, resulting in an indestructible and immortal body. My turn, villainous heaven. Li Qie looked up in the sky after assuming this new state. His eyes pierced through the ages to look at the deepest part of the azure, perhaps the location of the high heaven. Boom! 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 The crystal needles still pinned on him became larger and long enough to connect to the azure. A flood of liquid lightning flowed through these needle tubes and entered his body again. This happened extremely quickly. The resulting explosions scared the hell out of the inhabitants. They felt as if thousands of stars and all other affinities have been destroyed. The same fear emerged, the breaking of Li Qie would end the worlds. Survive. You must. One progenitor prayed. For many years, these progenitors never prayed or placed their hope in someone else. They trusted in their strength. As long as they were strong enough, there was no point in praying. Unfortunately, praying was the only thing they could do right now for this world. Clank. Explosions detonated continuously inside. One could see flashing lights and his body swelling, even cracks appeared. However, because of the sealing Tao outside, his body had enough time to refine the tribulations within. A repetition of explosion, swelling, and contracting occurred. Li Qiye seemed to be doing just fine, so the progenitors let out a sigh of relief. Boom! 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 The tribulation above didn't stop sending more liquid lighting into his body. It became a battlefield inside. The heaven wouldn't relent until Li Qiye was blown to smithereens. Wait a minute, something's off. A brilliant progenitor suddenly noticed something during this process. The tribulation isn't coming down on its own accord. He took a deep breath and said with shock, it's being forcefully dragged down by a monstrous power. What? His peers couldn't believe it. Yes, I'm sure of it. The progenitor confirmed. The rest looked up towards the depth of the azure and focused on the tribulations pouring into Li Qiye. Upon closer inspection, they found that this progenitor was right. Both the crystal needles and liquid tribulations were attracted and led by something. The man behind this seemed obvious, Li Qiye. The high heaven wasn't sending these tribulations down. The guy was the one forcing it down in order to absorb all of its power before stopping. This made them stare at each other, bewildered and aghast. Just a single drop of lightning liquid inside those needles was enough to instantly destroy a progenitor. However, Li Qiye swallowed all of them without a problem. He clearly viewed them as nutrition. That's so fierce. One progenitor couldn't believe it. They wanted nothing more than to get away from the tribulation or for it to pass as soon as possible. On the other hand, Li Qiye was crazily devouring the tribulation. Moreover, his tribulation was 1,000, 1,000,000 times stronger than anything they have seen previously. This still didn't deter him in the slightest. How can anyone view these tribulations as food? Another amazing progenitor said with admiration. The majority of the group had a wry smile or a strange expression while looking at the sky. They wondered that if the high heaven had a humanoid form, what kind of expression would it have right now? I see why people called him fiercest now. Another master commented. They have done crazy things before, but these deeds were not worth mentioning compared to Li Qiye's current feat. Chapter 32-25. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the current tribulation was its ultimate form. However, Li Qiye still absorbed it while the progenitors watched on in horror. Boom! 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 Their astonishment was interrupted by more explosions from above. Endless lightning bolts of a golden shade poured down, seemingly cast from gold. More tribulations. One master blurted out in fear. However, they were shocked to see that the target wasn't Li Qiye but rather the needles pinned on him. Why would this golden tribulation aim for its own allies? The crystal needles shattered as a result. Bright fragments shot out in a beautiful manner. This was the first time they have ever seen the high heaven destroying its own tribulation. In fact, it seemed unprecedented and unheard of. They eventually realized that it couldn't do anything to Li Qiye and was left with no choice. This was the only way to prevent Li Qiye from absorbing the entire ocean of tribulations, fully robbing the high heaven of its power. Only Li Qiye can do something like this in history. One progenitor murmured. Not to mention regular experts, even the peerless progenitors have never thought about attempting to rob the high heaven, let alone actually carrying it out. Li Qiye was the only exception. This was so ridiculous that no one would believe this story without seeing in person. Of course, it didn't matter whether regular people believe it or not. At their height, all other beings were mere specks of dust. Boom! Li Qiye's 13 palaces showed up and hovered around his true fate. He didn't need any aura. The presence of his supreme true fate forced all the masters to kneel before him. Beneath was a surging ocean exuding a power mighty enough to horrify 3,000 worlds. Why? It was an ocean of tribulations stolen from the high heaven. Random bolts would shoot out at times, wanting to escape. Boom! Li Qiye's true fate gradually entered the ocean. This created a massive lightning tsunami, causing the progenitors to quiver. The bolts in the ocean naturally struck his true fate, eager to crush it to pieces. Insanity, the spectators gasped at this sight. It was common knowledge that a true fate was at its weakest after leaving the body and especially the palaces. Yet, he still chose to move it to an expanse of ultimate tribulations. Nothing else could be crazier than this. Buzz. The 4 symbols of the palace lit up and 4 items flew out: Ancient Void Rune, Heavenly Tao's Primal Chapter, Life Origination, and Epic Leaf. They attached themselves to his true fate for a full assembly. Then this new entity sank completely into the lighting ocean. Rumble. The world seemed to be spinning from the wrath of this ocean. More tsunami mercilessly smashed the sky, once again suppressing all inhabitants. However, the 13 palaces sealed the ocean and its power, not allowing anything to leak out from the area. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Nonetheless, the spectators were still scared out of their mind and completely drenched in cold sweats. They were afraid that this ocean would be able to break out. These waves alone would drown and destroy the expanse and 3 immortals. Luckily, the 13 palaces did an amazing job. The raging ocean failed to get past its line of defense. As time passed, its power weakened. It started sinking with less water and lightning. This process was quite fast. The ocean was now the size of a lake. He's using the ocean to refine his true fate. It's still absorbing the tribulation right now. Everyone had a strange expression on their face, speechless. What could they really say? If their true fate was struck by 1 bolt, that would be the end of them. On the other hand, he was treating the tribulations like nutritious delicacies. Words were no longer sufficient to describe him. The lake eventually turned into a pond. Buzz. Finally, his true fate absorbed the entire ocean. Not even a single drop was wasted. His true fate hovered there, looking immaculate and unique. No one else had something like this. It pulsed with an immortal light as if it was the origin of the myriad Tao. With it, Li Qiye became the ruler and the creator of an epoch. All the laws and orders would start from him and be under his control. Absorbing the tribulation was obviously a great development. However, the most important thing was that he had managed to refine the 4 peerless symbols into his true fate. In fact, it reached an unprecedented level. Hypothetically, if a true immortal were to exist, their true fate might not be comparable to Li Qiye's right now. Ancient Primal Origination Epic Myriad Tribulation True Fate. Li Qiye gave his true fate a new title, one representing ultimate strength. This true fate alone is invincible, it's all one needs. Nothing else matters. One can have a mortal physique and still be the same as having an immortal physique. One of the 3 immortals emotionally commented. 1. Yes, the name in English is silly. This might be the silliest one so far. It's not bad at all in Chinese since it takes 1 character each from the 4 symbols then adds myriad tribulations to it, just 8 syllables versus 17 syllables in English. The more I look at it, the more ridiculous it seems. Ah, heck, I'll name it Tetra-Tribulation True Fate. I'm keeping the original name in the passage for now and changing it later just so that this note would make sense. Chapter 32-26, Tetra-Tribulation True Fate was entirely unique in history and should hypothetically be comparable to a true immortal's true fate. If one were to use the perspective of regular cultivators, Li Qiye should be considered a true immortal by this point. The 3 immortals themselves couldn't help admiring his true fate. Just this alone was enough to be invincible, no need for the grand Tao and a powerful physique. As for the top masters in the expanse, they stared at the true fate in awe, having never seen such a thing before. It was simply beyond their imagination, breaking their existing knowledge regarding true fates. Such a true fate shouldn't be allowed to exist. Not an immortal yet above one. Everyone said with admiration. Just seeing this true fate in person is more than one can ask for in life. One progenitor added. Everyone else was quite satisfied to witness this apex. Time might have limits but not the grand Tao. A member of the Decemvirate felt lost. Through the years, very few people have reached their level. During their own generation, they thought they had reached the limit of the Tao. Just another step would take them to the apex. Alas, they felt insignificant before Li Qiye's achievements. They were nothing more than frogs under a well in the past. They realized that they weren't close to reaching the limit of the Tao at all, far from it. This was akin to the massive expanse stopping them from reaching the other shore. The Tao is limitless indeed. The three immortals agreed. They certainly stood at the top in their world. In fact, they weren't that intimidated by the dark existences because they were at a similar level. Li Qiye, on the other hand, shattered all conventional wisdom. They realized that they still had a way to go. Immortals, if they exist, still can't be more powerful than him. One of the three said. Because of their height, they were able to get a good gauge on Li Qiye's current abilities. The only thing Li Qiye was lacking was everlasting life. Yo, villainous heaven, don't be so stingy now, it's just a little tribulation. Li Qiye looked up at the sky and smirked. Thunderous detonations and flashes up in the azure answered him. Wrath seemed to be building up there, the high heaven seemingly wanted to send out another blow to destroy Li Qiye. Alas, nothing came down. The ocean of lighting slowly dispersed and light returned again as if nothing had happened. Men couldn't come close to speculating about the heaven's whims. The new tribulation seemed eager to strike earlier but it simply dispersed. Li Qiye wasn't surprised at all to see this, evident by the smile on his face. Meanwhile, the rest realized that the high heaven had abandoned the idea of destroying Li Qiye. No more tribulations would come. Perhaps it thought that tribulations were no longer effective. Li Qiye's grand Tao has been perfected to the point where he wouldn't die to one. Anyone else? Li Qiye turned his focus at the expanse and his eyes swept through the area. He saw everything clearly, from the swimming fish to the shells at the bottom, the islands, the inhabitants. All were within his grasp. The top masters regained their wits during this observation process. Uncrossable expanse is normal again now. One of them said. Yes. The others agreed, feeling quite happy as a result. It has returned to its previous state before the invasion of darkness. Their anxiety and fear have all but disappeared. The place became a paradise for adventures again. There were still fierce monsters and evil creatures around along with dangerous areas such as void zones and storms. These things were enough to kill progenitors. However, they were part of the world. Adventures and conflicts of this type were perfectly fine. Some of them would be more than happy to participate despite the risks. In fact, a few believed that to go down during an adventure was a type of happiness. Their life would be as brilliant as the fireworks during the night. On the other hand, succumbing to the darkness? This corruption wasn't what they wanted. As Li Qiye continued to search, the progenitors understood that the darkness was no longer around at the expanse. Let's build a supreme kingdom. One progenitor's ambition was at an all-time high. He could set sail on a new adventure. Being a progenitor meant searching and fighting forever. A safe expanse became the perfect place. We can relax and do what we want now. Other people started leaving. The darkness made them tread with caution. Some decided to hide instead of traveling freely in the expanse, especially those who had their own minor dimension or lineage. They focused on protecting their home and even formed alliances in order to keep watch, afraid of being tempted by the darkness. Now, they no longer needed to stay around as protectors. They could do whatever they wanted now. He saved both three immortals and the expanse. The majority kneeled towards Li Qie in order to show their gratitude and respect. These dark years would have gone on for who knows how long. More progenitors would have fallen. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the sun has returned to the expanse once more. Buzz. Suddenly, a bridge materialized from the horizon and connected to this location. It had 3 separate lights and holy runes. It naturally attracted everyone's attention due to its immortal aura. Chapter 32:27. The end of the bridge stopped in front of Li Qie, clearly welcoming him to board. "It's the 3 immortals," one progenitor said. The existence of the 3 immortals wasn't a secret for the top masters at the Expanse, contrary to the view back in 3 immortals. After entering the Expanse, these progenitors found out about the 3 immortals. They were the earliest pioneers, the greatest sages, and the strongest cultivators. For millions of years, these 3 were viewed as the apex of cultivation. The progenitors knew that peace was possible due to these 3 guardians. They have been guarding this world all this time. During the earliest era, some came to the Expanse and were lucky enough to receive their guidance. This allowed them to become top progenitors. They also took charge during the Dark War. Their leadership kept the Expanse free from total corruption. Later on, they stopped showing up for some unknown reasons. Bao Pu, Zither Empress, Fire Ancestor, and Gao Yang, these brilliant progenitors took over. They were certainly amazing, but without characters like the 3 immortals to stop the darkness, many progenitors started falling. The trio was still gone after several cruel battles. This made people question whether they were still around. Some thought that the dark existence had killed them. This speculation was reasonable because during the later battles, Zither Empress group barely held on, losing fights after fights. Thus, this bridge came as a surprise for many among the crowd. The 3 immortals are still alive, maybe they're at the other shore. One master murmured. This is great news for 3 immortals. One progenitor commented. The ones here knew that the first line of defense for 3 immortals was actually the Expanse, not the Sky Moat. Some of them stuck around, serving as defenders. Though Li Qie had swept away the darkness today, who knows if another danger would come to this unknown land. They would be the first to face the next wave of disaster, shouldering the responsibility of protecting 3 immortals. That's why they felt so relieved to know that the trio was still alive. 3 immortals always had hope regardless of the calamity with the trio around. The name of their world originated from the protection of the trio. Without them, this world might be completely different right now. Li Qie smiled and stepped on the bridge to head towards the other side. As he moved along, the section behind him gradually disappeared. "Sir is going to see the 3 immortals," one progenitor said. This invitation came as no surprise. Plus, Li Qie was strong enough to go see the 3 immortals regardless of being invited or otherwise. He was certainly qualified to meet them. Remember, weaker cultivators relative to him have met the 3 before. For example, Zither Empress and her peers. So there will be 4 immortals now. Our world will be 4 immortals from now on if they stay together. One master started fantasizing with a smile. The majority thought that nothing would be better if Li Qie were to stay at the Expanse. They would no longer need to worry about any threat. I hope so, our world will be at the top, completely peerless versus the others. An optimistic progenitor answered. No, sir won't be around. One who had talked to Li Qie before knew his goal. He's only a passerby, nothing in our world can make him stay. He has done enough for us anyway. Another sighed and added. The group familiar with Li Qie didn't say anything. They naturally wanted him to stay, but no one could persuade him anyway. The bridge crossed through space and took Li Qie along. He eventually made it to the other end of the expanse in no time at all. A person stood at the end of the bridge, waiting for Li Qie. He wore a cotton robe along with a winter hat, nearly hiding his entire face. Li Qie was no stranger to this man. They have met several times back in Three Immortals. This time was a little different. The old man had a pulsing green glow brimming with life force. The area around him felt like spring, the perfect time to sow some seeds. His life force seemed enough to create 3,000 worlds. In the case of everything dying and drying out in Three Immortals, his life force was enough to save them all. "Excuse me for the late reception, Dao brother." The old man bowed respectfully. "You're deliberately late." Li Qie smiled. "I'm sure you're happy about the outcome. Our interference would have ruined your plan, we would be inners then." The old man said. "You're good at running from your responsibility and letting someone else clean up the mess. Did this happen a lot during your expedition too? Tricking the villainous heaven up and down?" Li Qie joked. "That past is not worth mentioning, we were just struggling and didn't accomplish much, unlike you who keeps on fighting back, Dao brother." The old man shook his head. "It's just small-scale stuff so far, not really fighting directly. There'll be a chance for that later." Li Qie smiled. The old man nodded. He believed that Li Qie would be able to put up a monstrous fight, a battle for the ages. "I am Emperor Nong." The old man bowed again for an introduction. Li Qie smiled. This was within his expectation. "I've heard good things about your 9-pistol golden grain, that it's the best in history." Li Qie chuckled. The bull had bragged about eating this grain before but not a single soul believed it. Why? Because according to the legends, these grains belonged to Emperor Nong, one of the Three Immortals. Those back in that world thought that these beings were myths or even fabrications. Just child's play, nothing impressive, can't enter your sight. The emperor shook his head. "Of course, it's not what I want." Li Qie let out a wide grin. "I want way more, obviously." The emperor let out an awkward smile, aware that Li Qie was about to bleed them dry. "You're already a true immortal now. Our crappy possessions can't enter your sight," he said. 1. Gnome mean farming/agriculture. Chapter 32-28, A boundless void lay ahead. Nothing else existed as far as the eye can see. It felt as if everything had been sucked out of this place, even space itself. In front of the void was a beautiful and magnificent radiance. No one would be able to avert their gaze from this greatest work of art. It looked like a gathering of the galaxies. All the stars from 3,000 worlds were here and slowly floated in a profound yet mysterious order. It seemed as if it contained everything possible, even the most basic requirements for creation. It gestated the sources of all along with a power beyond imagination. Each starry ray possessed the power of all things, the Tao, and the spirit and heart. One could see everything in the 3,000 worlds while standing before this celestial accumulation. They could then act as the rulers of this domain. However, Li Qie didn't care about this profound entity. His focus was set on the void ahead. There was nothing there, no time and space, no grand Tao and mysteries. It simply had nothing that made up reality. An impregnable wall. Li Qie commented. "It's a sight to behold. We've seen it once during the very edge of that event, this is the second time. It's really impossible to cross, we've tried it." Emperor Nong, who stood next to him, nodded in agreement. From one perspective, people would mistake it for being easy to cross. There were no affinities holding them back. However, this wasn't the case. The absence of affinities rendered all movements impossible. Techniques in Tao were useless. One would just be stuck there. There were no rules of distance and time, only eternal stagnation. This void was a dimensional bulwark. In other words, this was it, the end. No one would be able to move forward. Therefore, calling it the end point of the expanse wasn't unreasonable. Even the three immortals had no means to travel through it. Yes, there was one like this. Li Qie became slightly emotional. He eventually shifted his gaze towards the stars instead. Earlier, there was an old man meditating there. Now, he had gotten up and walked over to the duo. He wore a coat made of straws and was engulfed in flames. These flames were refreshing and pleasant instead of being overbearingly hot. They felt like the spring water amidst a hot summer day, enough to quench any thirst. Nonetheless, they still had plenty of destructive potentials. Just one spark could reduce a system to ashes or kill a powerful progenitor. The old man bowed deeply at Li Qie and said, "Brotherly, you're a sight for sore eyes. We have been waiting." "He is Brother Sui." Emperor Nong introduced with a smile. The introduction was unnecessary since Li Qie had seen the three immortals' Tao images after arriving in this world. That was so long ago. Now, they have finally met in person. Either way, it didn't really matter to Li Qie. A peerless fire Tao, definitely deserving the immortal classification. Simply incredible. Li Qie praised. This wasn't conversational pleasantry. The Emperor's fire Tao was definitely the best in three immortals. "I don't deserve your praise, for my legacy has been tainted by a child with a weak Tao heart. My reputation is gone." Emperor Sui shook his head, feeling embarrassed. A master starts one's journey, but the rest is up to them. There are plenty of unfilial descendants in history, this is common enough to not worry about it. Li Qie chuckled. The topic of this conversation was Fire Ancestor, a direct disciple of Emperor Sui. Just imagine, a cultivator lucky enough to receive personal guidance and arts from Emperor Sui. His future was as bright as can be. Sure enough, he eventually became a member of the Decemvirate. Moreover, he gained great influence and authority due to the prestige of his master. Who wouldn't want to follow a disciple from one of the three immortals to battle? Therefore, those who knew about this little secret were willing to follow him on his expedition to the expanse. Unfortunately, he failed to accomplish his goal and faltered to the darkness. "You're right." The Emperor smiled and said, "I suppose everyone has one regret or two in life." He sighed after saying this. He still had emotions despite his current cultivation level. In the end, he had to personally pursue Fire Ancestor and cleaned up this mess. This wasn't easy for him in the slightest. He adored his student due to the latter's gifts. Fire Ancestor possessed insane talents. Thus, Emperor Sui taught him everything. This choice turned out to be his biggest regret in life. Oh. A friend from afar visiting, what a joyous occasion. Let's not talk about unpleasant things, and we should be celebrating. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by jovial laughter. Another person from above landed in front of Li Qie. He was taller than Emperor Nong and Emperor Sui. He had a special rhythm and temperament to him, as if he was made from the Grand Tao. One wouldn't be able to sense his flesh and blood as if he wasn't in the same dimension. "You're back, Brother Shi." The other two smiled to see him. "We have been expecting you, Brother Li." The old man also bowed towards Li Qie and said, "A few million years ago, we were discussing how long it would take for you to come here. It's not easy to find." Li Qie chuckled. The three immortals in the legend have finally gathered. Li Qie knew that they were real, unlike those back in Three Immortals. To a certain extent, he came to this world in order to see them. Thus, with this meeting, his trip could be considered a complete success. "You've done a superb job, far better than us." Emperor Shi smiled and reflected, "We've been trying to find that guy ever since he got here. We did spot him several times, but he was always one step ahead of us. Seems like we're really old now, our vision is gone, can't even find someone." He was referring to the unicorn that managed to elude them for so long. Alas, Li Qie managed to not only find but also kill him. Chapter 32-29, I can't take all the credits since I had the help of an item. He hid very well, it wouldn't have been easy. Li Qie shook his head and smiled before taking out a box to hand it to Emperor Sui. The box was left behind by Fire Ancestor. It contained the unicorn's hair and fingernail. This made it easy for Li Qie to calculate its position. This child, always so intelligent. He had his own plan going on. Emperor Gnome let out a deep sigh. It didn't matter what Fire Ancestor did. None could change the fact that many progenitors have been killed by him. Forget about the past. Emperor Sui summoned a flame in his palm. Poof! The flame instantly turned the box into ashes that scatter to the wind. War is always cruel, at least 3 immortals is lucky enough to survive. Emperor Shi stared at the scattering ashes and said. We can't escape responsibility for this. Emperor Gnome became serious. Right, our damned mistake started all of this. Emperor Shi didn't deny. Well, struggling is a part of life. Otherwise, might as well just be a rock. Emperor Sui smiled and said. Right, overcoming struggles gives meaning to life. It makes us more than walking corpses. Li Qie added. Yes, you're one of us, one of us. The 3 immortals clapped their hands and laughed. Alas, we're inferior compared to you. Emperor Shi said, the struggle back then got the best of us, which is why we ran back to 3 immortals. We stopped struggling. It's not easy returning alive from that place. Li Qie said with a profound gaze, very few have managed to do so. We didn't do much in the ultimate battles compared to you and the wise sages. We just messed around and eventually knew when to give up and leave. Our accomplishments are exaggerated by the unaware, that's all. We don't deserve any praise. Emperor Sui put on a forced smile. The 3 immortals were survivors of an expedition. Theirs was much earlier compared to Li Qie's group. As if the villainous heaven would allow for people to mess around in its domain. Li Qie chuckled. No one incapable could have survived in that place. Well, in the end, we realized our limits and left with dejection. The truth is that we tasted a lot of bitterness there. Emperor Shi added. The inhabitants of this world probably viewed the 3 immortals as unbeatable figures. How could they ever be defeated? On the other hand, the 3 immortal themselves had no problem accepting their defeat. This was already a peerless deed. No, what you 3 have done is magnificent, immortalized in history. Li Qie still praised. Let's not dwell on the past. We gave up after that attempt while you're still as spirited as before, still having the confidence to try again. Our Tao heart is not as strong. Emperor Gnome replied. Yes. We gave up on this idea after returning and decided to stay in our nest until now. Emperor Shi said, we're old now, the same with our fire. It's because I'm only 18 that I have the energy and hot-bloodedness to keep on struggling. That's the only way to get rid of my youthful restlessness. Li Qie joked. The 3 immortals chuckled in response. He was indeed young compared to them. Alas, his grand Tao had surpassed them at this point, which was why they addressed him as brother. Buzz. A very, very tiny strand of darkness suddenly emerged inside the group of stars. The naked eyes couldn't tell where it came from. It shouldn't be underestimated despite its size. This power immediately contaminated the stars. This place used to have a gorgeous glow. Each ray was pure and immaculate. Now, more than half of the stars have been tainted. More dark rays oozed out and continued spreading. Darkness took over the area in no time at all. It's here again. Emperor Sui's eyes glinted coldly. Even a progenitor would shudder at this sight. He raised his palm and unleashed a flame large enough to cover the stars. The darkness was burnt to a crisp before a complete manifestation. It didn't look or feel that impressive, yet it was one of the strongest types of fire. Just one spark would be enough to instantly kill a progenitor. After the darkness was gone, he gathered the flame back into his palm before lowering it. The stars regained their beauty and luster afterward. Li Qie noticed that at the deepest region of the stars was a tiny crack the size of a feather. This spatial crack was insignificant, but it seemed to be an eternal scar. There was no curing or destroying it regardless of the methods. Looks man-made. Li Qie concluded. The three had an awkward expression after hearing this. One of them admitted, "Yes, we did it. Curiosity kills the cat." Li Qie chuckled. "More than that, we almost brought the entire world down with us. Thus, we have to stay here forever to deal with it. This is karma." Emperor Gnome said. "You definitely need this." Li Qie smiled and took out an item. He held it near his chest as if he was holding 3,000 worlds. 3 Immortals Tree. The item stole the trio's attention. "It's finally back, after so many years." Emperor Shi became emotional. "Indeed." Emperor Gnome reached forward to gently rub it. "I feel like it's hard to put a price on something so priceless." Li Qie smirked. The trio exchanged glances, contemplating. "Do we have a choice?" Emperor Gnome spoke first since he was the one who made a deal with Li Qie. "No, but you can choose not to get it." Li Qie shook his head. "So we don't have a choice. Just state your conditions, we only need the tree." Emperor Shi smiled. "Well, I need to think about it very carefully." Li Qie rubbed his chin, looking as if he was about to make an outrageous demand. Alas, the trio couldn't do anything about it. They needed to obediently accept all of his demands since they were fish on the chopping board. They wouldn't have waited until now if they didn't need the tree. To switch it up, they themselves didn't need it, but 3 immortals did. That's why they didn't have a choice. 1. Note, they refer to him as older Dao brother, but this is just too long. Chapter 3230, The helpless expression from the trio amused Li Qie. "Don't worry, I have a great sense of propriety and won't ask for anything out of line." Li Qie smiled. Of course, the trio's eyes said it all, that they thought he was anything but. "Here, back to its masters, wait, no, back to its home." Li Qie handed the tree to them without asking for the payments just yet. Finally, Emperor Gnome accepted the tree and became emotional, the same as the other two. No more disasters after this. Emperor Sui stared at the stars and heaved a sigh of relief. Creating a rift there mustn't have been easy. Li Qie glanced over at the crack. The three became awkward again with a forced smile on their face. "We really brought this upon ourselves and it has been tormenting us ever since." Emperor Shi sighed in response. "So first, you three found this place." Li Qie had a pretty good guess at this point. "Yes, that's a story from long ago. When we returned from that place, we went into a long cultivation session. Once we came out, we entered the expanse for a full exploration. Those as powerful as the trio wouldn't linger around in 3 immortals. They naturally desired to reach a bigger and more colorful world. There was no secret left in 3 immortals for them since they were the ones who created the order and cultivation system here. Their reign has lasted for many generations, so they knew all there was to know. Only the expanse had some mysteries left and they couldn't resist the temptation. The expanse is massive. We went there several times and still didn't see the whole thing. Thus, it became our goal." Emperor Sui stopped here. "We found this place and the tree. We immediately knew that it had special meanings to this world, hence its name. We stayed here for a while to figure it out." Emperor Gnome continued. He glanced over at the stars, seemingly recalling the past. You soon found that there was more to it than that. Li Qie smiled. He had kept the tree long enough to figure it out. Yes, curiosity also kills people. The three exchanged glances. I assumed there was only one path. Who would have thought that there was a rift here? Li Qie said. We didn't know in the beginning. Emperor Shi shook his head. We figured out that the tree is a dimensional type. Breaking this barrier might take us to a world unknown to us. We naturally became curious. This was irresistible. Emperor Nong smiled wryly. They have lived in this world for too long, so this revelation regarding a new world became their main focus. You started working towards this goal with wanton regards. After all, you three considered yourselves unbeatable. Li Qie could understand why they did it. Anyone in their shoes would have done the same thing. The three smiled, agreeing with Li Qie. They lost patience once they found out about another world. In fact, they have calculated the potential dangers and possibilities before attempting this. The problem was their overconfidence due to their strength. They believed that they could deal with any complications. After all, they were survivors from that place. Though they pulled a fast one to flee, this was still a historically great feat, and furthermore, what place could be more dangerous in comparison? We spent countless efforts to uproot the tree, Emperor Sui said softly. The tree was connected to three immortals, its roots coiled deep in this dimension. Uprooting it was easier said than done. Of course, the trio was powerful enough to do so. We then opened a rift, wanting to see what lies beyond. He had a serious expression at this point. That's when it all begins. Emperor Shi joined in. We underestimated that world and didn't prepare sufficiently. The darkness came. Li Qie knew where the rift was connected to. Right. Emperor Shi nodded. As we were about to explore that world, we suddenly got ambushed by darkness. We realized that this was far from good. The sudden ambush still managed to catch these three masters off guard. We knew that the first thing we must do was close the rift. Unfortunately, the enemies were too strong, so we didn't have enough time. He sighed and said. How many of them got through? Li Qie asked. Should be 3, as far as we know. Emperor Nong mused for a bit before answering. The leader was the strongest and kept us preoccupied. Then 2 more ambushed us a while later. We tried to stop them, but they didn't care about fighting. It took all of our efforts to stop the leader. He paused for a bit before continuing. We were fighting while trying to close the rift. The shockwaves blew the tree away into another dimension. It took us a long time to kill this leader, so the other 2 escaped to uncrossable expanse. More darkness was still coming from the other world, but we couldn't close it without the tree. Thus, we had to use our power to forcefully reduce it to a tiny rift. The situation back then must have been perilous. Anyone else would have panicked and lost control of the situation. By the time we stabilized the situation, one of the 2 has accomplished his goals in the expanse. He recruited a powerful alliance. Many fell to the darkness. Emperor Shi elaborated. We were still injured, unfortunately. Emperor Sui joined in. Moreover, the fallen ones were all over the expanse. We started launching an offense against this overlord. Emperor Shi continued, but remember that this place was still open. Thus, we couldn't go all out. During this period, dark existences had occasionally tried to sneak in through the rift. One of us had to stay here to avoid letting more of them in. The other 2 focused on offense and defense against the overlord. Emperor Shi said. Fortunately, this overlord hasn't recovered back to his peak state and chose to avoid a direct confrontation against us. He sent the fallen combatants to their death instead. He had a sad expression after finishing. Chapter 32-31, One could only imagine the trio's dilemma back then. Killing the most powerful Dark Lord left them laden with injuries. Moreover, fixing the rift wasted their energy and vitality. The second Dark Lord knew that the three immortals had the home court advantage in the expanse, so he avoided any direct confrontations. He made the fallen ones buy time. This made it difficult for the three to kill him right away. The temptation of darkness was too much, so many experts switched sides. If that had continued, the pillars of three immortals would be gone even after we kill him. Emperor Gnome said. If they needed to kill all the fallen ones to get to the Dark Lord, the expanse would run out of masters. That's why we needed to enter three immortals again. He continued, we stayed on the pursuit while using our Dao heart to find suitable candidates. So you found Zither Empress, Fire Ancestor, and the others, letting them form a powerful alliance to face the darkness. Very helpful on top of stopping individual experts from falling. Li Qie understood the plan. Right. Emperor, she nodded. Their disciples didn't let them down either. These brilliant geniuses eventually became the most powerful progenitors. They recruited powerful alliances and entered the expanse. After several bloody battles, we finally managed to stop and imprison the second lord. We thought that we would have been able to refine it completely. Emperor, she paused for a bit. Emperor Sui sighed after getting to this point. A traitor, Fire Ancestor. Li Qie said. Yes, he fell to the third lord. Emperor Sui continued with melancholy. The third one hid the entire time while continuing to recruit people. Fire Ancestor betrayed them when they thought victory was certain. This was surprising because he was Emperor Sui's prized disciple and had numerous meritorious achievements against the darkness. That's why he earned the trust of the third one. Li Qie nodded. Fire Ancestor managed to get a strand of hair and a fingernail from the third existence, clearly a showing of trust. So the ambush allowed the imprisoned one to escape and we couldn't find them afterward. Emperor Sui said with disappointment. It didn't feel good to be betrayed by the disciple he trusted the most. The unicorn needs help in order to win. There's no chance for him going alone against you three after the death of the second one. Li Qie also understood the unicorn's plan. The second one lost patience and was captured by you. Emperor, she said. The grievously injured Dark Lord no longer showed up later as well, the same with the third one. The latter continued to work in the shadows in order to build up an army. The second lord took advantage of the heavenly tribulation and suddenly escaped out of the expanse. He needed to replenish his vitality and three immortals was the perfect target. Unfortunately, he ended up being captured and refined by Li Qie. Later on, we stayed here in order to watch the rift, look for the third one, and heal our injuries. We also sent our Dao avatars to look for the tree. That's the only way to fix the gap. Emperor Gnome spoke while looking at the tree in his hand. In the end, Li Qie was one step ahead of them and found the tree. Emperor Gnome had no choice but to make a deal. As for the unicorn, he knew that the three immortals have been keeping an eye on the expanse still. Thus, he chose to order the other progenitors and experts to cause chaos, hoping to attract their attention. The invasion on three immortals had the same goal. He wanted the three immortals to come back so that he could move on to the next step of his plan. Alas, they didn't bite. Moreover, Li Qie came out of nowhere and ruined it completely. All along, those from that world outside still want to come here. We don't know how much longer we can last without this tree. Emperor Sui stared at the tiny rift and said. It's over now. Brother Li had dealt with all of this on his own. This is a peerless contribution to the worlds. Emperor Gnome smiled. This was no exaggeration. Li Qie killed 2 Dark Lords and swept away the darkness on top of finding the tree. His contribution was above theirs right now, so they had nothing but respect for him. Li Qie didn't say anything and focused his gaze on the rift. We should start and mend the rift with the tree. No more problems later on. Emperor Shi suggested. Previously, they were very curious about the unknown world, but this was no longer the case. The existence of this rift meant a potential disaster for 3 immortals. For them, nothing was more important than the survival of 3 immortals. Thus, they threw away their curiosity and desires before mending this rift. Everything would be the same again. Not going to take a look? Li Qiye asked with a smile. No. All 3 answered at the same time. I will though. He smirked. The 3 became serious because this wasn't a joke. This pertained to the survival of all. You mean? Emperor, she asked. 3 immortals have been exposed, they know about this fatty piece of meat now. It'll do a good job at curing their hunger. You don't think they salivate while thinking about it? Li Qiye said. The 3 knew that their world was a prime target now after the formation of this rift. These other beings wanted nothing more than to devour it. We're sinners. Emperor Sui sighed. Fixing this rift is a temporary solution, not permanent. I'm positive that it is inevitable. No one will be able to escape in the future. Li Qiye's eyes became profound. Elaborate, brother. Emperor, she earnestly asked. Take them all down. Go all out with this opportunity. There won't be another one. Li Qiye said. The 3 exchanged glances. They were the strongest cultivators of this world, but after fighting the dark existences, they knew that this unknown world was unimaginably frightening. We're not being unduly humble when saying that we won't be able to do anything there. It's not about staying alive for us, since death isn't enough to atone for our mistake. However, this rift must be fixed for the sake of 3 immortals. Emperor, she said seriously. I'm not telling you 3 to go. It's my personal wish, so I'll go alone. It'll be selfish to bury 3 immortals by forcing you 3 to go there. Li Qiye smiled. Chapter 32-32, Li Qiye's suggestion could have earth-shattering consequences. The trio became austere. I don't think winning will be easy. Emperor, she mused. He put it as nicely as possible instead of saying that Li Qiye wouldn't be able to put up a fight. Though they haven't seen this world, they had a pretty good idea after the first 3 invaders. They would definitely not be able to return after a trip there. Of course, they knew that he was quite strong, stronger than any of them. Alas, the consequences would still be grave. Not easy indeed. Li Qiye chuckled, just going to kill a few, I don't plan on winning completely. It's impossible to do so by just fighting randomly. Plus, it's a good training session. The trio smiled wryly after hearing this. He spoke as if they were just common battles. This was far from the case. They would be awfully destructive and perilous, worse than any other wars. You still have more potential than us. Emperor Sui pondered for a bit before suggesting, why not cultivate some more? Perhaps you'll be able to cross through the final gap and become a true immortal. That'll guarantee your victory. The group had a high evaluation of Li Qiye. His potential was the highest they have seen. If becoming a true immortal was possible, he should be the first one to reach it. They don't exist for sure. Here, 3 immortals can't gestate or accommodate one. Just imagine the price. Li Qiye shook his head. The 3 furrowed their brows, contemplating. They all believed that true immortals didn't exist. They weren't true immortals despite their titles. Others incorrectly chose to call them this. Perhaps they were true immortals in the eyes of regular people, but they knew that there was a long way to go before reaching this level. Moreover, there was no established method for them to reference. That's why it is only a legend. I'm sure even in the case that it is possible, you guys won't want to see the trade-off anyway. Li Qiye chuckled. The 3 started thinking about this issue. Your world is blessed with fortune, able to escape through many epochs. Will this continue on in the future? He then asked. We know, but we don't have the same courage like you to walk on this path. Emperor Nong sighed in response. I disagree, it's because you 3 have things tying you down. Li Qiye said, "We're humans first before we're cultivators, right? Otherwise, we're no different than them." "You are correct." Emperor Shi nodded and said softly, "Opening this rift is not out of the question, but please consider. I don't think you'll be able to return." He put it as nicely as possible. Li Qiye's result should be a miserable death in that unknown world. He had no reinforcement on top of knowing nothing about it. "Well, I'll kill until either I'm dead or there is nothing left. A death like that will still be worth it." Li Qiye let out a burst of heroic laughter, treating this matter with a carefree mindset. The three respected his decisiveness since they couldn't do the same thing due to certain scruples. "Looks like we'll have a lot to prepare." Emperor Shi said with a solemn expression. "Yes, the calamity will come, so do your best. The 3,000 worlds will change, let's hope that the new world will be better." Li Qiye nodded. Li Qiye had decided to fight and made ample preparations. He also readied his mindset because the consequences might be unfavorable, to say the least. "You're right, let's get started then." They no longer hesitated, deciding to fully support Li Qiye with their resources. As Li Qiye said, 3 immortals have been exposed. The top existences would never stop trying to come back here. Another rift would mean the end of 3 immortals and they wouldn't be able to stop it. That's why Li Qiye's current goal was actually a great method. He might not be able to win the whole thing, but given his abilities, he should be able to kill many of them. The trio had plenty of resources after living for so many years. This was a great help for Li Qiye. Now his own treasuries filled with the materials from several redemption grounds have resulted in something incredible. As Li Qiye and the trio were preparing for the attack, the rest of the world enjoyed peace. The top masters in the expanse found this quite strange. There was no news of Li Qiye after visiting the 3 immortals, so speculations arose. Another cultivation session, maybe? In order to become an immortal. One progenitor said. Maybe he's already an immortal and wants to take the next step, becoming a golden immortal. Another master said. Of course, golden immortals were only mentioned in the mortal stories and tales. No such level existed as far as they know. What is he actually doing? He's already powerful beyond imagination. Others simply didn't know. They believed that he was already at the apex of cultivation. There was no getting stronger. This particular thought was understandable. In the past, they thought that the dark existences were at the top, but Li Qiye still easily killed them. How could there be something above him? Most importantly, he was unbeatable in this world. Perhaps the 3 immortals together still couldn't take him on. Therefore, he was at the ultimate limit of this world. Of course, a few progenitors knew about Li Qiye's higher pursuit, that he wouldn't just stop here. This piece was only a prelude before his next shocking move. A terrible storm brewed on the horizon. Those in the deep crevices of redemption grounds started gazing at the azure. They seemed to notice a few things. It has been too long. An ethereal voice sounded. It could only be heard and understood by the selected few. Perhaps someone is finally able to take the next step. This is an opportunity. Another side. A chance to break the balance. Which side will the scale lean on? One more from a redemption ground spoke. They understood that the incoming battle carried great significance. All 3,000 worlds would change regardless of the victor. It won't be inferior to that past war. Another person lamented. Chapter 32-33, The storm finally arrived after a brief interlude. Rumble. 3 immortals and the expanse suddenly trembled as if it was the end of days. A tsunami capable of reaching the sky nearly smashed the stars down at the expanse. A giant seemed to be rending heaven and earth, wishing to tear the world in two. What's going on? The inhabitants panicked in confusion. The stars rustled, on the verge of falling down if this kept up. Rumble. One wave after another kept on smashing the sky, intending on drowning the high heaven. The cataclysmic phenomena frightened everyone. They had to get on their knees and pray once more. The masters and progenitors in the expanse, on the other hand, remained calm. What are they doing? They could tell that this was a man-made event, not natural disasters. Only the three immortals and Wuxia could affect the world to this level. This piqued their curiosity. Are they actually doing this? It's too dangerous. A progenitor who knew the inside story had a good guess. This knowledgeable group became frightened because, in the case of failure, all of three immortals would go down too. It's starting. Those in the redemption grounds were actually excited instead of being afraid. They knew that this day would come when Wuxia asked for their amazing resources back then. Perhaps success is possible. One existence murmured in these secretive places. Another seemed to disagree. It had a serious expression as it gazed into the sky, capable of peering through any world. It reached the deepest location above but didn't see anything. I wonder if that person is still around or not. One overlord mused. The invincible progenitors couldn't hear this quiet voice. However, the other overlords countless dimensions away heard it clearly. That person, even the strongest overlords put on a serious expression after hearing these words. They were confident in Wuxia's expedition, but once this person was mentioned, they felt great pressure. It has been a long time since his last appearance. I don't think anyone knows. One overlord quietly said. Only those who knew about him understood how frightening he was. However, he had disappeared a long time ago. Nonetheless, these overlords knew that he was still alive. After all, they were still alive. How could he die before them? It's just that no one knew what he was doing right now. The powerful existences back in the 9 worlds and 13 continents also felt the powerful ripples. It's beginning. One terrible being in a deep dimension started fleeing to safer pasture. He knew that this might be the start of another disaster. I hope changes will come from this. A person with a profound gaze residing in a burial ground said. They knew that a disaster would come from this battle along with a change in momentum regardless of the outcome. Crack. Crack. Tearing sounds could be heard by all in three immortals and the expanse. Look, the sky is cracking. One person shouted. All looked up and sure enough, a crack appeared on the sky vault, looking just like a star. Everyone felt as if there was an invisible barrier up there being forcefully torn apart. Crack. The tearing continued. The sky would be split in two if this continued. The top masters in the expanse took a deep breath. That was a world barrier being torn apart, something they definitely couldn't do. They want to enter a different world. They realized what the four were up to right away. Can they do it? The widening crack left them in fear, afraid for the worst. Meanwhile, regular people back in three immortals thought that the sky was breaking down. Despite a lack of information, they instinctively trembled. Their survival instinct told them that this was definitely bad. Crack. The sound intensified and could be heard everywhere. The greatest existences watched with bated breath, especially those in the redemption ground. Boom. Darkness suddenly oozed into the crack with the force of a primal flood, engulfing the world. This was a monstrous existence from the other side wanting to invade three immortals. The dark affinity naturally scared everyone out of their wits. They felt darkness entering them in the blink of an eye. Shit. The top masters immediately fled with haste, afraid of a repeat of the past. Boom. However, this invasion was interrupted by an immortal light, a supreme technique capable of affecting everything. All felt feeble and insignificant in comparison. The power instantly repelled the mighty darkness, pushing it back to its own world while not damaging three immortals in the slightest. The crack in the sky was illuminated by this immortal light. Inside this bright expanse was a wondrous figure, Wuxia. Rumble. He flew towards the crack, wanting to reach the world on the other side. So fierce. The top masters were amazed at Li Qiye's invincibility. 1. We don't know the sex, but I can't use there in the conversation, so it'll be his/him when applicable. Chapter 32-34, A single punch repelled the darkness in a domineering fashion. The inhabitants of 3 immortals were left speechless on their knees. They saw the majestic figure in the immortal light earlier, unique and peerless in history. Progenitors and immortals weren't worth bringing up in his presence. He was the only true immortal. Prime. It's Prime. An ancient existence in 3 immortals shouted emotionally. He's saving us again. Tears flowed down everyone's cheeks as they kowtowed. Prime Progenitor. Li Qiye's title echoed across the world, becoming an eternal legend. Many masters in the expanse also bowed deeply to show their respect. Boom! Li Qiye stepped into the other world without any hesitation or fear. Each step was decisive and convincing. He didn't look back a single time, as if there was nothing here that could hold him back, a testament to his Tao heart and desire. He wanted to enter this world with the greatest momentum, taking the problem down at its source. Seal. The 3 immortals roared right after he got in there and worked together to use a mighty force to push the world barrier, closing the rift. Rumble. The rift gradually became smaller. This process appeased the spectators, saving them from further anxiety. They knew that the closing of this rift would mean that their world was safe again. Of course, ordinary people had no idea how much power and resources were spent by the 3 immortals to close it. After the rift disappeared, the 3 immortals returned the tree back to the stars. Buzz. The stars became lively again and rotated with incredible speed. This rotation spread life to the rest of the world. As this affinity seeped into the fabrics of reality, a tiny change occurred. It was unnoticed by regular people, only the powerful masters could sense it. This is, a powerful progenitor became startled. The world is awakening. Another master speculated. Meanwhile, those in the redemption ground didn't care for this change. Their eyes were fixated above the sky, waiting for the worst. Who will die in this generation? One overlord murmured. The 3 immortals shared the same feeling. They watched with a dignified expression, since this was only the beginning. They needed to prepare for any development. The ones back in the 9 worlds and 13 continents didn't have the privilege of watching this in person. However, they sensed the ripples of power. I hope for the best result. A terrible creature in a dark dimension said. Yes, both sides dying in battle is the best outcome. Many dark eyes opened, but not all the way out of fear. Another existence had an even better wish, maybe more than just that. Let him sweep through and even fight that villainous heaven. Nothing is better than both of them dying. Li Qiye was definitely a threat to them, but what looms above was even worse. It had forced them to hide for millions and millions of years. That's why they wanted to see all of their enemies dead. Li Qiye entered another world in a dominating fashion. This was a place no outsider has been to before. He stood there, seemingly the unbeatable master of the universe. He scanned the area and understood everything after a flash in his eyes, capable of deducing the possibilities. This was a silent world. No other affinity existed outside of death. Time, space, grand Tao, and all else, dead. Their death didn't come from time and withering. They were simply sucked dry, all of their essences taken to the last bit. Only a shell of a world remained, equals akin to a lifeless boulder. An ashen hue permeated the land. No light could be seen since they have been drained already. The sun, moon, and stars had nothing left. Many stars have actually fallen down to the ground. This world was massive. In fact, the 3,000 words that Li Qiye knew might not be as big as this one. Even the strongest character and their power wouldn't make a difference when coming here, similarly to a drop of water touching a desert. However, his presence was instantly noted by many eyes opening wide. Alas, they didn't bring life to this world, only more darkness. No, that's incorrect. Darkness was actually a type of power, an affinity of sorts. The darkness here wasn't the same. This was a black hue of death. Existences awakened and brought with them terrible abysses capable of swallowing everything. Even a little stone would be robbed of everything after falling in, leaving only behind the useless dregs. After arriving here, people would find out that the darkness wasn't the scariest thing. The unknown murkiness was far worse. At the very least, darkness was still a form of life. Here, only death and devourment. In other words, they would understand the source of darkness. Once this murky aura became filled and satiated, it would turn into darkness. The top masters and progenitors would feel powerless while standing here. Their legs would start trembling. Fighting wasn't necessary because they knew of their grim outcome. On the contrary, Li Qie withstood the black devourment as if he was above them. Boom! During his arrival, a loud blast could be heard as a monstrous creature was pushed back. This was the thing wanting to invade three immortals but failed due to Li Qie's interference. Ages flew by, finally a guest. The existence's voice echoed. He used an ancient language transmitted by his divine intent. Those who didn't know this language still understood him. Chapter 32-35, Li Qie saw a monster standing there just like an uncrossable evil mountain. It was an unknown creature, shrouded by a massive cloak. It looked a little tattered, seemingly belonging to a beggar. Obviously, this was a supreme artifact. Its weapon of choice was a long sickle, causing it to look like the harvester of life. Just one swing would devour billions of lives. Progenitors wouldn't be able to escape. It stared straight at Li Qie. Its gaze was the only brightness in this forsaken world, capable of stealing people's souls. Nonetheless, Li Qie calmly met its gaze, undeterred. No, I am no guest, just an executioner who will sever your dog head. Remember, I am Li Qie, fiercest, your end. Hear my name and cower in fear. Boom! A massive palm blotted out the sky above them as another monstrous existence awakened. Its palm was large enough to hide whatever was behind it. One couldn't see its true appearance. Fear. What's that? It spoke the same ancient language. Oh. Not bad at all. Can't remember the last time I've tasted such a feast. It salivated while staring at Li Qie. Indeed. Eras of refinement, a supreme true fate, a virtually peerless Tao heart, made contact with the 9 heavenly scriptures and treasures too. We can be full thanks to this fatty meal. The sickle wielder agreed. One didn't need to see its expression to know how much it wanted to devour Li Qie right now. Count me in. A third creature appeared, looking like a specter. It manifested in space and became part of it. Its form and size remained unknown. It simply had 3 bizarre white eyes. Their movements seemed to be twisting the fabrics of reality. They didn't exude a terrible presence nor an invincible aura. Alas, time came to a still. One shouldn't doubt the fact that they could devour 3 immortals, the 9 worlds, and the 13 continents in one gulp. If they were to go there, they would turn everything into food, including the mighty immortal emperors and progenitors. Just their diabolical form alone was enough to instill fear, no need for any aura. You all look like feasts to me too. I'm sure that it'll be very nutritious devouring you 3, but unfortunately, that's not my intention. Li Qie smiled. Then what is your intention? The sickle wielder spoke. Its voice had no emotions, seemingly always the same across the years. Perhaps time itself wasn't a limiting factor for them. This affinity might as well not exist. I will kill all of you. don't you want to go down there? I'll deliver you down there and fulfill your wish. Li Qie smirked. True, there's a chance of coming down in that case. The three-eyed abomination said. How interesting, I'm afraid your world can't handle our death though. The being with the gigantic palm had strange-sounding laughter. There's a trade-off, for sure. Li Qie smiled, your stinky corpses will spoil the land at first but they'll become great fertilizer, healthier soil and trees will come in time. That's your goal in coming here? The sickle wielder glared intensely, wanting to see Li Qie's Dao heart. No, that's just an additional prize. Li Qie smiled, I'm here to kill you all, that's all. You think you can kill us alone? It's true that your power few dash, the monstrous palm laughed and said. No, he's extremely strong, he has a primordial will. A faint voice came from deeper in this world. The three nearby instantly focused their gaze, resulting in three blinding rays intending on drilling through Li Qie. The experts below had no chance of withstanding their intensity. We were careless, that is indeed a primordial will. The three-eyed abomination confirmed. You're that person? Li Qie asked after also focusing his gaze towards the direction of the faint voice. That person. The atmosphere became frozen. The three terrible monsters became serious as if Li Qie had just uttered some taboo words. Silence took over for a moment. No, I am not. Eventually, the faint voice answered and broke the tension. What a shame, I want to kill him too. Li Qie revealed a nonchalant smile. This attitude of his would still be there even if he was facing the most terrible creature in existence. What an audacious remark, wanting to kill him. The massive palm spoke while trying to analyze Li Qie further, wanting to see what he was going to kill that person with. You. Not enough, still not enough. The faint voice said, I'm afraid you can't even get past US. Is that so? We'll see about that. You're coming out to fight me? Li Qie smiled. No rush, let the three of them test your strength first. Oh, and we don't do one-on-one either. A feast like you has to be shared. It's too bad that we each will get less. The voice nonchalantly said. The creepiness of this response would make anyone imagine that they were laying on a platter, waiting to be cut and eaten. These existences, from beginning to end, viewed Li Qie as food, nothing more. I'll get started then, my fertilizer. I'm sure even the villainous heaven shares this sentiment. Li Qie chuckled. Humph. The bastard. The voice scowled. The other three gradually surrounded the area around Li Qie, ready to kill him. Show us your power. The sickle wielder uttered. Boom. Death energy emerged as a coffin materialized above Li Qie, the same with the death scripture. Both the scripture and treasure. The other two existences' eyes narrowed at this sight. That's right, enough to kill you all. Li Qie confidently said. Kill us? Perhaps you don't know that your world didn't even exist back when we possessed them. The three-eyed abomination revealed. I'm aware. It's a shame that the primordial backlash rendered them useless in your possession anyway unless you have a death wish. Li Qie smiled. You know quite a bit. The sickle wielder became surprised. Those who knew this secret should no longer be around. Alas, there was one standing in front of them right now. Clank. 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 12 Dao laws above him formed a defensive barrier. Above them were 3 maelstrom. These 15 affinities combined together into an everlasting entity. Chapter 32-36, The primordial will drape down to protect Li Qie. He became an indelible mark in history, the embodiment of the beginning. We once had the primordial will as well, what a shame, the faint voice said from somewhere in this world. The 3 terrifying existences looked fixedly at Li Qie and the primordial will. They couldn't help licking their lips. This might be more tempting than his flesh. The primordial will shall return today. The gigantic palm said before audibly salivating. The three of you can't do it. Li Qiye slowly unsheathed his weapon, an ash-colored long saber. It seemed to be made from the toughest material in history. Its appearance wasn't quite impressive, but the three existences' eyes narrowed as they became serious. Such a familiar aura. The three-eyed abomination sniffed. Of course, I'm sure you can't forget the aura of the villainous heaven. Li Qiye looked capable of killing immortals with the saber in his hand. He spent unspeakable efforts in order to create this weapon. The main material was the meteor taken from the Jilin clan, forged with all types of flames and the power of the heavenly tribulations. No wonder why it's so familiar. The gigantic palm stared at the saber and said. The thing they feared most in this world, the villainous heaven. This saber had a similar aura, no wonder why they found it so familiar. Its name is? The sickler wielder asked. Heaven sees. I was going to name it Doghead Blade because I'll be decapitating you all with it, but it'll be too much of a waste. After all, the saber wasn't solely created to deal with your bunch. Li Qiye said. Heaven sees. The trio repeated, not caring about the taunt after. Li Qiye picked this name because as long as the high heaven was around, he would rob the power of its tribulations. It's been a long time since I've tasted flesh. The trio stopped worrying about the blade and became impatient. In their eyes, he was already a meal waiting to be consumed. They just needed to kill him first. His blood and flesh are ours. The sickle wielder asserted, leaving no room for negotiation. He wasn't talking to Li Qiye but to another of his peers far away. His eyes stared towards a particular direction, waiting for a deal. If you three can kill him, I'm sure no one else will try to compete for his flesh and blood. The faint voice answered again. The three became excited after hearing the guarantee. They turned their sight towards Li Qiye again. This meant that no one else would try to compete against them for his body, exactly what they wanted. We're feasting today, I can't believe how long it's been. Our stomach will be filled today. The gigantic palm gulped greedily. Right. Gleams appeared in the other two's eyes, looking like two hungry wolves. Come, I'll kill you three first then the rest. Li Qiye laughed. Boom. An immortal light oozed out of his body and formed a golden frame. He looked like a golden immortal in the mortal myths with an invincible aura. The existences here furrowed their brows at this sight. Clank. 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 The three summoned their weapon. The sickle wielder's weapon was obvious, a sickle. It had a white glow capable of cutting through time and the head of its enemies. A strange weapon appeared next to the three-eyed abomination. It resembled a boomerang circling around him, made from numerous flashing fragments assembled together. Upon closer inspection, these fragments turned out to be stars. This weapon was refined from numerous worlds and their stars, but most importantly, all the living beings as well. The creature with the gigantic palm's weapon of choice was unsurprisingly a gauntlet made from unknown metals. It could withstand the strongest force in the world. There were 5 precious gems engraved on it, each contained a different power, yin-yang, time, space. Just one gem alone contained enough power to kill billions in the blink of an eye. Die. Li Qiye was the first to attack as his primordial will exuded a radiance that fuses with his own. A horizontal slash aimed straight for the sickle wielder, a move as simple as can be. However, it contained the most profound variations and saber Tao in existence. Even a saber god wouldn't be able to understand it after trying for a lifetime. It could easily split open 3,000 worlds in the blink of an eye. The sickle wielder retaliated with a vertical swing. It wasn't aiming at Li Qiye but rather everything in front of him. Just one flash coming off the blade could kill a progenitor. This cut separated Li Qiye from their dimension. Though they seemed to be inches apart, they were actually in two different worlds. The cut successfully separated all karmic ties connecting them, resulting in an unsurpassable gap. Not to mention an ordinary expert, progenitors and true emperors wouldn't be able to traverse this newly created zone. However, Li Qiye's saber didn't give a damn. One could be born 30 million years in the past or 30 million years in the future, this slash would still decapitate them and heads will start rolling on the ground. The zone was instantly destroyed. Speed and distance weren't limitations for his heaven seas as it cut the sickle wielder, causing him to bellow in pain. At the same moment, the three-eyed abomination's boomerang struck Li Qiye. Dodging or using defensive techniques were meaningless before this blow. Boom! This force could destroy all of three immortals but was stopped by the primordial will. His golden body caved in but wasn't penetrated. The gigantic palm also made a move. The 5 gems became resplendent, unleashing the power of 5 different affinities. Chapter 32-37, Boom. Karma and the samsara were reduced to ashes. However, the punch was stopped by an incredible shield appearing in front of Li Qiye. Not even an immortal could break through. Eternal bulwark. He's the deserter back then. Kill him. The existence coldly uttered. Boom. He punched again after speaking. This bulwark wasn't created by Li Qiye. A supreme overlord from one of the 6 redemption grounds gave it to him. You're the one who's going down. Li Qiye laughed and activated his world seal. A second Li Qiye came out, exactly identical to the first. This Li Qiye stepped out and looked unbeatable as well. He held the death coffin and activated the Grand Tao, smashing it on the existence's massive palm. The explosions forced the huge being to stagger backward. Perish! The three-eyed abomination came again along with one struck by the saber earlier. Rumble! The colossal world started cracking by the destructive shock waves emanating from this fight. Meanwhile, many pairs of eyes were watching with greed. The outcome didn't matter too much to them, they would feast on the losers all the same. The impacts were strong enough that the other worlds felt it as well, from the 9 worlds to the 13 continents. Rumble. Inside the 9 worlds, people couldn't help but look up because it sounded like the sky was being torn apart. However, there was no visible damage. The fear resembled that of a child sleeping at night during a thunderstorm while 2 giants were fighting outside the window. A natural disaster. The inhabitants of the 3,000 worlds were lost, suppressed by an unknown force. They didn't have the courage to look up in the sky. Everything's changing, we need to run now. On the other hand, the top masters have predicted this and entered a cautious state. In the 9 worlds, Tao runes wove all around the land in a complex manner. These were the momentums and auras created by the wise sages across the generations. The sky is breaking. A person in a burial ground was capable of seeing deep into the azure. Begin, this is the first development, it might be an opportunity. It might be our era. Back in the 13th continent, eyes hiding in the darkness gazed upward and murmured. That person hasn't shown up but the old man is there. In 3 immortals, an observer could see the actual fight and quietly said. The sky in the various worlds could be pierced at any moment by a power beyond anyone's imagination. Emperors and progenitors were nothing in comparison, fearing for their own lives. The inhabitants had no choice but to start praying for a savior or whichever gods and deities they believed in. Boom! A loud blast resulted in cracking noises. The land masses of the 9 worlds started shifting and everyone could sense this terrifying movement. What's going on? They naturally bellowed in fear. The world barrier is broken so the 9 worlds are moving. A top master turned pale from this realization. This is the end. The displacement of the 9 worlds and the broken barrier terrified everyone. It's a good thing that this fight isn't happening here. A supreme overlord shuddered. The 9 worlds would have been destroyed after several moves in that case. People looked up and saw a terrible tribulation ocean gathering above. Lightning bolts danced around like true dragons. Each bolt could pierce through the earth. Damn it all, even the villainous heaven wants to join in. Those in the burial grounds or in the hidden dimensions became startled. No one knew what the heaven wanted to do with these tribulations. The ones in hiding were the most terrified. The result of this tribulation descending would be unthinkable. Some had no clue what was going on up above. However, the ocean consisted of thousands of tribulations by this point, more than enough to end their world. The overlords watched with a solemn expression. The tribulations were the same as an executioner's sword looming above their head. The strongest overlords didn't dare to make a rash move right now. They had no idea what the villainous heaven was intending to do. They had been hiding for so long now, just one wrong move and all of the time would be wasted. Boom! Another loud blast came from above the firmament. Everyone felt as if the sky had been penetrated. Rumble! Night descended on the 9 worlds. What is that? People saw a massive thing falling down from the 9 firmaments, something resembling a massive creature. Darkness also poured down like a flood around it. It could be the creature's blood. Boom! 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 Lightning bolts from the tribulations immediately headed for the creature, resulting in a relentless onslaught. Explosions detonated and pieces of flesh fell off. All these tiny pieces were reduced to dust by the numerous bolts. However, the creature was just too large. Some pieces still escaped the net and slammed into the ground. Boom! An entire plain got hit by one and became nothingness. Forests and mountain ranges disappeared in a split second. Worst of all, dark lava started melting the ground, turning the area into nothing but death. 1. To defect, to desert, to betray and flee. The word has several meanings, so it's hard to know which to pick. Chapter 32-38, The fish that managed to escape the net slammed on the ground. The aura oozing from it made the trees nearby grow at an insane rate. The rocks started glowing as well. Evil trees and fiendish rocks howled and took over. The area became a gathering of hellish creatures. The calamity is here. This became the consensus of the frightened inhabitants. Go! Many emperors and top masters in the 9 worlds and 13 continents appeared. They worked together to take away the regular people, saving them from being devoured by the calamity. Boom! All 3,000 worlds shook from the destructive impact. This was only the beginning. Another hole broke again above and another massive figure dropped down. Rumble! The second creature aimed for the 9 worlds, but the heavenly tribulations above immediately sent bolts against it. However, the bolts have been expended to deal with the first one. The second barrage was far from being as strong. They pierced through this monster but couldn't make it explode entirely. The creature finally slammed into the 9 worlds, breaking that section of the world barrier. The lands started pressing against each other, the oceans churned with tsunami. The apocalypse was coming. Buzz, the Tao runes existing in the 9 worlds became resplendent. Numerous figures appeared and began protecting their assigned sections. Move it. They began transporting regular people into a safe haven as well. The breaking of the 9 worlds wasn't actually that bad. It just meant a free drift of the continents. However, the problem was the second monster that had landed. Boom! In reality, this creature was already dead. However, a murky aura oozed out of it and devoured everything nearby, all the affinities. The 9 worlds would be consumed by this murky miasma at this rate. Activate. One majestic figure had an impressive aura of an immortal emperor. He also had a Tao fruit with the ability to teleport everything away. Its target was the devouring miasma, sending it to the sky once more. Immortal Emperor Zhan. The experts in the know shouted his title, the newest emperor brilliant enough to compare to any of his seniors. What's going on above the firmaments? The masters started wondering. Boom! Their thoughts were interrupted by another explosion. A third creature fell down from above. Fuck! Our worlds are finished if this goes on. One spectator shouted in horror. The first two monsters have crushed the 9 worlds. If more gigantic creatures fell down, not a living being would be able to survive. Rumble. The stars around the falling trajectory of the creature exploded. No one would be able to stop it, they could only watch the destruction of their worlds. It's over. Despair came next. Boom. Suddenly, a hand reached out of a bottomless abyss in the 9 worlds, moving straight for the falling creature. This was one of the burial grounds, Heavenfall. Boom. The impact should have been too much for anyone to handle, yet the hand was able to shoulder this creature. Dark miasma oozed out of the creature, but the abyss retaliated with a divine beam. Break! An ancient voice from the abyss bellowed. More beams shot out to stop the corrosive darkness. Boom! The spectators watched in awe before this ultimate contest. A third party suddenly joined in, the heavenly tribulations from the ocean went down with full force. The lightning bolt's target was actually Heavenfall Abyss, completely engulfing the place. Ah! The overlord of this burial ground was annihilated by the lightning tribulations. Curse you! Villainous heaven! A miserable cry echoed for the world to hear. Finally, the abyss exploded from this incredible force. The walls collapsed and nothing was left beneath. A burial ground was destroyed just like that. That wretch! The other overlords gazed at the tribulations, realizing that the villainous heaven wanted to destroy these monstrous abominations along with them. They became more cautious as a result. This was the case in the 13 continents as well. The tribulations instilled dread into everyone, especially those hiding in deep dimensions. Those corpses are peerless, just one is enough to change the situation. An overlord in a burial ground murmured. These monstrous abominations were destructive to the land, but for those strong enough to refine them, the result would be incredible. Boom! One more monster fell down from above, the fourth one. Rumble! The broken 9 worlds couldn't withstand another impact. No overlords tried to stop it from hitting the ground this time. They coveted the corpse, but the tribulations were still waiting up there. Heavenfall Abyss was the perfect example, the place stood no chance. Buzz! After a bright flash, a mighty tree stopped the corpse with its branches. The primordial tree. Someone shouted. Rumble! The tribulations erupted again and sent down terrifying lightning bolts. It's coming down again. No one dared to think about grabbing that corpse from the tree. However, the tree exuded its primordial light and shouldered the myriad worlds. Loud detonations ensued as it withstood the lightning barrage. So powerful. The overlords became startled. Boom! While the tribulations were attacking the tree, another shadow emerged above the sky, one more monster was falling down. Chapter 32-39, Bang! The fifth corpse carried an enormous level of dark energy, ready to engulf the 9 worlds. As it drew closer, the continents and the bottom of the ocean started deforming with cracks. Meanwhile, the tribulation was preoccupied with the primordial tree, unable to destroy the fifth corpse. The miasma of the corpse began defiling the ground even before it touched the ground. Splash! A blue tide gushed out of nowhere and swept away the fifth corpse. Dead Immortal Lake. An overlord looked over yonder. Sure enough, this tide came from one of the 12 burial grounds, Death Immortal Lake. Boom! The tide dragged the massive corpse back into the lake. The water turned dark right away with chaotic currents. However, bright radiance and a mighty force stabilized the area, stopping the invading darkness. The ocean of tribulations above sent down a barrage of lightning bolts. They looked like lightning serpents attacking the lake. By this point, the lake had activated a great formation capable of concealing everything. The lightning bolts managed to pierce through it only to find that the lake was nowhere in sight. The tribulations being preoccupied by the primordial tree gave this burial ground a chance to steal one of the corpses. They actually did it. The other overlords became shaken and jealous. These heavenly corpses were priceless, to say the least. Of course, they were nefarious and unlucky, but obtaining them meant having an ace card for the future. Boom! Down came the sixth corpse from above. One more. The inhabitants and cultivators in the 9 worlds couldn't believe it. They desperately prayed for the calamity to end. All eyes were on this next corpse. The overlords were tempted to make a move, but they were still wary of the tribulations. Buzz! A Tao portal emerged, looking like the gate of hell due to its deathly aura. A colossal figure walked out of the portal. His imperial aura could crush the firmaments. Clank! 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 The 9 heavens and 10 earths were forced to become his armor plates. Who is that? Everyone could tell that he was an immortal emperor. However, his aura was strange due to the abundance of death energy within. Ordinary cultivators couldn't recognize this extraordinary emperor. The ancient Ming. However, the overlords in the burial ground became serious. Their eyes could pierce through the Tao portal to see the other side. This was unnecessary because the portal itself opened up more. A supreme kingdom emerged with a strange piece of floating block there. This block seemed capable of turning into anything in the universe. The corporeal zone. One overlord recognized this artifact. They want the corpse. The goal of this newcomer became obvious. Tian 2, don't even think about it. A man flew out of heavenly corpse burial ground. His divinity swept through the realms, looking quite invincible. He stood tall and straight with sharp features. His armors were pulsing with boundless light containing the celestials and other ancient images. He was an earth immortal who had a conversation with Li Qie in the past. Now, the wound in front of his chest was nowhere to be seen. He was far stronger now because Li Qie had put in a good word for him with the old ghost, completely changing his fortune. Long time no see, Lin Shaoxian. The emperor in the sky took a look and furrowed his brows. He raised his hand and unleashed enough death energy to kill all living beings. Die! Shaoxian roared and thrust his spear forward, releasing a draconic energy that can burn the sky and kill the gods. Rumble! The fight between these two made the world tremble. No time to play with you. The emperor turned around and the kingdom behind him shot out a death ray heading straight for the enemy. Boom! Shaoxian used his spear to block the ray, but since it contained the power of the ancient Ming, he was continuously pushed back. Begin! The emperor commanded. Numerous figures came out of the portal, many among them were immortal emperors. The overlords in the burial grounds became interested. It looked like this race wasn't fully exterminated. They finally showed up to obtain this heavenly corpse. Start. An old man appeared on top of the corporeal zone with a conspicuous pair of hands that were stained with blood. Buzz. Bloodhand Butcher activated the artifact. It sent out a light connecting their team. Boom. 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 A third party joined the fray, World Guard True God. He fired the Netherlord Hexagear launcher straight at Immortal Emperor Tian Tuesday. Stop it. The Emperor was blown away from the formation. However, the rest of his team worked together to use their artifact. A corner of the zone melted and rushed over like a tornado. It turned into a shield to stop the incoming shots from the launcher. Boom. Next, the entire zone melted and encompassed the kingdom along with the masters of the ancient Ming. An armored giant materialized instead. Its head touched the high heaven, just one swing was enough to sweep away the stars. It immediately caught the falling corpse. Up! Bloodhand Butcher commanded. All the Ming members gathered their vitality together, allowing the immortal emperors to use the zone. This armored giant was divine and extremely powerful, the manifestation of the Sky Destroyer immortal physique. The immortal emperors wouldn't have been able to catch the corpse due to its weight and invasive miasma. However, the corporeal zone in this form had no issue doing so. After the successful catch, it turned in order to leave. Don't even think about it. A man appeared above heavenly corpse burial ground, looking like the master of the cosmo. Even someone as powerful as Lin Shaoxian paled before him. They weren't on the same level at all. Old Ghost, here in person. He took one step forward and swung his hatchet, opening the heaven and earth in the process. Boom! The armored giant retaliated with a punch consisting of 3 affinities: power, speed, and weight. Chapter 3240, Boom. One swing of that hatchet was enough to change the ebb and flow of an epoch. It represented the supreme of an epoch. Bam! 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 The armored giant staggered backward, destroying the landscape beneath. One could see a scar on the giant's fist now. Remember, the corporeal zone was one of the 9 heavenly treasures. However, the hatchet still managed to leave a mark, a testament to its prowess. Buzz! The armored giant exuded a golden light that eventually condensed into a top layer. The thing seemed to be cast from gold, a sign of indestructibility. Indestructible diamond physique. Another form of the corporeal zone. Senior, why must you interfere? Immortal Emperor Tian Tu's voice came from the giant. Old Ghost's involvement caught them completely off guard. His appearance was a big deal since he was someone who had fought the heaven before, an epic lord. They weren't on the same level in the slightest. Their race had several emperors, but this was far from enough. The only thing that allowed them to resist the old man was their peerless heavenly treasure. I'm afraid I've made a deal with someone else. I'll kill all of you and take the corporeal zone. The old man smiled. Kill him. Bloodhand Butcher commanded, aware that a peaceful negotiation wasn't possible. The emperors and experts of the Ming poured all of their might into their heavenly treasure. Rumble. Indestructible diamond, furious immortal, sacred spring physique. The appearance of these physiques resulted in violent quakes across the 9 worlds. The corporeal zone was unreasonably heavy already. The activation of certain physiques made it even heavier. This increase didn't stop at all, the 9 worlds wouldn't last at this rate. Oh man, the spectators were in awe at the sheer size of this giant. Break! Old Ghost attacked, not wanting to see the corporeal zone fully activated, or it would be hard for him to suppress it. Clank! His hatchet's gleam became as bright as snow. Its bright was intense enough to pass through the world barriers and reach the other worlds. Take it down. Lin Shaoxian and World Guard True God also utilized all of their arsenals against this artifact. They knew that if the ancient Ming were to get this corpse and refine it, they would be able to rise again. The 9 worlds would fall into darkness once more. Boom! The monstrous power nearly destroyed the surrounding area. The 9 worlds weren't faring well against the shockwaves. Fortunately, the countless Tao runes that have appeared earlier were tying the worlds together. Otherwise, nothing but ashes would have been left. Old Ghost looked unstoppable with his hatchet as he attacked the giant. Even the other overlords were amazed by his power. His heroism didn't wither with age at all, still as domineering as the past. All in. The Ming members roared, pouring all of their vitality into the giant without holding back. The longer they lingered around, the worse the situation would be for them. As long as they could escape with this corpse, they would be able to return one day and feast on the inhabitants of the 9 worlds and the 13 continents. Rumble. The armored giant's strength crazily surged. Eventually, all 12 immortal physiques became one. This was far more terrifying than an immortal emperor possessing all 12 at grand completion, hundreds of times stronger. What a shame, this isn't the previous epic any longer. Your corporeal zone hasn't opened the new page. Old Ghost watched the armored giant becoming stronger than a dozen emperors before commenting. Clank. He raised his resplendent hatchet again. By this point, everyone knew that he could kill these emperors with one swing if they weren't hiding in the giant. Boom. 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 Unfortunately for him, the ocean up above started gathering lightning bolts. It only took a second before a waterfall of bolts went straight at the old man. A while ago, it was fully focusing on the primordial tree but couldn't take it down. It decided to split its firepower into 2 sections now. Screw your sister, villainous heaven. Activate the defense. Old Ghost cursed loudly and commanded. Boom. His burial ground became dazzling and built a massive wall above him. Rumble. The lightning bolts struck the wall, resulting in violent vibrations. Meanwhile, the primordial tree seemingly turned into a maelstrom to drag in the lightning bolts. This meant that it was attracting the majority of the tribulation's firepower. Nonetheless, the barrage hitting Old Ghost was still strong enough to make him stagger. Most importantly, more tribulations were forming in that ocean, bright enough to deter all gazes. That's an incoming heavenly execution. The overlords of the burial ground grimaced at this sight. Take him down now. The Ming forces saw the opportunity and mustered all of their strength. The armored giant unleashed a world-destroying blow straight at Old Ghost. This could be a chance to kill him while he was suppressed by the tribulation. Loud explosions ensued as the old man fiercely swung his hatchet and released a tornado at the giant. He knew that time was of the essence since a heavenly execution was coming down for his head. Unfortunately, the tribulations lowered his offensive potential so the giant had the upper hand. Boom! The stars exploded from another blow as Old Ghost got repelled. Damn crow! Do your thing now or I'm finished. Old Ghost was feeling it from being attacked on multiple fronts and yelled. Buzz! Each inch of the land in the 9 worlds started resonating with an insane force. Laws assembled and rushed to the sky like a tsunami. The lineages of many emperors joined in harmony. Imperial auras ravaged the area as majestic figures appeared. Emperor Min Ren, Empress Hong Tian, Emperor Tun Ri. Old ancestors around the world shouted. This was towards the end of an epoch and people have nearly forgotten about these invincible emperors. Now, their Tao avatars have shown up again. The laws eventually formed a spear capable of taking on any foe and killing immortals. 9 worlds evil subduer. An ancestor who had seen this weapon before bellowed. It killed everything in its path back then. A colossal pair of wings appeared after the spear. It blotted out the 9 worlds and let a terrible shadow. Dark Crow. The overlords in the burial grounds shuddered after seeing the wings again. The members of the ancient Ming turned pale, including great characters like immortal Emperor Tian Tuesday. This existence massacred their race back then, forcing them out of the 9 worlds. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3241, The Dark Crow was as stubborn as a leech after so many years. It still had roots in the 9 worlds. Some overlords stared at the sky and started contemplating. The possibilities left them with chills. Clank. The spear slowly descended into a beautiful hand. This woman stood on top of a hill, looking supreme with her fluttering golden hair. People couldn't help but stare at her with admiration and awe. Night-Yearn Butterfly King. A powerful ancestor recognized the woman and shouted. She's out again. People were shaken because this title was a legend. Who would have thought that they would be able to see her again? Boom. A divine light erupted around her after she grabbed the spear. Numerous halos emerged to push up the 9 heavens and create countless weapons. The emperors of the 9 worlds sent their auras into the spear in the next second. Disintegrate! She shouted and threw the spear straight at the armored giant. Space crumbled along the path of the spear. Emperors and immortals would still fall to the might of this spear. Boom! It instantly struck the giant's chest and stayed there. No! Impossible! The Ming were shocked at this sight and bellowed. Remember, this giant was actually the corporeal zone with the indestructible diamond physique activated. Nothing should have been able to break it, yet the spear was obviously stuck in the giant. Once they looked down, they found that the zone was still fine. The spear didn't actually penetrate the giant's chest. Clank! 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 Iron chains suddenly emerged from the spear and coiled around the giant. The other end of the chains pinned to the ground and started absorbing the power of the 9 worlds. Rumble! The giant started crouching from being dragged down by the empowered chains. Up! The emperors of the Ming shouted, but the giant wouldn't move. They turned around and saw that the man controlling the giant, Bloodhand Butcher, had been crucified. Ancestor! They cried out, aghast. Zzz, the body of the butcher started melting and changing. Once the light dispersed, a young face took over his. Dark Crow. Even immortal Emperor Tian II staggered backward in astonishment. It's my body, get the hell out. The melting figure suddenly changed back to the butcher's initial appearance. Alas, the law pinning him down started engulfing him, so Li Chie's face appeared once more. No, this is my divine intent sculpted into you. Li Chie's voice answered him. No. The butcher bellowed. The form kept shifting between the butcher's face and Li Chie's. The butcher was the real target of the spear. Due to a profound law and special circumstances, it was able to traverse through the corporeal zone. It served as a key to unlock the real secret behind the butcher's body. Finally, the butcher was completely eliminated, revealing its true form, Li Chie. A terrible realization dawned on the Ming. Their great ancestor was only a divine intent from Li Chie. Yes, no one else knew this secret except Li Chie. The divine intent itself had no idea. The real butcher was killed long ago after Li Chie took everything from him. He then carefully crafted a divine intent into the butcher, then imprinted the guy's memories and instincts into it. Thus, the intent always thought that it was the real butcher. The only way for this secret to unravel was with the help of the spear. A peerless law contained in this weapon was the key to unlock it, instantly destroying the butcher's essences and memories and reverting it back to Li Chie's divine intent. It's a trap. Immortal Emperor Tian II rushed over. When the butcher returned, the emperors tried plenty of methods to figure out the crow's scheme. However, the butcher seemed as normal as can be. There were no hidden laws or arts imprinted in him. Moreover, millions of years have passed and the butcher was exactly the same. He was still the supreme Bloodhand Butcher, their insightful ancestor. Now, it turned out that this was just the pinnacle of duplication. The entire ancestor was fake. They had no idea how much effort it took for the Dark Crow to create this perfect copy. It required years and years before this divine intent became a perfect copy. In fact, without the spear's involvement, the divine intent would go on to be the real butcher forever. It's too late. Li Chie grabbed the spear as the emperors lunged forward to kill him. Boom! The corporeal zone dissolved and was dragged down to the earth by the powerful chains. People saw the emperors from the Ming running away. Alas, the spear manifested in the sky again and started piercing through them. Ah! They screamed as their blood gushed out from the wounds. Rumble! Meanwhile, the tribulation that has been building up above finally descended. I'm leaving. Old Ghost shouted before jumping back into his burial ground. However, the tribulation still followed him and ravaged the place. Mountains there exploded in a shocking manner. The other overlords took a deep breath, thinking that old Ghost might have been reduced to ashes if he lingered for a bit longer. A while later, deafening blasts erupted above the blue azure. Everything seemed to be falling apart. The spectators became blinded by an immortal light despite the distance. Rumble. Numerous gigantic corpses began falling down all over the 9 worlds and 13 continents. So strong. Will he really be able to kill them all and change the course of history? One Dark Overlord took a deep breath and murmured. These Dark Overlords certainly didn't like this. The return of a triumphant Dark Crow would spell the end for them. 1. See, to miss/to yearn, plus Yi, Night, plus Dai, Butterfly, plus Huang, King. Could have been Nightwish or Nightmiss. Nightwish sounds better than Nightyearn, but the meaning isn't quite as exact. I think Nightwish is actually the best. I'll read the comments and see. King here is gender neutral. Chapter 32-42, The world broke down along with the Grand Tao from this apocalyptic world. The destruction far exceeded anyone's imagination. If this battle occurred in any of the 3,000 worlds, that world would instantly turn to ashes. The actual battlefield existed above the firmament and far away from the 3,000 worlds. It wasn't a part of the 5 elements and the regular cycle, only a mere empty shell. Explosions detonated but no real damage was being done. There was no time and space here in the first place. No living beings could survive here outside of the great creatures. Li Qiye stood there, bloodied from top to bottom as if he had just gotten out from a pool of blood. His body was mangled and lacerated. His rib cage was smashed to pieces, his forehead was forced open, crushed arms and shoulders. His wounds would terrify anyone right now. It seemed that just a slight touch would make him crumble. Nonetheless, he acted as if they were no big deal, still standing upright. Unfortunately, there was no recovery from these wounds, not even with a full-body rebuild. Broken weapons and top artifacts scattered on the ground. Spirit stones had their essences extracted, becoming useless in the process. The expenditure of these resources and weapons was a sign of the great battle. It didn't only belong to Li Qiye but also from these dark entities. Some corpses were there as well. After dying, their corpses needed to be refined or they would fall into the 3,000 worlds. They couldn't linger in this area outside of the high heaven. That's the reason why the lower worlds kept on experiencing the calamity caused by their descent. Li Qiye had killed numerous by this point. Of course, he needed to pay a heavy price during this fierce battle. By this point, he was completely surrounded by gigantic figures. Naturally, the one still alive paid a heavy price as well. One had its head split open, another lost half of its body, the last was almost torn apart. These beings were colossal, able to touch the sun and moon with their hand. Li Qiye looked like an ant in comparison. Nonetheless, he could still take on 10 of them alone. Among them was a being around the same size as Li Qiye. He was the only one with a humanoid form, an old man. He wore a hemp robe, old and tattered. One would mistake him for a street beggar. He was skinny down to the bones, clearly lacking food and nutrition over the years. His eyes sank deep into their sockets, similar to a corpse. However, his 2 eyes would occasionally flash with an all-devouring light. Emperors and progenitors would be devoured down to their last bits right away. The other gigantic beings didn't dare to overstep their bounds in his presence. Chomp. One of these giants was chewing on a bloody piece of flesh then said, "Tastes really good." It then glared at Li Qiye. Yes, it was eating Li Qiye's flesh. However, Li Qiye didn't give a damn and only focused on the old man. This old man was the strongest among them. He didn't have a name and Li Qiye didn't ask either. The others simply referred to him as Old Geezer. He's the one who left the most wounds on Li Qie. The faint voice at the beginning of the fight was his. Time does not flow here. Who knows how long it has been since I've been injured? The old man said. Despite his dreadful nature, his left shoulder has been the victim of a saber thrust with blood gushing out. Nonetheless, this little wound didn't matter compared to Li Qie's current state. Don't worry about the injury, I'll kill you soon enough. Li Qie didn't grimace once, still looking confident. You do have the power to do so. The old man had a feeble tone, seemingly on the verge of dying at any moment. One wouldn't believe that he was capable of swallowing 3,000 worlds in one gulp. I'm afraid you won't have the chance though. We won't only kill you, we'll divide your everything afterward, not wasting even one scrap of bone. The old man continued. One could imagine this weak old man chewing on Li Qie's bones after hearing his threat. Say this again after you take me down. Li Qie smiled. We're starving. One colossal existence shouted and interrupted their conversation. The others also focused their glare and salivated. I want his Tao heart. Another asserted. His true fate is mine. One more swallowed his saliva. I only want the primordial will. A different one tried to restrain its hunger. The old man raised his hand and all of these existences immediately stopped speaking. He clearly possessed great authority among them. I respect a worthy foe. Say your last words. The old man stared at Li Qie as if he was already a dead man. No need for that. But it's a shame that I didn't get to see that person. Li Qie remained nonchalant. All the existences here became silent right away, slightly raising their brows. They didn't know fear given their power, but that person was special. Even the old man changed his expression. Don't be surprised now. I thought he would be here. Li Qie gazed around this massive world, but there was no sign of this person at all. Perhaps. The old man wasn't very certain. His expression was rather strange. Let me ask you a question. When was the last time you saw him? Li Qie asked with a smile. The beings exchanged glances after hearing this, no longer as careless as before. Prudence was necessary when it came to talking about this person. Nonetheless, it seemed that they didn't remember the previous meeting. Too long ago, not sure. The old man shook his head. He didn't appear when that traitor fled, or at least I didn't see him. What about you guys? One existence looked at the others. These beings rarely interacted despite living in the same world. Chapter 32-43, that person was rumored to be the strongest and most terrifying, the one who has gotten the furthest. They would naturally be the happiest when that person was no longer around. The person appeared a very long time ago, longer than they could remember, and stopped showing up. He disappeared without leaving any clue behind, seemingly vanishing from thin air. Be honest now, is he still in this world? Li Qie looked at the old man and asked. Hard to say, at least I'm not certain. The old man carefully pondered about this tough question before answering. No one can cross it, he should still be here. It's just that we don't know. Another being joined in. They have tried just now to scout the entire world and couldn't find traces of him. That person had disappeared before they knew it. Perhaps he was still around, or maybe he was already gone to some other world. His whereabouts were a mystery since they didn't pay that much attention during the long period. What a shame, I came wanting to fight him. Looks like it won't be possible. Li Qie shook his head. No existences laughed at him for being so calm despite his precarious situation. Some of them actually wanted to witness such a fight in order to see how far that person had gone. A shame indeed, I want to see him fight too, but no chance. No chance for you either. The old man nodded. If he's finished with his last words, let's get started. We want to eat. One existence's chilling voice was goosebump-inducing. Their eyes were full of bloodlust, ready to devour Wuxia in entirety. "I'm sorry to say that it's my time to harvest." Wuxia chuckled. "Your impressive power won't save you today. Struggling is useless, you're doomed to be divided by us. Of course, feel free to struggle more, it'll only make you taste better." The old man licked his lips. "Really now? Fine, time to end this, here's a gift. I'm sure you'll like it." Wuxia smirked and took out an item, a crystal pillar with a bronze cover. This was Wuxia's ace card. He expended untold efforts just to get it. The crystal fowl back then immediately conceded after seeing it. A primordial light. The old man narrowed his eyes. The other existences instinctively staggered backward with their gaze fixed on the pillar. Indeed, the first light of the world and also the last, the light of creation and destruction. Call it whatever you want. Wuxia smiled. "I thought it had exploded." The old man said. "Life just finds a way to surprise people, no?" Wuxia said. "You'll die too." One existence said while slowly retreating. "Not just anyone can make it explode, but one thing is for sure, no one will survive." Wuxia said. "Not necessarily, I doubt it can kill all of us." The old man remained cautious. "Well, that doesn't matter as much. The point is to destroy everything here without hurting what's below. That's my real goal." Wuxia revealed. The other existences understood. This guy was here to destroy this dead world, killing them was secondary. "You'll be the first to die." The old man said. Wuxia would suffer the full brunt of the explosion first. Turning to ashes would be his result. So what? Just death, no big deal. Wuxia let out a natural smile. Crack. Suddenly, cracks appeared all over the pillar. No. The ones there became frightened as Wuxia added his grand Dao power and vitality after crushing the pillar. It's too late. Wuxia didn't care about his fate, evident by his nonchalant and natural smile. Boom. The primordial light exploded, releasing an unprecedented flood of brightness and power. The overlords back in the 3,000 worlds immediately looked up at this second. He has the primordial light. One in a redemption ground gasped in response. Everyone could hear the deafening blast and became paralyzed and pale. Boom. The boundless light broke through the azure above them. This was akin to hearing a sudden thunder outside the window during the night rain. It illuminated the area on top of frightening any light sleeper. In this case, even the overlords were frightened. Everything above the firmaments blew up as a result. The shock waves of the explosions even struck the worlds below. Rumble. The damaged framework of the 9 worlds and the 13 continents shattered. The 2 worlds became displaced as a result. Their continents crumbled while oceans churned violently. One landmass was blown out of the 9 worlds, some continents slammed into each other. Mortal King, Sacred Nether, Heaven Spirit World. Their framework and barriers broke down, so they started squeezing together. Boom. One burial ground was blown out of the 9 worlds as well. Explosions and shock waves brought monumental changes to the 3,000 worlds. The lucky survivors found that nothing was the same anymore. They got up and gazed around, speechless. The ocean of tribulation above and the primordial tree were nowhere to be found. This was a new beginning. The start of a new epoch. One person murmured. In the 9 worlds, many lineages turned to ashes overnight. Chaos and ominous disasters took over. Alas, after destruction came creation. New lives and races appeared next. This was the order of life. Tao lords proved themselves during this lost era. They modeled the 8 desolaces and rebuilt the world barriers. Dragon Emperor and Spear Ancestor among others dominated the chaotic regions. Great masters fought all over the land and adventured into forbidden zones. One heroic woman rampaged and reigned over the four directions, beating anyone with the last namely. A new prosperous era started with so-called immortals preaching the grand Tao. The new epoch was in full swing. Alas, no one knew about a feeble light flashing somewhere in this new world. It required 1 billion years of gestation, quietly attempting to return. 1. I might have made a note about this before, but the sex is unknown. The current pronoun is usually male but can also be female. I don't want to use that person repeatedly, and they wouldn't work either too. Might not be literally 1 billion, just a long period of time. Chapter 32-44, Verdant hills, green waters, and majestic peaks, certainly magnificent sights. Mountain ranges filled this land. Peaks were tall enough to touch the sky with visual phenomena circling around them. Waterfalls poured down from above. Birds and beasts played in this place, the rule of hunters and preys applied. This territory belonged to Divine Black School, a large sect located in West King. Its history was as deep as an abyss, since its founding progenitor could be traced back to the previous epoch, 9 worlds. Yes, this was the new era. The legendary 9 worlds were no longer around. Thus, its epoch became known as 9 worlds. The world was rebuilt after their collapse, leaving only behind the 8 desolaces. This became the age of the Tao Lords. Immortal emperors and other classifications were no longer around. The old orders of the previous epoch disappeared in the river of time. Their brilliant characters were all but forgotten. The new epoch enjoyed prosperity and great development with waves of geniuses and rising sections. Divine Black has been standing for so long since the last epoch, meaning that it had plenty of resources and talents. Behind the mountains was an important training ground of the school unavailable to regular disciples. There existed a pond with water clear enough to see the fish and shrimps. The reflection of the sunlight on the surface flashed like floating gold fragments. A beautiful woman was bathing in the pond, enjoying its refreshingness. She had just come out of a long training session and decided to relax. The cold water seeped into her jade skin. A pleasant feeling took over from top to bottom. She washed with the water, cupping it with both hands. It flowed down the gaps between her jade fingers and down her gorgeous curves. The glimmers accentuated her beauty. One could see her perfect features in the reflection on the water surface: long and thin brows, soft white snow skin, aquiline nose, and charming red lips. However, there was a hint of free-spirited heroism in her beauty. Her voluptuous figure commanded attention, akin to a mature grape tree with sparkling fruits filled with juice. Others couldn't help wanting to take a bite. Her lustrous fair skin combined with the sunlight reflecting on the water beads resembled a beautiful painting. She gently rubbed off her sweats while enjoying the coolness. Suddenly, water bubbles suddenly surfaced not far from her. The bubbles gradually increased in size and affected the rest of the pond. This naturally made her stop and become cautious, thinking that it could be a water demon. But this wasn't right either. How could a demon be here in their sex-guarded location? Splash! A person surfaced from the water, gasping for breath as if he almost drowned. Ah! The woman screamed after seeing that it was a man and quickly retreated while covering her breasts. Almost drowned after this rebirth in the water. The man shook his head. Meanwhile, the woman was still astounded. How could this man be here in the pond? She regained her wits and waved her hand. Her dress coiled around her right away. Clank! She summoned a sword, pointing it at the man's chest. Speak, who are you? Why are you here? She uttered with a cold glare. He looked around 20 years of age, as common-looking as can be. No one would give him a second glance on a busy street. Alas, there was something about his eyes after a careful look. She couldn't pinpoint why they were special. They seemed deep enough to attract and draw someone in. The man looked up and didn't care about the sword pointing at him even though it was inches away from his throat, nearly pricking his skin. He remained nonchalant as if its sharpness was not a threat. He stared at her in a rather impolite and direct manner. Remember, she only had a dress wrapping around her while still being in the water. Thus, the wet cloth stuck to her soft skin, revealing the gorgeous figure beneath. She felt naked from top to bottom under his gaze. There was no place to hide, nothing could elude his eyes. Close your eyes or I'll get rid of them for you. Embarrassment turned into anger as she shouted and inched her sword closer. The man still didn't give a damn and simply asked, "Where is this place?" "Divine Black School, who are you? Who sent you here?" The woman's expression soured. Murderous intent rose by this point. Not to mention an outsider, even a member of her sect wouldn't be able to come here. Moreover, this was her pond meant for bathing. Most importantly, she was completely seen by a stranger. This was unforgivable. She took a closer look at him and found that he wasn't a cultivator, just a regular mortal without any power. How could he appear in this place? The whole thing was bizarre. "Li Chia, where is Divine Black? Which part of the 9 worlds is this?" The man was no other than Li Chia. His primordial light had destroyed everything above. He finally obtained rebirth after years and years of effort. The mysteries behind this deed would remain a secret. No one knew and he wouldn't tell anyone either. Nonetheless, the location was actually unexpected, not a part of his plan. "Never heard of your 9 worlds. Stop looking around and answer my question," she asserted. However, she did find this name a little familiar. It was only a brief thought and she didn't dwell on it. Where else can this be but the 9 worlds? Li Chia looked up. The sky was still blue. Everything that should exist was there. This made him smile. "West King of 8 Desolaces. Stop playing dumb, you obviously know where you are," she said. 8 Desolaces. Li Chia murmured, "That's fine, just a name change. How did you get here?" She raised her voice. "What is your name?" He didn't answer. "Gong Qianyue." She blurted out without thinking. She didn't know why she answered his nonchalant question. The whole thing felt so natural as if this was how it should be. Chapter 32:45, Gong Qianyue's embarrassment turned into anger. She had no idea why the man's words carried so much authority and power despite being a mortal. "Answer my questions or I won't let you go," she shouted. Splash! Splash! The water suddenly churned as if there was a spring oozing out from the bottom of the pond. This sudden development caught her off guard. Li Chia sighed and smiled wryly. "I have such bad luck with water, taking me here is one thing but coming again." Boom! A pillar of water rushed out from the bottom, causing the rest to splash upward. She herself was blown flying along with Li Chia. The pillar shot up high and eventually fell back down like a mini rain. "Shit, I can't fly," Li Chia lamented during the fall. Bam! He broke numerous branches along the way, resulting in a deep pain knocking him out. When he woke up again, he saw a ceiling consisting of wood and straws. This house clearly didn't belong to a wealthy family or a cultivator, just the humble abode of a farmer. He looked around and saw a lack of decoration, only a table and basic essential items, nothing else. He tried to move but found himself tied up by strips of cloth. A strong medicinal fragrance hit him. He was treated with ointment then wrapped up, making it hard for him to move. It's really not easy being a mortal. He smiled wryly. He then inspected his own body. Of course, this was unnecessary since he knew his current situation, just a mortal with nothing left. The explosion above decimated and truly killed him. Rebirth shouldn't have been possible. But let's not forget, he was the Dark Crow Li Chia. He needed to be ready for tougher fights in the future, thus he had prepared sufficiently for this. In the 9 worlds, wait, this was no longer the 9 worlds. The name of this place in the new epoch was 8 Desolaces. He left behind ace cards here that were still around regardless of any earth-shattering changes. After years of gestation, he was reborn and became immortal again. Of course, mortal or immortal, this didn't matter to him. He only needed his Tao heart. As long as it was still unyielding as before, he would be able to rise again. He seemed amused as he smacked his lips, savoring the taste of being immortal. It has been a very long time since he experienced this feeling. He closed his eyes and enjoyed this moment of peace. Once he opened his eyes again, he saw a girl standing next to the bed. She wore a cheap dress with patches on them. She was tan from being overly exposed to the sun, but her eyes were full of spirit. She was startled to see the man waking up and immediately ran out while shouting, "Instructor, instructor." The man woke up. Li Qiye chuckled at this sight. A moment later, the sunlight coming through the door was blocked as someone walked in, a middle-aged man with a tall and muscular frame, long arms, and big hands. He wore a robe made from cheap hemp just like the little girl. However, his facial features were stalwart, giving off an austere and strong appearance. "You're awake." He sat on the bed and said. "You saved me." Li Qiye looked at him. "You fell from the sky and landed in our village during the rain, very lucky to survive." He had a strange stare because the whole thing was strange. It was a sunny day, yet it started pouring out of nowhere. Moreover, this mortal landed without dying. It would make more sense if he were a cultivator instead. Li Qiye chuckled in response. Everyone mistook the water pillar exploding as rain. "I'm afraid you need to stay in bed for a while." The man shook his head. It was a miracle that Li Qiye had survived the fall. "What is your name? Where's your home?" He went on. Li Qiye, "No idea about my home though." Li Qiye smiled. The man took a closer look, thinking that Li Qiye suffered enough trauma during the fall to have amnesia. This didn't seem to be the case after an observation. Nonetheless, he wasn't a curious person and stopped asking. His name was Lu Fuyo, a member of this village. He had tried to cultivate before. "This medicine isn't very good." Li Qiye smelled the ointment and shook his head. "It's from my sect, the best type, actually." Fuyo responded. Best here meant that it was the best available to him. He didn't have a lot left and used it all on Li Qiye. In theory, he shouldn't have saved a stranger, especially a mortal. Yet, he still did it and used the ointment given by his sect on this guy. He didn't know why he did it either. Little did he know that Li Qiye would have been fine either way. When Li Qiye could walk, he would be able to find better medicines to heal in the shortest time. "Okay, rest well now," Fuyo said, then left. While Li Qiye stayed at this village named Lu, Fuyo continued to take care of him. The two of them barely talked because of Fuyo's quiet nature. Occasionally, Fuyo stood there in a daze. There seemed to be something on his mind. On the other hand, Li Qiye didn't mind this arrangement and leisurely stayed to recover. His recovery rate far exceeded Fuyo's expectations, truly surprising the guy. This morning, Li Qiye could finally leave his bed. This was the first time he got out of the house. He found himself in a simple courtyard belonging to Fuyo. He left the place and was met by a clean breath of air. This was a tiny village surrounded by mountains and fogs on all sides. The refreshing breezes came from the forest nearby. The village consisted of only several dozen families. All of them had the last name Lu, hence the name of the village. It was early in the morning, but the villagers were already busy. Some went hunting while others fed their livestock or began farming. Voices could be heard everywhere. Fuyo was the only cultivator in the village, so he was quite influential. Everyone else knew about Li Qiye, the sick person brought back by Fuyo. A few villagers greeted him as he walked down the stone street. This was the ordinary life of mortals, plain and simple while needing to work hard for the sake of survival. He had a smile on his face while strolling down the road and breathing in the refreshing air. He was no longer the invincible Wuxia, only another mortal. This made him feel quite carefree, able to relax. Chapter 32-46. The stone road stretched from one side to the other of the village, ending with a training ground paved with granite. It looked coarse but was made with care. Each piece was large and durable. Weeds could be seen to the sides along with farm tools. Thus, this place was most likely used as a drying field. 30 to 50 children were sitting randomly there. Nonetheless, each looked quite attentive. The youngest was around 5 or 6 with the oldest being 10 or so. They were earnestly breathing in and out. One would be surprised to see this at a regular village. Their instructor was Lu Fuyo, who had a stern gaze on right now. He walked around and would fix any child who was cultivating incorrectly. He was the only cultivator who could teach the children. This added to his prestige. Keep working hard, the sect examination is coming soon. Being eliminated then meant no more chances, you'll have to stay here and work on the farm then. If you want to fly like immortals and see how vast the world is, don't stop. Fuyo loudly encouraged after seeing some of them slacking off. His commanding voice earned him the title of Thunder Dragon Lu. The distracted ones immediately focused, their eyes turned bright after thinking about the examination and being able to fly like immortals. They breathed in and out as instructed. After all, this was their chance to leave the village. Bad results would lead to being removed by the sect, meaning that they would need to become farmers like their parents. Li Chia watched without entering, judging each child before ending with Lu Fuyo. He only smiled and shook his head, deciding to leave instead of participating. It didn't take long for him to finish touring the small village. Nevertheless, he enjoyed this moment, listening to the birds from the forest, watching the farmers at work and their animals. Make no mistake, this lifestyle wasn't easy. However, they still had relative peace and didn't have to shoulder a heavy burden for millions of years. These mortals didn't actively care about the survival of the world, the dark existences, or the final battle. These things were too distant and removed from their ordinary lives. Thus, as a mortal, Li Chia decided to enjoy this short moment of leisure and threw the rest to the back of his mind. He sauntered during what might be the most leisure moment of his life. He occasionally stopped to look at the flowing spring, completely immersed in the act. Remember, he has seen plenty of magnificent and beautiful scenes before. Alas, he still found an ordinary spring interesting enough. He eventually made it to the entrance of the village. There existed a tablet originating from an unknown period. Moss grew on it, nearly covering the words. He came closer and saw that it was a mental incantation consisting of a few hundred characters. Next to each line was an explanation. He shook his head after reading for a bit. A sense of familiarity started to rise. You know the All Things mantra? Someone asked as he was about to leave. It was Lu Fuyo whose voice could be heard from so far away. He turned around and smiled, All Things. Fuyo stared at him and nodded, then glanced at the tablet. Yes, it is one of the 7 most common mantras, also known as 7 laws of the Golden Age or laws of the blessed. Of course, this tablet wasn't special because these 7 laws have spread all over 8 decilaces. One could find them in any bookstall on the street. They weren't considered cultivation secrets at all. The first cultivators in the village carved one of the 7 laws here, hoping that the descendants could embark on the path of cultivation. Later on, they could read this and learn even without a teacher. In current days, the disciples from the big sects didn't choose these 7 laws. Their sects had their own introductory mantras or powerful methods left behind by Tao lords. The blessed? Li Chia asked. Because they are passed down by blessed Tao Lord, some even say that the great Tao Lord is their creator. Fuyou explained while looking at the tablet. Li Qiye smiled and didn't say anything else. Fuyou himself was surprised. He didn't know why he spoke so much with this mortal today. Li Qiye didn't say anything else and returned to the street. Fuyou followed behind him, still confused by his current actions. However, following Li Qiye seemed to be the natural course of action. The two of them kept this up for a while. Do you really want to stay here in the village? Li Qiye eventually asked along the way. Fuyou halted since these words struck him deep. He calmed down and caught up with Li Qiye's pace and asked, "You're a cultivator?" "Yes, a very long time ago, I've forgotten most by now." Li Qiye smiled. "A long time ago?" Fuyou remained skeptical. Li Qiye looked 20 years of age at best. How long ago could he be talking about? How does one forget about cultivation? Fuyou raised his brows. This was understandable. Cultivators wouldn't forget about their hard training. Plus, Li Qiye was young, not a senile old man. Remember or forget. Are they different when it comes to the Grand Tao? Li Qiye casually said. Fuyou became stunned. Something inside him became jolted as if struck by a lightning bolt. He stopped once again to think about the seemingly profound comment. It would make sense if Li Qiye was repeating this line from an ancient scroll. However, this didn't seem to be the case. Fuyou regained his wits and followed Li Qiye again. The latter stood next to a spring, watching the schools of fish playing around. Fuyou didn't find this entertaining at all, but Li Qiye acted as if this was the most beautiful scenery in the world, fully immersing himself. 1. Immortal observer is a bit hard since the word can be used as a prefix with other words. It can mean rubbing, observing, or training. Picking observer for now. Note number 2, changing immortal observer to blessed after more context. I'm guessing it's a reference to a famous poem depicting an immortal braiding the hair of a young man and teaching him the art of immortality. So rub should be the right word, rubbed or touched or interaction with an immortal. So in other words, blessed. It's hard to include the word immortal in this without making it too wordy since he has the Tao Lord title afterward too. I tried to find a cooler word for blessed but didn't see anything with a close enough definition. Chapter 3247, Once again, Lu Fuyou found himself perplexed. Why was he accompanying Li Qiye when the guy was only looking at this spring? A cultivator like him was tagging behind a mortal. Strangely enough, this didn't feel too out of place. He eventually stopped thinking about it and just went with the flow. Li Qiye found a spot and sat down near the spring. He casually plucked a little flower that was growing there. As his finger twirled, the flower started floating in a circular motion. The action looked natural and fluid, but Fuyou was completely enchanted by the flower. He saw it floating in accordance with the wind direction, same with the speed. In fact, the spin of the flower was at the same speed as the flower of the water down in the spring as well. Before he knew it, he found this spinning motion to be in tune with all rhythms in the world, a perfect harmonization. As the flower gradually fell down and touched the water, a carp leaped out of the water and swallowed it. Once again, the carp didn't spot the flower nor did it want to eat it. However, the flower fell down at the exact time when the carp leaped up with its mouth opened, perfectly inside. It seemed that a karmic reaction had started the moment the flower started moving upward. Fuyou's mind became illuminated in this split moment. He thought that he had just seen a grand Tao. He couldn't believe his own eyes and started rubbing them. Maybe this was all a coincidence and he was overthinking it. He looked over at Li Qiye. The guy was still sitting there with his chin resting on his palms, quietly watching the spring without a care. Fuyou heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, he thought that he was really just overthinking it. There was no harmonization of the worldly orders just now, no karma and no grand Tao. Your talent is not bad. Li Qie nonchalant said as he was relaxing. This struck him like a lightning bolt. In fact, he had heard this phrase plenty of times before when many seniors and peers praised him. However, this time was different. He stood there like a silly wooden chicken, realizing that it was no coincidence earlier. The harmonization started with a fluttering flower, all started with Li Qie's simplest motion. This left Fuyou speechless with his mouth wide open. How could a mortal possess this ability? He himself had no chance of influencing the orders and rhythms of the world. Very few in his sects could actually do so. He didn't know what to say, finding the man to be unfathomable. Was this man a hidden master? Or was there another possibility? Who are you? This was the only question he could muster. I am me. Li Qie smiled and laid down to look at the white clouds moving across the blue sky. Pretty indeed. Li Qie sentimentally added. Fuyou looked up and didn't agree. He has seen this sky for dozens of years, it's still the same as ever. He didn't understand Li Qie's frame of mind, but the guy didn't look pretentious at all. Really? Fuyou murmured. It wasn't that pretty. His sect had plenty of beautiful sceneries trumping this ordinary sky. Li Qie only smiled because Fuyou hasn't seen the destruction of a world or an empty shell of one. This beautiful sky was thanks to the effort of numerous sages. As Li Qie was enjoying the azure, Fuyou had many thoughts in his mind that he didn't dare to say. I am still me in the end, can only be the mortal for 1 or 2 days. Back to being Li Qie then. Li Qie murmured and stood up. Fuyou could see how bright his eyes were at this exact moment. Though they didn't carry any divinity or frightening light, just this mere change of expression made Fuyou think that Li Qie had become a different person, someone taller than the sky and thicker than the earth. This naturally stunned Fuyou. How could a mortal give off this immense feeling? He looked up and saw Li Qie already far away, then hurriedly caught up. He found that this Li Qie was no longer the same as the one before. He was absolutely sure of this. Fuyou was still at a loss for words, overwhelmed. Call me young master. Li Qie said without any hesitation. Young master. Fuyou answered right away and didn't feel bad about it in the slightest. Li Qie didn't care about Fuyou's thoughts and continued forward. I know that you don't want to stay in this small village because of your talents. Li Qie said. I was born here, so dying here isn't bad at all. Fuyou contemplated before answering while scratching his head. He had accepted this long ago. He remembered the feelings back then when he first returned, unwillingness, humiliation, and indignation. Alas, he matured across the years. Efforts weren't enough to change anything, so he chose acceptance instead. This was his home, so even though his dream had failed, it wasn't bad living the rest of his life here. Moreover, he placed his hope on the children. If one of them were to be chosen by the sect next time, it would be great for the village on top of fulfilling one of his wishes. Do you know what your problem is? Li Qie asked. I'm either stupid or not suitable for cultivation. Fuyou thought about it before answering. Chapter 32-48, Is that how you think about yourself? Li Qie smiled at the self-deprecating response. Lu Fuyou fell into silence. He was definitely not stupid, definitely an exceptional one among the first-generation disciples in his sect. However, his cultivation suddenly stopped improving. He tried for a long time before giving up and returning to his birthplace. I see that you're cultivating 4 different laws, correct? Li Qie glanced at him and said. You're right, young master. Fuyou became startled and answered, I cultivate 2 merit laws from my school and 2 different mental mantras. The merit laws are 8-armed devil ape and celestial seal. The 2 mantras are South Fence and Mad Fiery Bull. He wondered how Li Qie knew that he was cultivating 4 different arts at the same time. I see. Li Qie chuckled. He noticed Li Qiye's confident attitude. It was as if the guy had expected this, figuring it out from a single glance. Please correct my mistakes, young master. Fuyo bowed his head and requested. Others would think that Fuyo was insane for asking a mortal who hasn't cultivated a single law. The most knowledgeable and well-educated mortal still couldn't teach a cultivator anything with regard to cultivation. Alas, Fuyo, who was once considered a genius back at his school, was doing just that. His peers would think that he had gone mad from being desperate. In recent years, your cultivation had no improvements and even started declining, true? Li Qiye accepted the bow and continued. Right, young master. Fuyo became increasingly shaken. He trained extremely hard for a period, yet his cultivation still stagnated. Many in the sect knew about this. However, only very few knew that his cultivation was decreasing, not just stagnating. Normally, cultivation wouldn't decrease like this while one still had plenty of vitality and youth. This would only occur for someone near death as their lifespan was running out. Fuyo was at the prime of his life with ample life force and vitality. Why did his cultivation continuously recede then? He had asked his seniors in the sect before, but they couldn't come up with a diagnosis. Eventually, he assumed that he wasn't meant to cultivate. Thus, he said goodbye to his sect and returned to the village. Elaborate on your current situation. Li Qiye said. It was about a year after I reached the grand level of Conqueror Vessel and opened my 6th palace. I was preparing to break through to enlightened being manifestation, but my cultivation suddenly stopped improving. He had a sad expression at this point. Remember, he was highly viewed by his sect and had plenty of potentials. This issue during the crucial breakthrough took all of this away. After all, the level of manifestation served as a boundary. Entering this realm meant reaching an entirely new power level. Conqueror Vessel and enlightened being manifestation. Li Qiye looked at him. Fuyo found this strange because Li Qiye's eyes made him doubt himself. He didn't know whether Li Qiye really knew cultivation or not. They're the titles of cultivation realms. Fuyo hurriedly explained about the various realms of cultivation. The epoch was 8 decalaces. The 9 worlds epoch would never return, so the previous cultivation system was also gone, no longer suitable. A new system had replaced it. There were the 12 realms listed from weakest to strongest: mortal shell, iron skin, bronze tendon, silver carapace, violet marquis corpus, conqueror vessel, enlightened being manifestation, samadhi materialization, yin-yang celestial, myriad form sanctity, grand Tao sacred physique, and Tao Lord golden avatar. Each realm had 3 levels: minor, intermediate, and grand. The highest realm was Tao Lords. These beings could sculpt a golden avatar by this point. I see, this is okay, I suppose, not incorrect. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. The body becomes the vessel of the Grand Tao while the Grand Tao becomes the treasury of the body. You know this phrase? Young master. Fuyo was surprised because this guy didn't know anything about cultivation yet just blurted out one of its most famous principles. I've heard of it before. Li Qiye could only smile. How could he not know about it? He was the one who started this new cultivation system, resulting in new physiques. However, these titles were given by others. They were different from Li Qiye's initial Grand Tao plan but not too far off. The popular phrase earlier, in particular, has been refined into the world itself and carved into the primordial tree. He himself created it, that's why he understood its profundities better than anyone else. Tell me what you felt while cultivating. Li Qiye stopped reminiscing and asked. Not much, I just stopped improving after Conqueror Vessel's grand level. Fuyo pondered for a bit before answering. Absorbing both chaos and worldly energy didn't do anything. A while later, my vitality would churn as if I didn't refine enough energy to support my true fate. This made the 4 symbols in my fate palace shrink and wither. He felt that Li Qiye was his last hope, so he didn't hold anything back while meticulously detailing his circumstances. The strongest seniors in his sect had no solution to this problem. Right now, he worried that if this continued, one day he would actually drop a realm. Reverting to Marquis Corpus would be too heavy of a mental blow. You haven't cultivated anything outside of these four? Li Qie asked. Right, when I first joined the sect, I started with the most basic art, South Fence, to build my cultivational foundation. After reaching Silver Carapace, I chose Mad Fiery Bull Mantra, using that as the Tao foundation. As for merit laws, I chose 8-armed Devil Ape at first, then Celestial Seal afterward. Is there a problem here? Fuyo hastily answered. Mantras and merit laws were different. Mantras were purely meant to refine the Tao foundation and cultivation. The strongest the Tao foundation, the more power later. As for merit laws, they were offensive and defensive techniques. Your cultivation is fine. Li Qie said. Fuyo heaved a sigh of relief because he was afraid of a mistake there. This might lead to qi deviation, or in order to fix it, he would need to destroy his Tao foundation and start all over. If I'm not mistaken, you had a fight before the stagnation. Li Qie added. Exactly, but how do you know this? I was wounded after the battle, but after taking some pills, I fully recovered, no after effects. Fuyo took a deep breath and elaborated. This has nothing to do with the injuries received in battle. I'm sure you lost and overexerted yourself. Li Qie said. That's correct. Fuyo agreed. You used the bull mantra to channel your vitality and energies in full force, then on one hand, you activated Celestial Seal to attack while using 8-armed Devil Ape as the defensive measure, right? Li Qie speculated. His speculation left Fuyo astounded. 1. The author used various words for body with these realms. My first attempt included words like form, shell, body, frame, build and others. This would make it match closely with the Chinese version. However, I chose against it and decided to make it better for reading via omission. I could have just added physique to each one, but I thought about it and that would make it sound like a physique cultivation system, which I don't think this one is entirely. You get the physique after cultivating instead of solely focusing on improving the physique. Chapter 3249, Fuyo was at a loss for words because Li Qie described the battle vividly as if he was there in person. However, he knew that the guy wasn't and didn't see the fight. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Li Qie seemed to be the combatant given how well he knew the moves, not Fuyo. It took a while for Fuyo to calm down and started stuttering. How do you know this? It's obvious given your condition. Just a quick deduction. Li Qie said. Deduction? Fuyo thought that this level of deduction was above his station. Li Qie smiled and leisurely walked forward as if this was springtime. Young master, is this curable? Fuyo gave chase and hesitated for a moment before asking respectfully with hope in his eyes. The problem had plagued him for so long now, so Li Qie's words gave him hope. It's not a big issue. The bull mantra is a fiery merit law, the same with Celestial Seal and 8-armed Devil Ape. You ran out of vitality with nothing left, yet you still used these direct merit laws. Li Qie talked while walking slowly. And what's the result? Fuyo asked. Just like a bow pulled back to the limit. What do you think will happen if you keep on pulling? Li Qie looked at him. The string will be torn. Fuyo blurted out. Yes. But you're lucky because you weren't strong enough to break the bow, or that would be the end of your Tao foundation. Li Qie revealed. Fuyo shuddered despite Li Qie's casual tone. He actually won that fight after struggling hard. His wounds also healed quickly. Thus, the seniors never connected his problem with this fight, unable to give the right diagnosis. Now, if Li Qie was right, then he was actually very lucky. Just a bit more force and he would have become a cripple instead of this gradual weakening process. He was as impressed as can be because Li Qiye didn't actually check on his conditions. The guy only glanced at him and asked a few questions before figuring out the cause. This required frightening power and abilities. "Young master, are you really immortal?" Fuyo asked. The strongest senior in his sect couldn't pinpoint the problem, yet Li Qiye could do so in a few minutes. Li Qiye definitely looked like a mortal, but Fuyo no longer thought so. "Of course I am, right now," Li Qiye said. "But, how did you?" Fuyo didn't know what to say. "I've just read enough books. Remember, reading is good so that you'll know more things," Li Qiye said. Fuyo smiled wryly. Was this really true? Did he know this from just reading books? "Young master, is this curable?" Fuyo stopped thinking and asked again. "Easy as pie." Li Qiye chuckled. "Really?" Fuyo became excited, his eyes flashed brightly. This was the best possible news. Young master, so what should I do?" He rubbed his palms and didn't know how to ask politely. He was ready to beg or do anything for Li Qiye to help him cure this problem. "No rush. You've been impatient in recent years and that still didn't amount to anything. Relax and you'll accomplish more," Li Qiye said. "My mistake." Fuyo understood the logic behind this and took a deep breath to mellow down. Nonetheless, his anxiousness was understandable. The problem plaguing him for several years could finally be solved. Li Qiye didn't say anything else and moved on with Fuyo right behind him, looking like a servant. They have left the village, so Li Qiye began looking at the forest with great focus without missing a single blade of grass. Fuyo didn't understand. What was so special about the leaves and grass? The world has changed. It's not a case of one's home being there, but their loved ones are no longer around. Now, even the home is gone. Li Qiye sighed, becoming slightly emotional. Fuyo didn't get it but remained silent along the way. The two of them walked for some time before stopping in front of a large stone statue on the road, a black tortoise. It looked divine and lofty on top of being very arrogant, clearly a divine beast. Its shell looked strong enough to shoulder the sky. Strangely enough, the beast also looked kind and friendly. Li Qiye found it to be very familiar, as if he had seen it before. Fuyo explained right away, "My sect's name is Divine Black and this is our symbol. As long as it is still our territory, you'll find one very often." "Oh. I see. What is it depicting?" Li Qiye asked. "Our patriarch and progenitor, the divine beast Black Tortoise," Fuyo said with respect. "Black Tortoise?" Li Qiye found this surprising. Indeed. During the ancient era, our patriarch was the mount of a great immortal. He traveled across the 9 heavens and absorbed the stars, even entering immortal paradises and treacherous grounds. Later on, the great immortal left this world, but he chose to stay and created our sect. "Tell me more about this immortal." Li Qiye couldn't help but smile. I don't know much." Fuyo smiled wryly. He only knew about his patriarch from the stories told by the seniors. Li Qiye shook his head in response. "Well, my master said that the great immortal was completely unbeatable with a penchant for massacres. He was worshipped by all despite being a destroyer of sections." Fuyo scratched his head and added. "Sounds like a murderer more than an immortal." Li Qiye chuckled. "I heard that the great immortal only killed those who deserved death, they were all evil." Fuyo smiled awkwardly after saying this. "That does sound more pleasant. A great immortal, I haven't heard this in a long time." Li Qiye smiled at the statue and decided to gently pat the tortoise's head. Once again, Fuyo still found Li Qiye as mysterious as can be. There was something more to this smile that he didn't get. 1. So I originally translated the title of this sect as arcane. It was the word divine plus black/mysterious/profound/inscrutable/unbelievable. The latter is always hard to translate. This is the exact example of why I was wrong. I chose arcane because it sounded good and true to the mysterious meaning. Now, it turns out that black is referring to black tortoise. This makes the title of the sect hard to translate. Black has to be a part of it because the reference has been made. But a school named Black or Divine Black sounds bad in English. This isn't the case in Chinese because the character for black has other meanings that can stand alone. Divine tortoise is okay, but we can't use it here because that's adding information that's not supposed to be there. When a Chinese reader saw this title the first time, they would never connect it to a black tortoise. Another option in a different scenario is to use a cooler word for black, such as obsidian or onyx. Unfortunately, it's a black tortoise, not obsidian or onyx tortoise. It has to be divine black to match the meaning of this conversation and the context. 2. The word for murder here is actually the word I translate as fierce. Chapter 3250, Li Qiye stayed at the village with nothing to do. He either just sat in his room or went on a stroll around the village. He looked like a layabout, only eating and sleeping. The most productive thing he did was the occasional playing with the children. He was definitely a mortal right now, and the laziest kind. Lu Fuyo would never think much of him without prior interactions. Alas, these leisure days didn't last long. Li Qiye thought about leaving the village after several days. He decided to take Lu Fuyo with him as an errand boy of sorts. Fuyo was at the Conqueror vessel realm. He wasn't a big shot or anything but could still be considered somebody. Moreover, he was relatively influential in his sect, which was a first-rate one in West King. Most would not understand why a cultivator would let a mortal order him alone. However, Fuyo didn't really mind. He quietly carried a medicine basket and walked behind Li Qiye. The two of them have been very busy entering the mountain and forest looking for herbs and grass, starting early in the morning and ending late at night. The ones found weren't precious at all. Nonetheless, they were varied, ranging from herbs used by mortals to the rare ones growing on the steep cliffs or hidden valleys. Thus, Fuyo performed the hard labor necessary to grab the out-of-reach ones. He didn't utter a single grievance and followed all of Li Qiye's orders with immense attentiveness. Now this one is rare. Today, Li Qiye told him to get a plant growing on a precipice, sticking on it like a gecko. What is it? Fuyo wasn't an alchemist. He recognized most of the ones found recently but not all. The world had changed, so did certain things. I don't know the name, but the fundamental essences are the same. Li Qiye smiled and threw it into the basket. Fuyo has grown used to listening to these inscrutable comments from Li Qiye. Li Qiye began refining them after gathering enough. Watching him at work left Fuyo surprised because he didn't look like an alchemist. His methods resembled that of regular people. In the cultivation world, alchemists would use their Dao fire to smelt ingredients and refine pills. As for Li Qiye, he used a regular fire and drying method by leaving the herbs and grass out in the sun. It looked like he was actually booking, resorting to steaming, frying, boiling, and drying. Putting that aside, Li Qiye was as skilled as can be. Fuyo felt as if he was watching a master at work. "Are you an alchemist, young master?" Fuyo couldn't help but ask. "No, I am not, this is just a casual hobby. All are interconnected, no need to be fixated with one thing or one Dao." Li Qiye chuckled. Fuyo thought that ordinary people wouldn't be able to say something like this for various reasons. Only those at the top could do so. It took a while before Li Qiye finished preparing the herbs and grass. He told Fuyo to prepare a large pot. He was meticulous when adding the materials into the pots, keeping track of the weight, order, and dropping technique. He also made Fuyo watch and control the fire carefully using forced draft at the bottom. Finally, all of the materials have been added. The boiling resulted in a bubbling medicinal liquid inside the pot. It had a dark green color, looking like a melted piece of jade. "May I ask what this is, young master?" Fuyo respectfully asked. "A one and only type of ointment. Jump in, boil for a bit now," Li Qiye ordered. "And me?" Fuyo pointed at his nose, astonished. He wasn't ready to jump into a boiling pot. "It's not like I'll make soup out of you." Li Qiye glanced at him and said. Fuyo finally got the point and immediately jumped into the pot, immersing his body into the medicinal liquid. Li Qiye then placed the iron lid on before adding fire, causing the liquid to churn more. A few children playing in the courtyard became frightened at this sight. Is he trying to boil, instructor?" One of them murmured. "Yes, I'm about to make a meat soup, want a bowl?" "Human soup is extremely delicious." Li Qiye saw them and decided to play around. "No." The children turned pale and ran away. Li Qiye chuckled and added more firewood and wind to strengthen the fire. Only the sizzling of the fire and bubbles could be heard in the courtyard right now. Eventually, a loud explosion came from the pot, similar to thunder. It was as if the pot wasn't containing medicinal liquid but rather, a pool of lightning and thunder. One could also hear the clicking noises of Fuyo's bones loosening. A powerful aura eventually came out. Li Qiye remained aloof as if he didn't care about the guy boiling to death. He still added more firewood to strengthen the fire. Eventually, the fire was strong enough to engulf the entire pot. This lasted a while longer because a groan could be heard. Bam! The iron lid was pushed to the side. Splash! Fuyo leaped out of the pot. His bones were cracking as if they were growing larger. An imperial aura surrounded him, causing him to look lofty like a king sitting on his throne. It emitted considerable pressure and fierceness. I'm fully healed. Fuyo felt comfortable from top to bottom, his vitality, grand Tao, and chaos energy were roaring inside like massive waves. He had returned to his peak state. The withered four symbols of the Fate Palace have been healed. Power brimmed within him, akin to a bedridden person suddenly becoming better and jumping around. He realized that he was completely cured by this point, the trauma haunting him was all but gone. It became a scene of contrast, the calm Li Qiye sitting down versus the ecstatic Fuyo. The latter got on his knees and bowed respectfully. "Young master, thank you for granting me another life. I owe you a debt of gratitude similar to that with my birth parents." Tears started running down. This wasn't an exaggeration. Despair struck him when the seniors back in the sect couldn't solve his problem. He thought that his cultivation would stop at conqueror essence, if not decrease even more. That's why he returned to the village in order to teach the children, hoping to nourish seeds good enough. Perhaps a few of them would be able to join Divine Black in the future. Keep in mind that he used to be an excellent disciple in Divine Black. This made the fall from grace even harder to accept. Chapter 3251, Lu Fuyo was moved to tears and continued kowtowing. He was ready to listen and obey Li Qiye's orders. He became filled with hope and enthusiasm again. Without this problem, he would have broken into the manifestation realm already, becoming an enlightened being, a big shot at his sect. Some of his peers have already reached this level and became very influential. Though he was left behind right now, there was still hope as long as he tried his best. This opportunity was bestowed upon him by Li Qiye, so he was moved to tears. "Stand up," Li Qiye said, "no need to cultivate right away since you have just recovered. Just relax, let the Tao foundation become firmer or you'll repeat the same mistake again." "I understand." He bowed towards Li Qiye. Li Qiye waved his hand, then returned to his room, leaving the happy Fuyo behind. He eventually calmed down and followed Li Qiye's direction. He didn't try to break through again but instead worked on stabilizing his Tao foundation. From then on, he reviewed what he had learned back in the sect after teaching the children. Li Qiye also had free time afterward, just waiting for the sun to rise and set. He had no intention of leaving the village. Of course, this was a moment of leisure for him. This period was nothing, just the blink of an eye compared to the rest of his life. Alas, this wouldn't last forever. He needed to return and couldn't stay as a mortal. Time to get started. One day, he focused and embarked on the cultivation path again. He had no cultivation to speak of, just an ordinary mortal. He had thrown away all of his merit laws and grand Tao, choosing to forget them. It had nothing to do with his long slumber. He deliberately wanted to start on a clean slate. Think of it as a work of art. Once finished, even the best work of art had its limits, it wasn't anything more than itself. However, a blank piece of paper had boundless potential. This was his epic, so if he were to start again, he would have a new foundation and be able to reach a height greater than before, completely unprecedented. He wasn't picky at first either. The beginning didn't matter since all Tao would meet at the apex eventually. Thus, he simply started with the All Things mantra found at the village's entrance, the most basic mantra in 8 decilaces. It was one of the 7 most well-known mantras and could be found everywhere. There were numerous beliefs regarding the origin of the 7 mantras. One stated that it was passed down by an immortal. Another said that after the initial destruction, these methods descended from the heavens as a blessing to the inhabitants. Most believed in the first because back in the late stage of the chaotic era, a youth received instruction from an immortal who had descended. From then on, he became unstoppable and rampaged across the worlds to stop the chaos. He earned his golden avatar and proved his Tao, becoming a supreme Tao Lord with the title of Blessed. The Tao Lord created a sect and spread mantras that later on were known as the 7. Because of this, some of the future generations referred to these mantras as laws of the blessed. However, some scoffed at this belief, especially those with sufficient knowledge. They thought that the true immortal sect was falsely padding their own reputation. Why? Because they knew that the 7 laws have existed before blessed Tao Lord. Cultivators and even Tao Lords have trained in these 7 arts. They could be traced back to the first Tao Lord of 8 decilaces, the duck's egg buyer. The era of chaos really weakened the cultivation world. Prosperity only returned during Blessed's era. He then recompiled and promoted them all over the land. Plus, he himself never claimed to have created the 7 laws. Therefore, those in the know called them the 7 laws of the Golden Age instead. Ultimately, Li Qiye didn't give a damn about their origin and names. He knew exactly where they came from already. The 7 were, chaos, heaven split, divinization, all things, society, devil, and samsara. At the start of blessed Tao Lord's era, both the mortals and cultivators studied the 7. As the myriad races found prosperity using the Tao, various Tao Lords began creating their own laws and mantras. Thus, people slowly abandoned the 7 laws. The disciples from the bigger sects naturally wouldn't pick these 7. The seniors didn't encourage this either. The 7 were too common and ordinary. Anyone could learn it due to its simplicity. Moreover, both the cultivation speed and efficacy left much to be desired. On the other hand, the new introductory mantras were incredible, especially the ones created by Tao Lords. In fact, just a random low-ranked golden mantra was better than the 7. As time went on, fewer and fewer people trained with the 7. Eventually, only the mortals who couldn't join any sect would pick them. Furthermore, people had different interpretations of the 7. This made them worse because the good and bad have been intermingled. Problems eventually arose. In other words, a real original source of the 7 without a single character changed was virtually impossible to find. The one carved on the tablet in front of the village wasn't an original copy either. It has been passed down and modified across the generations. Well, this wasn't a problem for Li Qiye. He had forgotten all the merit laws, but he was still the creator of this epic. It didn't take long for him to derive the original version of all things while reading the tablet. This original version was special. It appeared simple but contained the profundities of the Tao. Years and years were required in order to derive this mantra to its limit and reach the cores of the Grand Tao. This statement only applied to others, not Li Qie. People would be shocked to find out that he could obtain an unfathomable level of Tao comprehension using all things. 1. This was initially a mortal observer without context. With this context, I'm changing his title to Blessed. 2. Note, since this is an entirely new setting, some translation choices can be difficult. Some titles and proper names can be hard to tell. For example, a mighty peak can be just a mighty peak or mighty peak. As for this duck's egg buyer line, it's as literal as possible since I don't know what's going on. I'm sure the author will explain this later. Chapter 3252, All Things Mantra, meaning that everything could become laws. From the grass to the pebbles, all of them contained the mysterious Grand Tao. Each individual path could lead to the rest. This choice was as casual as can be. He simply picked it because it was already right there in the village. He morphed this version into the original one, the purest all things mantra that connects straight to the Grand Tao. He sat in the meditative pose and began cultivating by reciting the characters. His fate palace opened and the four symbols emerged, the pillar, tree, spring, and cauldron of life. In this current epoch, the four symbols had a pivotal role on the same level as the fate palaces. When using the mantra to absorb the worldly, Tao power, and chaos energy, they entered the fate palace to be refined by the four symbols in accordance with the mantra's guideline. They eventually turned into chaos true energy. This true energy would craft a Tao foundation around the true fate. This process was happening for Li Qie. At the beginning of cultivation, regular cultivators' true fate was only a faint radiance. This was the shape of the soul. Through the gestation of the Grand Tao and chaos true energy, the true fate would slowly grow stronger and manifest into a different form. At the enlightened being manifestation realm, the true fate would look like a miniature copy of the cultivator. This would allow cultivators to control powerful weapons. All of this didn't apply to Li Qie. His true fate was unique in history and far beyond the comprehension of laymen. It fitted nicely in the fate palace with the four symbols protecting it. It absorbed the energy and mysteries of the world in order to create a Tao foundation. All of this was a natural process that happened every time during a channel cycle of his true fate. He eventually entered a state of Zen, something that would frighten the others if they were to find out. How could a new cultivator reach this level? Even an enlightened being with a humanoid-shaped true fate would find this difficult. They would only reach this state by sheer luck or a great opportunity. Those who could do so whenever needed to be at the Grand Tao sacred physique realm. Alas, a mortal like Li Qie could still do so. The world changed before him. The physical characteristics of 8 desolaces were no longer there. He only saw Grand Tao lines and runes before him, constantly deriving great mysteries in the shape of a profound world. Deep in this profound world was a tree with whirling branches. It could shoulder the entire world along with the myriad Tao. This was the source of the Grand Tao. He was the only one who could see this world in his Zen state. The other masters couldn't do so regardless of their power. Even a Tao Lord could only see a corner, no different from a frog under the well. Despite these advantages, he was indeed starting from the beginning again. The first realm was mortal shell where he absorbed the various affinities for cultivation. He didn't use a single shortcut during this process. The 12 realms were divided into 3 levels, minor, intermediate, and grand. For the minor mortal shell level, using energy to refine the body was the first step. Once he had enough chaos true energy, he would reach the intermediate level. This consisted of gestating and empowering the 4 symbols. Normally, the 4 symbols would create and refine the affinities into chaos true energy. However, after having enough, the true energy would then complement the 4 symbols. Today, both mortals and cultivators had 4 symbols right after birth. Moreover, they were all 9 feet long. Because of this, there was a popular phrase among cultivators, born with 9, perfect with 10. Shed one's mortal body and exchange one's bones. Essentially, during the intermediate level, chaos true energy would make the 4 symbols grow 1 extra foot. At 10 feet long, the cultivator would reach the grand level. This was the time to open more fate palaces. Everyone was born with 1 and opening more was a requirement for breaking through. 1 palace, 1 realm. So, a Tao Lord would have 12 palaces and a golden avatar. Li Qiye's cultivation speed was awfully slow. Decent cultivators would definitely look down on him. First, he picked a crappy starting mantra. Moreover, his speed was so slow, meaning that his talents should be worthless, only 1 step from being called an idiot. Since Li Qiye has been idle recently, his sudden start surprised Fuyo. "Young master, you're training. May I ask which mantra you're using?" Fuyo curiously asked after seeing Li Qiye meditating. "All things." Li Qiye answered. Others would be deep in concentration, but Li Qiye was leaning back on his chair, looking as lazy as can be. Really? Fuyo found this surprising. In his opinion, someone as mysterious as Li Qiye should cultivate something amazing. Even if it wasn't the best, it should at least be a high-ranked yellow mantra. The one in front of the village? Fuyo hesitated for a bit before asking. He saw Li Qiye looking at it a few days ago. That's the one. Li Qiye casually responded. "Young master, this mantra, it's quite slow." Fuyo hesitated again. It was common knowledge that these 7 had a slower cultivation speed compared to others, hence their lack of popularity. Despite the existence of the stone tablet, no one in the current generation at the village was using it. The reason was very simple: those who became disciples from Divine Black would come back here and teach the children different mantras. For example, Fuyo was teaching them the South Fence mantra. Only those with no other option would resort to the 7. "Young master, well, you can be considered a member of the village right now, so, if you don't mind, pay respect to our patriarch and you can also cultivate South Fence." Fuyo eventually made up his mind. A prestigious sect normally never let outsiders learn their mantras and merit laws. As for South Fence, it was a great starting mantra, but Divine Black wasn't overly strict about it. Their disciples could pick anyone in the sect's territory to teach South Fence, such as the children in the village. They would be considered outer disciples and the successful ones could go on to become official disciples. Chapter 3253, Lu Fuyo agreed to pass down this mantra to Li Qiye because he owed the guy a great debt. Moreover, he just needed to pay respect to their patriarch in order to become an outer disciple of Divine Black. South Fence. Li Qiye smiled while looking at the guy. "Yes, it's the best beginner mantra from our sect, a high-ranked yellow mantra created by a forefather for the sake of new disciples. It's amazing at creating a solid foundation." Fuyo hurriedly explained. This wasn't an exaggeration. South Fence was famous indeed, created by South Conk Tao Lord, someone who had revitalized the sect. Virtually all new disciples of Divine Black would cultivate this mantra since there was no better option. Fuyo also did this in order to build his Tao foundation. "High-ranked yellow?" Li Qiye asked. "Merit laws and mantras have classifications. There are 4 of them: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Each also had 3 levels: low, intermediate, and high. There was another thing to note: each of the 4 corresponds to 3 realms. This is a strict rule. Breaking it would result in terrible results." Fuyo explained the common wisdom in 8 desolaces. For example, a bronze tendon cultivator can only train with yellow laws and mantras. If he were to reach silver carapace, the black levels would become available. As for the levels within the 4 classifications, they differed in quality. A high level was certainly better than a low-level one. As Fuyo had said, not obeying these rules could result in chi deviation. Still within the rules, not good and not bad. Li Qiye didn't especially dislike the restrictions. He didn't want to see these types of restrictions, but it might be necessary since life was unfair. People had different levels of comprehension regarding the mysteries of the primordial tree. With these laws in mind, cultivators would be able to focus on establishing a strong foundation and taking it step by step instead of rushing and starting with the strongest laws from the Tao Lords. The ones with better talents could stop fantasizing so far ahead and focus on the present. But, young master, you're an exception. You have an inborn true fate, so these restrictions don't apply to you. Fuyo wasn't so sure when making this statement. He based it off the fact that Li Qiye was so amazing despite being immortal. Perhaps he had the legendary true fate. An inborn true fate gave one incredible talent like the favorites of the heaven. Merit laws and mantras restrictions no longer applied. However, there was one thing missing in Li Qiye. He wasn't looking down on the guy, but he had seen someone with an inborn true fate before. They had a special aura evident from a first glance. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. Don't overthink it, I don't have this so-called inborn true fate. Young master, I didn't mean to offend you, it's my fault for having shallow dash. Fuyo smiled wryly. It's fine, I'm not angry or anything. Li Qiye waved his hand and interrupted, I appreciate your goodwill, but all things will do just fine. Nothing is better than the 7. Are you planning on cultivating all 7 then? Fuyo became surprised. Why not? The palaces store the 4 symbols that protect the true fate used to build the Grand Tao, resulting in the heart scripture with 7 laws to reach the primordial. Li Qiye smiled. You know this too. Fuyo found it strange because this was a profound line in the cultivation world. Many geniuses racked their brains trying to understand and implement this line. On the other hand, Li Qiye didn't know conventional knowledge, yet he could spout these abstruse lines so easily. It's simple, the fundamentals are contained in all the mantras, all things included. Li Qiye said. So your plan is really the 7 together. Fuyo realized something. Certainly doable. To which Li Qiye responded. I heard people only cultivate 4 at the most, from lowest to highest. I don't think anyone does 7. Fuyo scratched his head. Cultivators at higher realms would start switching to the higher level mantras for 2 reasons, harmony and power potential. For example, after reaching Silver Carapace, Fuyo swapped to the Mad Fiery Bull, an intermediate black mantra. Both South Fence and Mad Fiery Bull were derived from all things, so they were connected. Most importantly, when using Mad Fiery Bull, his 8-armed devil ape and celestial seal became far stronger. Therefore, cultivators only really needed 4 mantras before reaching the height of power. That's why Fuyo found Li Qiye's choice astounding. This could be viewed as a waste of time. Many considered the 7 laws to be inferior to low-level yellow mantras by this point. Wasting effort and time on them was unacceptable. Just doing it because I want to. Of course, Li Qiye didn't want to waste time explaining since Fuyo wasn't at the right level. Fuyo was still confused. Nonetheless, he became more curious and paid attention to Li Qiye's cultivation sessions. Li Qiye didn't mind this at all. After observing Li Qiye for some time, Fuyo found Li Qiye's chaos true energy to be majestic and immense. His true energy seemed capable of giving birth to all things. This was something Fuyo had never seen before. He saw mortals trying this mantra out in the past. Their chaos true energy was ordinary or even impure, unlike Li Qiye's. Young master, I was wrong. The all things mantra has been turned into something magical in your hand. He couldn't help but praise. It's not me. All things is this magical and peerless from the start, I'm just following it to cultivate. Li Qiye shook his head. Peerless. Fuyo's eyes widened with skepticism. As a gifted cultivator, he had looked over this mantra in the past. He didn't think it was on the same level as South Fence, a high-level yellow mantra created by a Tao Lord specifically for the newcomers. You disagree? Li Qiye stared at him. Well, Fuyo stood there awkwardly with no response. Didn't you say that they are also called the 7 laws of the blessed? Do you think this Tao Lord spread these laws because he's an idiot? Li Qiye asked. Fuyo became frozen as the words traversed through his mind, causing him to ponder. Chapter 3254, Blessed Tao Lord was a great paragon in history. Lu Fuyo wasn't the only one who thought this. Many wise sages and masters had this evaluation of blessed. The Tao Lords in future generations felt the same way. It's true, Fuyo thought. Even their great ancestor, South Conk Tao Lord, was far inferior in comparison. Blessed Tao Lord clearly valued the 7 mantras. This wouldn't be the case if they were inadequate. So how is all things magical? Fuyo finally asked. Terrible teachers erroneously taught future generations. Li Qiye said, one mantra can have 1,000,000 solutions and paths, some just assumed that they had the correct one. Fuyo had no response since he was one of them, thinking that all things was inferior to South Fence. This might not be the case. Nonetheless, he knew that given his abilities, he wouldn't be able to truly understand all things, unable to grasp its essences. Of course, he didn't know that the all things engraving in their village wasn't the original copy. It had been changed by numerous cultivators, no longer containing the same principles. Only those on the same level as Li Qiye could derive the source from the numerous mistakes. Fuyo could see how easy cultivation was for Li Qiye, unlike beginners who usually had troubles. That's why Fuyo knew that Li Qiye was a real master with peerless comprehension of the Tao and cultivation. He naturally became envious as a result. Others called him a young genius once. Alas, he was far from being as carefree and leisurely as Li Qiye right now. Some people were meant to cultivate since birth. He thought about something but didn't dare to say it, his mouth opened several times but he eventually swallowed his words. Spill it. Li Qiye glanced at him and said. He turned red and rubbed his palms awkwardly before speaking, young master, well, the truth is that the children in our village all yearn for the Tao but they lack a capable teacher. I am foolish and can't educate them well. The truth is that I hope when you have time, you can teach them a little bit. Fuyo was tempted because he saw Li Qiye meditating and showing off his abilities earlier. Li Qiye had only started but it wouldn't be long until the guy surpasses him. Plus, nothing was better for new cultivators than having a good teacher. Li Qiye would do a far better job at teaching the children than him. Li Qiye gave him a stern glare. Of course, let's pretend I didn't say anything if you don't have time, young master. Fuyo became afraid. I don't like teaching. Educating them is your responsibility, I'll just give them a few pointers when I have time. Li Qiye said while shaking his head. Thank you, young master, thank you. The entire village will be grateful. Fuyo got on his knees and bowed. Li Qiye sat there, accepting the grand gesture. The next morning, Lu Fuyo started his lecture with Li Qiye sitting nearby. The field was filled with children sitting down in an orderly fashion. Their black, innocent eyes were fixated on Li Qiye. The village was just an ordinary one with members who usually relied on farming and hunting for subsistence. However, a few managed to become disciples of Divine Black. Unfortunately, they had limited achievements and eventually died from old age. Not many returned to the village. Fuyo's case was unheard of. In fact, he wouldn't have stayed in the village if it wasn't for the prior issue. It's a sad fact that many cultivators would eventually leave the mortal world, forever separated from their previous life. This was especially true after their parents passed. There was nothing else worth remembering for them, no point in returning to their home. They would cut all ties afterward. Fuyo was quite influential in Divine Black. The villagers didn't know what happened but were willing to send their children to him for instruction. Cultivation gave these children a chance to rise, becoming dragons instead of ordinary. "Instructor, is he learning with us?" A young girl with little freckles curiously asked while staring at Wuxia. She was the one who was there when he first woke up. "From today on, young master is your teacher. Whoever doesn't listen will have to talk to the whip," Fuyo said with a stern expression. The children saw the long whip in his hand and shuddered. No one dared to say anything despite being very curious. "Nice to meet you, teacher." The rest then bowed towards him under the order of Fuyo. They respected Fuyo and would always listen to him. Wuxia nodded in response. He didn't start teaching them right away, only quietly listening to the side during Fuyo's lecture. The children focused on their lesson and forgot about Wuxia. Fuyo finished the lecture eventually and looked over at Wuxia, then asked politely, "Young master, do you have anything to add? Your South Fence mantra is derived from all things, it's not a bad introductory method and quite suitable for them. However, there is one mistake in the lecture today. Gaze at the western moon and scale the sun." He had a soothing voice with profound yet accessible explanations, succinct yet penetrative to the core. Fuyo was talented enough to be frightened by the explanations. The way he taught was in accordance with his sect's standard interpretation. He thought that this was the best way to teach South Fence. Now, the disparity between his teaching and Wuxia's was as clear as day. Though Wuxia had never seen South Fence before, it was derived from all things which he had mastered. Thus, South Fence couldn't be simpler for him. Memorize what he is telling you guys. Fuyo understood that Wuxia was many steps above his sect in terms of Tao interpretation. He began correcting the children. Her Tao foundation is fine, just too soft. Wuxia then pointed at the talkative girl prior. Recite the mantra faster and add a higher concentration of chaos true energy. You're too eager for success, the Tao flame is in your heart already, resulting in a potential disaster. He told an older one, "I'm sure you train hard at night too." The older child lowered his head. "Working hard is good, but you have to do it the right way, doing less but gaining more. Otherwise, it's just a waste of effort. It's fine to train at night, just start at midnight and absorb energy from the moon." Chapter 3255, Wuxia used very few words to solve the problems of the children. Lu Fuyo had never noticed them before, this made him admire Wuxia even more. He realized that asking Wuxia to teach the children was the wisest thing he had done. Though Wuxia didn't speak a lot, he always got straight to the point. The children were totally convinced by his abilities. Sure enough, they could sense something changing within them in just a short time. The slow learners gradually caught up to the rest. It didn't take long before he turned into a great teacher in their eyes. However, he had no intention of taking in any disciple. He wasn't their master, so he told them to refer to him as young master. He didn't spend every day teaching the children, only occasional at best. Nonetheless, all of them and Fuyo still appreciated him. In this period, he also brought some villagers outside to find herbs and grass. He would then help them plant these materials in the village. The villagers stopped focusing on food herbs and more on medicinal ingredients. They initially knew very little about alchemy, but under Wuxia's guidance, they started learning how to manufacture these ingredients successfully. Fuyo saw the grass and herbs. They were relatively common, but mortals couldn't cultivate them. Only the sects could do so. Alas, Wuxia taught them the right method to plant the seeds. The latter grew at a fast pace as well. He understood why Wuxia did it. These materials were far more valuable than grains and provisions. This was a great development for the village. Of course, Li Qiye only did so during his downtime. It was no big deal for him to help them out a little. On the other hand, they didn't feel the same way and thought that they owed him a great debt. This was changing the fate of their village. Thus, all the villagers loved and respected him like a deity. Today, Fuyo was having another lesson. Li Qiye sat nearby and kept an eye out for the children's development. Rumble. Sudden loud noises outside the village stole their attention. Numerous figures came out of the forest nearby. Rah! A howl scared the nearby animals away. It was a large panther. Dozens of other beasts came after it, white tigers, rhinoceros, stallions. Members of the sects. Many children became ecstatic. The villagers put down their tools and stared at the entrance. They could finally see the cultivators sitting on these large beasts, not just humans but demons as well. Some had a tiger head and a human body, one was a tree demon while another was a snake demon. These demons might cause a disturbance at another place but the villagers were used to this scene. They were disciples from Divine Black. This was a routine patrol. Their sect was an influential one to the north of West King. More than half of its members were demons. Lu Fuyo came over and the man sitting on the leopard jumped down. The latter wore a light color robe while possessing a treasure glow indicating his cultivation level, an enlightened being. Long time no see, senior brother. The man laughed and gave Fuyo a hearty hug. Congratulations, junior brother, you're at the intermediate level now. Fuyo smiled and congratulated. The man's name was Huang Jie. He was from the same branch as Fuyo and purposely came to visit Fuyo during the patrol. Divine Black's territories were vast so these patrols were necessary. Normally, this exercise required speed and the groups wouldn't linger for long. However, Huang Jie came to this village specifically to see Fuyo. The children stared at the beast riders with admiration and hope. They also wanted to join Divine Black and become capable enough to ride these fierce beasts or even the flying swords. Hell, some wanted to be able to fly themselves, traversing through the sky or magically moving through the earth. I barely broke through, it's no big deal. Huang Jie humbly shook his head. It's great already, you'll definitely be able to reach the Samadhi realm. Fuyo smiled. I hope so. Huang Jie was only a slightly above average disciple in Divine Black. An intermediate enlightened being wasn't a big deal in Divine Black. You would have reached Samadhi long ago, senior brother. You do look better than last time though. Huang Jie looked at him and said. Fuyo had indeed recovered thanks to Li Qiye. However, he was just cultivating his Tao foundation instead of trying to break through. I'm getting better. Fuyo nodded but didn't dare to run his mouth without Li Qiye's permission. I'm happy to hear this. Given your talents, it won't be long until you surpass me. Huang Jie was happy for the guy. No one can predict the future. Fuyo humbly responded. I believe in you, senior brother. You used to be a famous genius in our sect for a reason. Huang Jie tapped Fuyo's shoulder. Let's not bring up the past. Fuyo laughed. He was in a good mood. Huang Jie then turned towards the children. He also glanced at Li Qiye but didn't care too much. Li Qiye looked like a new cultivator, nothing special. The children are doing great, they'll be qualified to enter the sect soon. Huang Jie was pleasantly surprised, looks like you really know how to teach. A good cultivator and a great teacher all in one. The children naturally loved to hear this since joining Divine Black was their dream. I can't claim the credit since I've gotten help from some amazing men. Fuyo didn't act complacent. It has been a while since your last return. When will you come back to the sect? Little Qianyue is an enlightened being now. Huang Jie's expression became serious. Wow. Fuyo couldn't help but praise. I remember when she first joined, just a little girl. Only a few years and she's an enlightened being already. putting all of us to shame. An inborn true fate is not something we can compare to. She's definitely the most brilliant one now. I think she's on the same level as senior brother Su back then. Huang Jie said before ending with a sentimental sigh. Yes, the young will surpass us in time. It's a shame that he's no longer around. Fuyo became sad as well. After he was gone, we all thought that you would. Huang Jie didn't finish the sentence. I'm too foolish and lack talents. Fuyo shook his head. That's a little insensitive, don't you think? We cultivated together so I know your talents. You might not be on the same level as senior brother Su but definitely not weaker than anyone else. Huang Jie smiled wryly. Fuyo smiled back, not wanting to bring up the past. 8 Zhang Peak is still doing well. He changed the topic. Relatively. Huang Jie showed hesitation and only let out a forced smile, it's just missing a pillar. Fuyo pondered a bit before answering, my presence there wouldn't change anything. The Peak Lord is doing well but our generation is one person short. Huang Jie said. Chapter 3256, no point in talking about this. The sect master and the Peak Lords know what they're doing. Lu Fuyo sighed and said. The sect had changed considerably since his departure. Internal power struggles have intensified and he didn't wish to be involved. Senior brother, come back, you'll still be able to rise again. Huang Jie earnestly persuaded before glancing at the village. Fuyo was no longer the genius of the past. However, he was still a conqueror, enough to preside over a large territory. Staying here like a turtle hiding inside its shell was a waste of his power. Fuyo turned towards Li Qiye but the guy was just calmly sitting there, not giving any opinion. He then looked towards the direction of Divine Black. Huang Jie didn't know that Fuyo had recovered completely. This version of him could indeed soar once more. However, he still hesitated about returning. He was confident about reaching a higher level but in his opinion, no one was wiser than Li Qiye. Staying with Li Qiye meant that he could learn so many more things. We'll talk about this later. Fuyo withdrew his gaze and shook his head, refusing the invitation. I won't force you, senior brother, but our door will always be open for you. Huang Jie had no choice but to give up. He didn't want to stay for long and bid goodbye to Fuyo. He then smiled at the children and said, little brats, keep on working hard, Divine Black is waiting for you. I'll be the one to greet you when you get there. An enlightened being like him being so friendly to the children was because of his relationship with Fuyo. The children's eyes lit up with hope and dream for the future. This was the reason why they have been training so hard. Huang Jie and his group left. Fuyo returned to his spot and told the children to go back to training. He fell into silence. Want to go back? Li Qiye asked a while later with a smile. I rather stay with you, young master. Fuyo had a wry smile. This was not mere flattery since he was telling the truth. Staying with Li Qiye was clearly the better choice. I won't be here for too long. Your future prospect will still be in your sect. Li Qiye smiled. Fuyo had expected this because a true dragon would never stay on the ground. He hesitated from speaking his mind and eventually let out a sigh. Our Divine Black is a great demonic sect, he paused, finding it hard to choose his words. The problem is that you're a human. Your talents resulted in competition within the sect back then. Li Qiye added, aware of these mundane issues. Of course, he found them trivial and boring. Fuyo sighed again and didn't dwell on this matter. The children became livelier after seeing Huang Jie and trained harder. Joining Divine Black has always been their goal. For these villagers, accomplishing this would be the greatest glory, more than enough to make their ancestors elated. They had members joining Divine Black before Fuyo. However, they didn't do anything special. Fuyo had great potential but still ended up returning to the village. Nonetheless, this was still good news because the children gained an instructor instead of needing to learn cultivation by themselves. Their path became easier with Fuyo's guidance. Now, with the addition of Wuxia, they were granted a heaven-sent opportunity, allowing them to improve considerably. In fact, the village transformed with Wuxia's presence. He taught them various methods on how to farm spirit grass and medicinal materials. Fuyo knew that just these casual acts from Wuxia were enough to change the direction of their village. Keep in mind that even the major sects wouldn't reveal the farming methods of special plants. Moreover, ordinary cultivators that weren't alchemists had no knowledge of this. Fuyo was one example. This was the reason why it was such a big deal for Wuxia to teach them. His methods were extremely effective as well. Their materials grew at a rapid rate, far faster than those back in Divine Black. He let the village sell a portion of the harvest to Divine Black while keeping the rest. The villagers were ecstatic because the profit far exceeded previous years. He didn't keep the rest of the materials for himself but rather boiled them into ointments for the children to strengthen their body. Fuyo became jealous because he didn't have such luck during his youth. He had to learn cultivation all by himself, let alone having access to augmentation ointment. These children were enjoying a privilege unavailable to most cultivators during their age. In Fuyo's opinion, just 1 year with Wuxia was more than 10 years at Divine Black. Of course, Wuxia didn't spend that much time instructing the children. He only occasionally corrected their mistakes on the cultivation path. He focused on his own cultivation the majority of the time, seemingly lost in thought. Fuyo didn't know what Wuxia was thinking each time, but intuition told him that they were matters far beyond his station. On another day, Wuxia sat beneath the shade of a tree next to the stream, staring at the current. Fuyo prepared him some tea. He boiled the water then left right away, not wanting to disturb Wuxia. Only 2 sounds remained, the gurgling water and the tea boiling. Oh, also the occasional crackles of the fire. The gentle breezes were pleasant and comforting as well. Wuxia was enjoying his big chair, leaning back and closing his eyes. He tapped his fingers with a special rhythm. The order of the world itself needed to follow his lead. Just like that, time slowed down around the area and turned into eternity. A while later, he opened his eyes and ordered, "Come out, it's tiring sitting on a branch." The wind accompanied by a sweet fragrance was caused by a girl floating down, a great beauty in a green dress. Her great spirituality resembled that of a forest fairy. Her hair draped down her shoulders like 2 waterfalls. They fluttered to the wind like an immortal in a painting. A phoenix hairpin was placed casually on her hair. The phoenix itself looked incredibly animated, ready to fly away with the wind. Her eyes were brimming with spirituality as if all the spirit energy in the world were there. A red dot could be seen on her forehead, akin to a ruby being engraved there. It occasionally flashed with a magical light. Others would be enthralled at this beauty's sight. Alas, Wuxia only gave her one glance before closing his eyes again. She tilted her head while analyzing him. This was a fruitless endeavor. Her red dot exuded a radiance only to find that he was a mortal who had only started cultivating. Chapter 3257, This naturally confused her. Wuxia looked as ordinary as can be. His lazy manner showed a lack of aspiration. However, her wondrous talent and bloodline told her that he was as extraordinary as can be. That's all she knew, unable to figure out the actual details. Could it be that her bloodline was incorrect? No, they were too special to be incorrect. She continued her observation but nothing changed. One could find someone like him anywhere on the street. It's just that her intuition told her otherwise. During this process, she gradually found him very familiar as if she had seen him before. This was impossible because of her impeccable memories. She racked her brains and still couldn't come up with a previous meeting with this new cultivator. "May I ask for your name, young noble?" She slightly bowed towards him, showing ample respect. She seldom performed this act, not even to sect masters, let alone a new cultivator. In fact, people wouldn't dare to accept this gesture from her. Normally, they would be the ones kneeling in her presence. For her to initiate a conversation. This was a peerless honor. Li Qie, on the other hand, still didn't open his eyes. He simply asked, "How's the water?" The girl became surprised. This was her first time experiencing something like this. Even the sect master of Divine Black would need to tread carefully in her presence. The great geniuses of West King would be lost in elation and pride right now if they were in this man's shoes. Unfortunately, he didn't even stand up to return the gesture, not bothering to talk to her eye to eye. Perhaps he didn't give a damn about her beauty or status, this was something new to her. "Don't just stand there, make the tea." Li Qie interrupted her stupor. She naturally became astounded, thinking that she had misheard. She looked around and there was no one else here besides the two of them. You're talking to me." She pointed at her nose, astonished. She has grown used to being treated as a jewel wherever she went. Others would be offering the finest tea to her. They would find it an honor for her to take a sip. Now, this nobody was telling her to make tea like a maid. "Who else but you?" Li Qie nonchalantly responded. "You." She became angry right away. No way would she play the part of a servant for anyone. Alas, he ignored her outburst and seemed to be asleep. Maybe he didn't care about whether she would agree or not. She took a deep breath to calm down and kept on staring at him. Only a man of high status would act this way. No, a madman would too. He didn't look insane though. If anyone dared to talk to her in this manner, she would have taught them a lesson. In this case, her talents and bloodline told her to not mess with Li Qie. She wasn't angry enough to the point of losing her reason. Putting her annoyance to the side, she ended up making tea for him. Fetching the water, rinsing the tea leaves, shaking the tea, checking the color. These procedures must be carried out correctly. She rarely made tea before in the past since others have always served her. Thus, this whole thing was truly unbelievable. She herself thought that it was ridiculous, but ultimately, she needed to listen to her innate gifts. Finally, a tea aroma lingered in the air after she finished making the green tea. She begrudgingly carried a plate with the tea over to him. "Drink." She spoke up, still unhappy. "Call me young master," he casually demanded. The fire in her mind ignited again. She had already acquiesced once by making tea. This was giving him plenty of face. Now, he wanted her to call her young master. This was a case of win an inch and want a foot. Once again, she restrained her anger in accordance with her intuition. The other party paid no attention to her feelings. The reality was that he wouldn't even mind her being angry enough to try and kill him. He finally stood up and raised a cup for a few sips. He put it down, then leaned back on his chair once more. She stared at him, clearly wanting to hear an evaluation since this was her first time making tea for someone. She suddenly realized this and found it ridiculous. Was she going crazy? Why would she care about his opinion? He should be thanking her for having this honor. If your tea-making ability was half as good as your cultivation, you would have boundless potential. Li Qie finally spoke, clearly being sarcastic. The fire returned again. She gritted her teeth while having the urge to wring his head off. This was her first time seeing someone so arrogant and insensitive. Who do you think you are? A Tao Lord? A god? Completely unbeatable. Nonetheless, she still had enough sense to not do anything about it. Boundless potential for making tea? She uttered coldly. Being able to make tea for me means boundless potential. He replied. She thought that it would be awfully difficult to find another person like him in this world. Is that so? She didn't buy it. He was only a new cultivator while she was far more prestigious than most young lords and geniuses from the big sections. Chapter 32:58, His deliberate aloofness of her feelings exasperated her. She felt like twisting him into a fried dough. She didn't know why her bloodline was so afraid of him. It seemed that this instinct has been imprinted into her blood, perhaps from one generation to another. What's your name? She took another deep breath. This was already her lowest bottom line. Any more and she would really explode and take it out on him. Li Chia. Li Chia nonchalantly said, still relaxing. Li Chia. She murmured. She had never heard of this name before, at least not in the northern region of West King among the list of geniuses. She certainly would have remembered. Wait a minute. She kept on thinking about this name and found it familiar as if she had heard it long ago. It's a shame that she couldn't come up with any specifics. Have we met before? She was no longer angry after reflecting on the circumstances. She felt as if she had met him before. Now, even his name sounded familiar. This feeling only grew stronger. No. Li Chia said. The girl still didn't like his tone. She snorted and decided to leave. Lingering here would only serve to infuriate her even more. Send my regards to your clan's old men. Li Chia casually spoke as she was leaving. She naturally froze for a moment before turning around again. You know who I am? She thought that Li Chia didn't know who she was at first. No, but I know your bloodline and your eye. It's different but the seal and the bloodline can't change. Li Chia still didn't open his eyes. Who are you? The girl was astonished. He seemed to know their clan's secrets. Remember, they were extremely old, dating back to the ancient era or even an older epoch. Li Chia. Li Chia repeated. She didn't know how to respond because of his attitude. Who do you want me to tell? The girl took a deep breath and asked. The oldest geezer in your clan then. Li Chia nonchalantly said. She staggered backward while staring at him in disbelief. Do you really know our ancestor? She said with uncertainty. Very few people had the privilege of meeting their strongest ancestor. You have a certain something on you. Li Chia opened his eyes for a look before returning to his lazy state. She stood there in a daze, lost in thoughts. Go now, remember to learn how to make tea. That was terrible. Li Chia waved his hand. She didn't know what came over her but she immediately followed his order. After traveling a long distance, a gust of wind woke her up. She shuddered, not understanding why she obeyed several times in one meeting. The whole thing felt like a dream. She thought that he had put a spell on her. She regained her composure and knew that something was going on. No, I have to return to the clan to get to the bottom of this. She glanced back at the village and became determined. She then sped off towards the horizon. On the other hand, Li Chia didn't care about her visit in the slightest. The children improved greatly. After a period of hard training, they broke out of mortal shell and entered iron skin. Fuyo was ecstatic. Already being iron skin cultivators at their age, they could definitely join Divine Black. This was 10 years earlier than his expectation. Such achievements were beyond his wildest dreams. He still hasn't become an enlightened being yet since he listened to Li Chia and focused on his Tao foundation instead. A strong one would bear greater fruits in the future. However, there was one thing confusing him. The children were at the iron skin realm yet Li Chia was still stuck in mortal shell. It took him a long time to go from minor to intermediate. Even the slowest child in the village was faster than Li Chia in this regard. Fuyo didn't think that Li Chia lacked talents and comprehension. Someone like that wouldn't have been able to teach the children so well. Young master, why are you cultivating so slowly? He finally asked one day. Cultivation requires slow and steady to go further. Li Qiye leisurely responded. Fuyo didn't respond. He understood the logic but it didn't really apply to him and the others. This might be Li Qiye's own path. When Huang Jia returned to the village the next time, he was caught off guard by the children's development. Senior brother, looks like you're as good a teacher as you're a cultivator. Huang Jia said, I bet you will be a famous instructor back at the sect. It's not because of me. Fuyo shook his head. Huang Jia assumed that the guy was only being humble and took another gander at the children. Senior brother, the children are qualified to join the sect now. Fuyo discreetly glanced at Li Qiye after hearing this. Huang Jia saw the hesitation and said, Senior brother, the sect needs talents, especially our peak. 1,000 demon and furious tiger outnumber us. If we don't keep trying, we'll lose our influence completely. Sorry, forget about this mess. Just think about the children though, there are many merit laws for them at the sect. You can't keep them here forever nor teach them new merit laws that belong to the sect. He continued. Huang Jia was right. Fuyo only had 2 merit laws and they might not be suitable for the children. Moreover, he couldn't actually teach them without permission from the sect, not even to his own children, let alone the villagers. Let me think about it. Fuyo eventually said. Yes, the Peak Lord would love to have them join. Huang Jia said before leaving. What is your opinion, young master? Fuyo then asked Li Qiye. It's fine to join Divine Black because this place is under its jurisdiction in the first place. Making them stay here will narrow their vision. Let them go out and see the world. Li Qiye agreed with Huang Jia. Chapter 3259, You'll be leaving too, young master. Fuyo became disappointed and wondered. Li Qiye had taught the children but had no intention of taking them in as disciples. He would leave this place soon or later, probably when the children embarked for Divine Black. I'll be going too since there's a connection between me and yourself. A visit will be fine. Li Qiye had a faint smile while looking towards the direction of Divine Black. Really? You'll join too? Fuyo became ecstatic. This meant that Li Qiye would stick around. Both the children and he would benefit from Li Qiye's teaching for a little bit longer. Li Qiye nodded and didn't say anything else. I'll be going first to see the situation. The happy man bowed towards Li Qiye and said. He began making preparations for the children to go. This was indeed the best option for the children. Everyone in this territory dreamed about joining Divine Black. On this day, Fuyo gathered the essentials and returned to the sect. An unprecedented number of children were eligible, so he needed to talk to the seniors first. He returned a few days later with good news: train hard because in just 1 month, the sect will open its door and recruit more disciples. Everyone will get a chance. Don't blame me for being a bad teacher if you're disqualified. You'll need to come back and work on the farm then. He was only scaring them a bit. They were already at the Iron Skin realm and could join the sect. He had talked to the seniors as well and took care of various arrangements. These children would have a great starting point compared to the other recruits. Yes. The children exclaimed and started celebrating. Their parents became happy as well. Joining Divine Black was a proud achievement, bringing honor to their family. This is the biggest event in our village, so many children are joining the immortal sect at once. The old men in the village became sentimental. Some were even moved to tears. After all, this might change the fate of their village. Perhaps it would become a part of Divine Black. The news inspired the children to work harder in the next month, not daring to relax. Fuyo's scare tactic actually worked. No one wanted to be sent back home. Joining Divine Black was their biggest desire. This could allow them to become immortals, something they always saw in their dreams. The month passed by quickly. The children woke up early this day, ready to leave. Their mother's eyes were red from crying, their fathers became sad. They knew that they would rarely see their children again. In fact, maybe only once or twice for the remainder of their lives. Alas, they still chose to let them go. It had nothing to do with the village, only so that their children could become amazing immortals. The children also cried because this would be their first time away from home. Some kept on sobbing the entire time. The man with the thunderous voice, Fuyo, didn't say anything. He let them have their moments since he started vividly recalling his first time leaving home as well. On the other hand, Li Qiye had seen this scene too many times and didn't feel much. Son, go, listen to the young master and instructor there. The parents eventually pushed their children forward towards the duo. They knew that the kids were very lucky. In the past, only one or two in each generation made it to Divine Black. Plus, they needed to rely on themselves as well since they didn't know anyone there. Let's go. Li Qiye finally gave the order. He got on a mobile chair, carried by the oldest children. No one had a problem with this because Li Qiye was the village's biggest benefactor. He taught their children on top of giving them farming methods. He was the reason why these children could join Divine Black so early. Fuyo had no objection either. This type of labor was good training for the children. They would face harsher trials on the path towards the Tao. Divine Black wasn't that far from the village for cultivators. Alas, the children needed several days to get there. Fuyo didn't help them along the way. This was the start of their training. Li Qiye enjoyed himself during the trip, seemingly asleep the entire way. Fuyo told them the history of Divine Black and other stories along with important rules and powerful characters there. Divine Black might not be the strongest lineage in West King, but it was certainly mighty and famous. Most importantly, it could be considered one of the oldest. Remember, it originated from the ancient era back in the previous epoch. Their patriarch was an invincible divine beast, a black tortoise. According to the legends, their patriarch was blessed by a great immortal and obtained incredible fortunes and a peerless bloodline. It eventually started Divine Black. Later on, the 9 worlds crumbled but its lineage still stood strong. It fell into decline until the appearance of South Conch Dao Lord. It became the strongest lineage in all of West King. This was no longer the case, but it was still very influential in this region. It was one of the 2 biggest demon sects, the other was Dragon Phoenix Valley. The latter didn't actively recruit disciples. Thus, the demons, whether born naturally or touched by the Tao, would join Divine Black. Its rich history was a great advantage. It had access to Tao Lord merit laws and ancient arts. The merit laws from their patriarch, in particular, were suitable for demons, able to harmonize with any demonic Tao. Even the demons outside of their territory would make the long journey to join. Its territory spanned for 1 million miles, consisting of thousands of cities and more than 1,000 sections. The actual sect was built on a majestic mountain range. It was reclusive, unlike the big clans that prefer to stay in the cities. The children got a better understanding of Divine Black after listening to Fuyo. Instructor, when can we have special moves? One innocent kid asked. Special moves? Fuyo smiled. Like an immortal, able to fly from one place to another or other stuff. Another's eyes flashed brightly. They believed that those who can fly were immortals. Wait until you reach enlightened being manifestation. Fuyo said. Chapter 3260, Divine Black definitely looked the part of a first-rate sect given its majestic landscape. While observing with a panoramic view from the distance, this sect would look like a massive turtle. There were too many mountains and peaks to count here. Their ancestral peak was the tallest one, looking like the head of a tortoise roaring at the heaven. A great river circled the area as if it was a spirit snake of the great tortoise. Outside of the ancestral peak, there were 5 more clearly taller than the rest. These were the 5 main peaks of Divine Black, extremely renowned. The 5 peaks represented the main branches of Divine Black. There were many entrances that could lead to the main sect, but the official gate lies in the south, a place that resembles the tail of the tortoise. This entrance had a twisty road leading to what seems to be the back of the turtle. It eventually led to its head, or the ancestral peak. This was the general terrain of Divine Black. Lu Fuyo and the children finally made it to the southern gate. They stood at the base and looked up, some children gasped in admiration. The peaks were hidden among the clouds, decorated by the stone paths leading upward. They also saw experts flying around or riding their beasts and treasures. They had imagined the land of immortals to be exactly such. Wow, Divine Black is so pretty. An older child praised and the rest nodded in agreement. See, our sect resembled the divine beast, Black Tortoise. Fuyo said. Our patriarch turned into the land. They became curious. I'm not sure, but according to the legends, the great patriarch reformed the land by moving oceans and mountains. This resulted in the sect having a peerless momentum. Fuyo smiled and said. The children were lost in admiration, thinking that this patriarch was a supreme immortal who could do anything. Well, such an amazing feat of changing the landscape could only be done by immortals, at least in their mind. Li Chiye finally opened his eyes, still drowsy. He took a gander at Divine Black and saw the tortoise shape. Looks about right, how unexpected. Li Chiye had a faint smile. Okay, let's go faster, let's not be late. Fuyo looked ahead before telling the kids to move on. They followed behind him. It was good that he was here since they would be lost right now. In fact, the recruitment process had started several days ago. There was a long line below the entrance. These people all wanted to join Divine Black, ranging from ordinary mortals to strange demons and beasts. There were young children around the group's age as well, their eyes brimming with curiosity. The majority came from this area under the direct rule of Divine Black. Some older children came from distant territories. They came for the sake of pursuing cultivation. Young cultivators were among them as well, either vagrant cultivators or coming from the smaller sections. The latter could be considered outer disciples of Divine Black since some sects were created by its members. This group could enter Divine Black as long as they satisfy the requirements. Strangely enough, even gray-haired men came to seek immortality. One of them looked around the age of 80 with unstable footsteps. His family helped him stay in line for a prolonged period. This naturally attracted ample attention. One Divine Black disciple took note and shook his head. Uncle, this is your 35th attempt already, please just give up. So it turned out that he was from a nearby town, born in a wealthy merchant family. As he aged, he started wanting to cultivate. Alas, Divine Black didn't accept him. Little brother, I have entered the beginning state in accordance with the sect's rules. An intermediate mortal shell should be able to join, right? The old man revealed a friendly smile. This disciple didn't know what to do and gave up. It's not up to me, wait for the senior brothers to decide. The lowest entry requirement for vagabonds was intermediate mortal shell. Of course, this was the bare minimum. Divine Black could still refuse for other reasons. There was no lack of demons lining up either. Some came from smaller clans or weaker sections. Some have cultivated for a while, others have just gained intelligence. One was a demon with branches and leaves growing on his body, a Tyrant. Another was a snake demon with the obvious snake tongue and tail. A humanoid tiger could be seen as well. These existences naturally wanted to be a part of this Divine Black, a famous demon lineage. The young ones became afraid after seeing so many demons in one place. Of course, nothing bad would happen here. Fear turned into curiosity soon enough. Those from Lu had a big advantage thanks to Fuyo's lead. Huang Jie himself came out to greet the group and hugged Fuyo. "Senior brother, you're finally here. Welcome back," Huang Jie said. Meanwhile, Fuyo became sentimental after returning to his sect once more. Huang Jie then told the children, "These kids are really not bad at all, they'll be the pillars of our 8 soon enough." "It's too early to say." Fuyo smiled wryly. "He is." Huang Jie eventually spotted Li Qiye on the carriage carried by several children. The guy seemed to be sleeping, looking just like a spoiled young master. "What's going on here?" Huang Jie's expression soured. Entering Divine Black meant experiencing numerous tests and trials later on for the sake of improving. This guy, on the other hand, looked to be enjoying himself. Making the children carry him was utterly ridiculous. Fuyo pulled him to the side while shaking his head, telling Huang Jie to be quiet. "Senior brother, what is happening here?" Huang Jie found this bizarre after seeing Fuyo's serious expression. He had seen Li Qiye during the previous visits at the village. However, Li Qiye was too ordinary on top of being too old. The guy would have been an intermediate mortal shell at best given his late start. His haughty showing was the complete opposite of his actual abilities. "That's young master," Fuyo whispered. "Young master? What?" Huang Jie didn't understand. His senior brother never acted in this manner before. "Be respectful," Fuyo added. "I'm a little confused, senior brother," Huang Jie said. His senior brother had experienced many things and wasn't one to be intimidated. "My problem is fixed, I am a grand completion conqueror now and will be preparing to reach the manifestation realm soon," Fuyo revealed. "Really?" Huang Jie became ecstatic for the guy. "This is thanks to the young master. He taught me the way to fix it," Fuyo seriously said. "Him?" Huang Jie stared at Li Qiye and remained skeptical. 1. Mortal shell, iron skin, bronze tendon, silver carapace, violet marquis corpus, conqueror vessel, enlightened being manifestation, samadhi materialization, yin-yang celestial, myriad form sanctity, grand Tao sacred physique, and Tao Lord golden avatar. Chapter 3261, How Can This Be? Huang Jie wouldn't believe it if he didn't hear it from Fuyo himself. Only a selected few knew about Fuyo's problem, mainly the seniors. Huang Jie was another. They too had deep ties, so he knew everything about Fuyo's circumstances. The guy with a bright future suddenly started becoming weaker. A genius was ruined just like that. The seniors tried their best. Even the sect master, Ping Suowang, didn't know the source of the problem. How could a new cultivator like Li Qiye fix this issue? Why would I lie? Fuyo quietly said, "Look, I didn't do anything for the children. My teachings can't make them improve so quickly. It's all young master." "I can't believe it." Huang Jie blurted out and glanced over at Li Qiye again. Yes, the guy was only an intermediate mortal shell, the weakest cultivation level in the group. The other children have at least reached iron skin. This meant that his talent must have been rotten. Alas, he managed to teach the children well on top of curing Fuyo's problem. No one would believe this story. Nonetheless, Huang Jie knew that Fuyo wasn't lying to him. There was no need to do so. Why is his cultivation so low? Huang Jie asked. Such a knowledgeable master should have incredible cultivation. There was no logic in this. We can't fathom the mind of a master. Fuyo was extremely respectful towards Li Qiye. Okay. Huang Jie had no choice other than accepting this. He came forward and waved at the children. "Over here, we're going to the assessment area." They hurriedly followed him into the sect. Lu Fuyo had already arranged everything during his last trip back. This assessment was nothing more than a formality. Others needed to wait in line, perhaps several days and nights. They, fortunately enough, managed to skip the wait. Li Qiye was still sleeping the entire time, seemingly aloof about outside matters. Those in line took note of him and pointed their fingers. Even the disciples and seniors from Divine Black had a bad impression of him. Just think about it, cultivation was about hard work and training the mind, not pleasure. This was especially true for beginners who would taste plenty of bitterness. Everyone in Divine Black had experienced this tough period once. Now, this new cultivator had no achievements to speak of, yet he dared to act so frivolously. Others needed to look up to see him. Utterly ridiculous. You're here to be a cultivator, not a young master. Can't even handle climbing up the mountain. Just go home already. An older disciple on patrol saw this and shouted at Li Qiye. He looked majestic at the silver carapace realm. The children naturally became frightened. Stop yelling, you're scaring the kids. Li Qiye didn't even open his eyes to respond. Ignorant fool. How dare you be so disrespectful in Divine Black. The disciple became furious. Yang Si, go patrol somewhere else, this place is fine. Huang Jie standing a little far away waved his hand. Junior uncle, but... The disciple named Yang Si was still angry but didn't dare to disobey. Huang Jie was relatively influential in the sect on top of being an enlightened being. Go. Huang Jie left no room for negotiation. Yang Si gritted his teeth but didn't dare to act out in front of a senior. He glared at Li Qiye once before leaving. Unfortunately, the guy didn't bother to look at him anymore. Huang Jie took careful note of this and started believing Fuyo. Remember, Yang Si shouted earlier with enough force to scare the children who were at Iron Skin. A mortal shell like Li Qiye shouldn't have been able to ignore it. His mental fortitude exceeded that of a new cultivator. The group finally made it to the assessment area where the seniors were waiting. They saw a statue as big as a hill in the shape of a black tortoise. It looked like a miniature version of the sect's geographic features. Clear ancient runes were carved on it. No one could read these runes, not one person in Divine Black. This statue was placed in this place, seemingly acting as a defender. Li Qiye finally opened his eyes to take a look before chuckling and returning to his relaxed state. The children from Lu were being examined. Both their background and cultivation level were fine. After all, they grew up around here on top of being taught by Lu Fuyo. They were already outer disciples long ago. Brother Lu, you're still as incredible as before. They're not innately talented yet their foundation is amazing. Even some of our current disciples might not be a match for them. Yes, they have great potential. An examiner said. He was from the same generation as Fuyo and Huang Jie. Fuyo was no longer as dominant as before but some still remembered his friendship. Moreover, the sect had already agreed to take the children in. It would have been fine even if one or two were lacking. Fuyo had already brought enough this time. That's why the examiner was ready to let anyone go through. He didn't expect the entire group to be so excellent. It's because they've put in the effort. Fuyo smiled. It was finally Li Qiye's turn after the children. The examiner stared at this guy who was still sitting in his carriage. How improper. He grimaced and turned towards Huang Jie and Fuyo. The two shook their head, causing the examiner to be confused. He had no choice but to keep going. Name and origin. The examiner started. Li Qiye, Lu Village. Li Qiye lazily answered like a young master without bothering to stand up. Barely at the intermediate level of mortal shell. The speechless examiner frowned again after checking Li Qiye's cultivation. Not qualified to enter our sect then. Another person spoke, Yang Si. He was still annoyed at this disrespectful mortal. That's why he wanted to kick the guy out. How could their sect recruit someone so useless? Fuyo and Huang Jie naturally didn't appreciate this interference. Chapter 3262, the examiner didn't like this either. An intermediate mortal shell could still join the sect. To do otherwise would be rude towards Fuyo because they have discussed this prior. Fuyo had given the sect so many seeds, so 8 Zhang Peak was definitely on his side. Both Divine Black and 8 Zhang Peak wouldn't mind taking in 1 or 2 pieces of trash along. Thus, this whole examination was only a formality. Now, Yang Si had brought too much attention to this deal. An intermediate mortal shell is fine, the start of cultivation. He can still join. The examiner said. With all due respect, Junior Uncle, our sect is looking to recruit some talents today. An intermediate mortal shell is simply the lowest requirement. In my opinion, he has a mortal fate, mortal palace, and mortal body on top of being too old. It's not worth it. Yang Si purposely raised his voice so that everyone could hear. The other potential recruits started paying attention right away. Yang Si, I can make my own decision. The examiner frowned, not wanting to make a big deal out of this. Junior Uncle, this pertains to the reputation of our sect, it's not fair for others if a piece of trash like him can join. Yang Si had no intention of letting this die down. Many eyes turned towards the examiner with skepticism. His expression soured, thinking that Yang Si was trying to force his hand. Fuyo's brows furrowed. Normally, the hierarchy was respected in Divine Black. In this case, Yang Si was being too aggressive and overstepping his bounds. You've been gone for too long. Huang Jia shook his head, this Yang Si kid is not bad among the first-generation disciples. Most importantly, he has been chosen by Furious Tiger Peak, that's why he's so haughty. Fuyo understood right away and snorted. Furious Tiger was the demon branch among the 5 while Fuyo and Huang Ji came from 8 Zhang ruled by humans. The competition between the 5 peaks has never stopped, they were locked in constant strife. Though Yang Si was a human, he has been picked by Furious Tiger. This decision stemmed from his dislike towards Li Qie on top of wanting to cause trouble for 8 Zhang. True, Divine Black is one of the most prestigious powers in Northern West King, no way it'll do something like this. Someone in the line whispered. A few intermediate mortal shell cultivators earlier got denied. Another added. I'm at Grand Mortal Shell, so it should be no problem for me to join if he can, right? One demon said loudly. Yeah. We want fairness. The crowd became agitated. Silence. The examiner roared thunderously. He was quite powerful, so the roar was enough to intimidate and make people dizzy. A few nearly fell down. The place became quiet once more, only soft whispers could be heard. Even the recruitment process is unfair, how can this first-rate sect keep its reputation? I'm sure Divine Black will be partial. Another said. The crowd only spoke quietly among themselves now while staring at the examiner. He was in a tough spot. Not dealing with this wisely would affect his personal reputation and the sect's. If he were to let Li Qie in, he would be the one receiving all the criticisms from the terrible optics. He glanced at Yang Si, but Yang Si wasn't afraid. The latter had his own backings. He shifted his focus over to Fuyo and Huang Jia. He wanted to help them out, but everyone in line knew about the potential unfair recruitment now. Change the assessment. Fuyo said. The examiner agreed. Divine Black also recruited disciples for other reasons, such as potential alchemists or knowledgeable scholars. What are you good at? The examiner asked. Li Qie was still sitting lazily in his carriage to the examiner's chagrin. He didn't know why the other two wanted to help this unsavory fella. He would have kicked the guy down long ago without this special circumstance. I can eat and sleep. Li Qie responded. The examiner nearly vomited blood. The other disciples from Divine Black naturally didn't like this answer either, the same for those waiting in line. They started becoming rowdy again, looking down on Li Qie. Anything else? The examiner's patience was running thin. He has never seen someone coming to join the sect in this manner before. Try stone placing. Huang Jie told the examiner his idea. Stone placing. Fuyo turned his sight towards the turtle statue near the gaze, stopping at the runes. Really? The examiner hesitated and asked Fuyo for his input. Not many new recruits can do this. The other disciples became surprised. Only the truly gifted can do so. An older disciple quietly said, the last person to do this was senior sister Qianyue. Yes, nearly everyone would rather do something else than stone placing. A younger disciple nodded, senior sister's talents are peerless because of her inborn true fate. That's why she wanted a challenge. Those in the known have turned their attention towards their patriarch statue. They knew that it consisted of numerous ancient runes. They were part of a Tao chapter unknown by all. The sect had a special stone. If one were to correctly press this stone against the corresponding rune, the latter would light up. They could then move up to the next. There were a total of 13 runic sections for 13 stones. Activating the embedded runes in all the 13 sections meant winning an unthinkable reward. So how about it? Fuyo asked Li Qiye. Over there. Li Qiye glanced at the turtle and its runes with a smirk. Yes, use an ancestral stone to activate the first rune. If you pick the right one, the rune will flash and you'll have another try. The examiner elaborated. Is this a joke? He has no chance because doing so requires extreme comprehension. Someone with extreme comprehension wouldn't have such a low cultivation. A disciple on the sideline commented. So why does junior uncle Huang Jie want him to try? Another became confused. So that he would get the hell out of here instead of acting like a young master. I think junior uncle is very annoyed at him. A friend answered. This was naturally not the case. Huang Jie simply wanted to see if Fuyo was right about Li Qiye's abilities. Chapter 3263, Huang Jie heard that Li Qiye had fixed Fuyo's problem and taught the children how to cultivate. This meant that the guy would have a special view of the Grand Tao. If this was truly the case, then he wouldn't have a problem activating the runes, at least 5 of them. That's why Huang Jie made this suggestion. Fine, might as well. Li Qiye casually said. Very well, please bring an ancestral stone here. The examiner immediately agreed. He himself didn't buy it. In essence, activating one section meant connecting the runes together into a mantra, something extremely difficult and requiring great comprehension not seen in the average new cultivator. By this point, a disciple brought out the ancestral stone. It fit snugly in one's palm with an ashen color. It also had ancient profound runes carved on it and was made from an unknown material. It felt heavy at first, then a cool feeling would come. A few disciples became serious because using this stone was normally reserved for the special geniuses. Ordinary newcomers wouldn't experience this test. The examiner wouldn't have done so without Huang Jie's suggestion. Of course, they didn't object to this either. In their eyes, Li Qiye was no different from a piece of trash, nearly 20 yet still stuck at intermediate mortal shell. The whole thing was a joke. He had no chance of success and would have to roll down the mountain soon enough. Yang Si gloated with a sneer, thinking that this ant was about to learn a lesson for acting haughty in front of him. Fuyo didn't say anything since he was completely confident in Li Qiye regardless of the test. Huang Jie, on the other hand, remained tense with a touch of anticipation. Was this man as mysterious as described by Fuyo? What if I activate all 13? Li Qiye glanced at the stone and casually told Fuyo. All 13. Yang Si burst out laughing. Do you know what you're saying? Not to mention you, who knows if anyone in Divine Black can actually do so, ignorant fool. How many have done so in the course of history? I can't believe the gall on this guy. Another joined in. Yes, even senior sister Qianyue only lit up 5 sections, that's amazing enough. One more said with a serious tone. Don't compare him with senior sister Qianyue. She has an inborn true fate and is already an enlightened being. Him. Mere trash. Another sneered. Most disciples from Divine Black viewed Li Qie as a clown by this point. You just need to light up 5 runes in the first section, that's enough. The examiner also felt the same way and even pointed at the first section for him. Activating all 13 was nothing short of impossible. Those in the sects capable of doing so were extremely powerful. Fuyo smiled wryly. This was indeed a tough task, but he believed in Li Qie and nodded, go for it. Very well, then I'll do all 13, don't be stingy after. Li Qie casually tossed the stone towards the statue. The examiner frowned in response. There was no way this would hit the right rune. Gong Qianyue back then contemplated for a long time before making her first move. Nonetheless, he felt better because this was Li Qie's fault for failing the examination. Lu Fuyo and Huang Jie couldn't blame him for this since he had tried his best. The brat won't even get a single one. One disciple said with disdain. Boom. 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 The stone actually bounced up from the statue and started leaping from one spot to another. People couldn't keep up with its amazing speed. Boom. 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 Runes lit up from every single impact, then the first section, the second section, the next. Everyone was stunned including Fuyo's group. 1, 2, 3, a disciple started counting. 5, 5. Another shouted after the 5th section lit up. Impossible. No one could believe it. Among the first generation of Divine Black, only Gong Qianyue managed to activate 5 sections. 7, 8, 9, the previous disciple was still counting. The leaping stone didn't stop at all, activating one rune after another. 9 sections have been fully lit. A turtle shell had a maximum of 13 sections. This was also the case for a black tortoise. Am I seeing things? The other examiners came to watch the show earlier. They were simply astounded by this illogical development. 10. The spectators shouted. He's a monster, Huang Jie quietly murmured. Though he was prepared for some outlandish events, this still fully stunned him. He thought that lighting up just 5 sections would have been amazing, let alone 10. It'll be 13. Fuyo sighed. He didn't need to watch to know the outcome since he was Li Qie's biggest believer. 11, 12, 13, he got 13. One disciple started shrieking towards the end. No way, just no way, there must be something wrong. The seniors of the sect couldn't accept this. The entire crowd was stunned because no one could remember the last time this happened. Does our sect have anyone who has done this before? One expert quietly asked his peers. Not when they're young, no. His friend mused before answering, only after they became accomplished, but that's 2 different matters. Buzz. The statue itself became radiant. The reward. One disciple cried out. All eyes were on the turtle's mouth, wanting to know what the reward would be for 13 sections. Buzz. A plume of light flew out with a scroll inside. It issued a roar that made everyone's legs go weak. That's the 9 immortal primeval laws. Huang Jie recognized the roar and became startled. That's one of our strongest merit laws. I don't know what to think. The first examiner became speechless. These supreme merit laws were passed down from the great black tortoise to the sect. Chapter 3264, No one could stay calm at this juncture as they stared at the radiant scroll. It slowly floated down and landed in Li Qie's hand. Buzz. The scroll turned into runes and entered his mind. This was the most direct way to pass down an art. The scroll wasn't the original version, only runes that could be imprinted in this manner. Since this art was one of the strongest merit laws in Divine Black, the actual copy was naturally hidden in the most secretive place. So many salivated at this sight. Very few in the sect were eligible to learn it, for most weren't qualified. Even the seniors felt envious. They couldn't cultivate it yet, but just grasping a version was good enough. Perhaps in the future, they would be able to comprehend it. Only one person in our sect has cultivated it before. One protector murmured. Yes, only Bodhi King. Moreover, he only learned one of the 9, Kasha. A different expert nodded. Numerous tales sprung off this origin. Some said that because the black tortoise followed the great immortal into battle, the latter taught the tortoise, allowing it to create the 9 arts. Or, it could be that the immortal was the one who created the laws and passed them down to the tortoise. Some listed it as a high-level heaven merit law. A few ancestors disputed this. They believed that the merit law came from the ancient era and couldn't be classified using the current system of this epoch. Nonetheless, its mighty power was beyond doubt. It didn't take long before people stared at Wuxia with both envy and jealousy in their eyes. A new disciple had just received the 9 immortal laws. How lucky could one get? There were those who couldn't accept this reality, thinking that the statue or stone was off in some ways. How could a mortal shell activate all 13 sections? Alas, the truth was that Wuxia really did receive the 9 primeval laws just now. Yang Xi's expression was as ugly as can be. He purposely tried to make it difficult for Wuxia but ended up just doing the guy a favor. Wuxia checked the 9 laws and smiled, so this is your 9 primeval laws. Wuxia smiled. Fuyo could only smile wryly after seeing the guy's casual expression. He had just gotten their best merit laws yet still acted as if it was no big deal. All in Northern West King understood the value of these 9 laws, just not this guy. Did I pass? Wuxia then returned to his carriage and lazily glanced over at the examiner. Yes, absolutely. The stunned examiner blurted out. Come on now, if someone who had just activated 13 sections still couldn't join their sect, no one else would be qualified. Plus, he got their merit laws now. They definitely wanted to keep him around instead of risking these laws being spread outside. Let's go set up a place for you guys. Fuyo shouted at the children. The group cheered and followed Fuyo into their dream. They have finally become official disciples of Divine Black. Huang Jie still stood there in a daze, shocked by the result. He fully believed in Fuyo's words now and started admiring Wuxia. So what if he got the 9 primeval laws? The strongest ones are still just trash in his possession since he can't study them. Yang Xi scowled while watching Wuxia enter the sect. Right, our top members aren't strong enough to learn it, let alone a new disciple. It's useless to him. Many disciples agreed. Since it was considered a high-level heaven law, only one of the 5 peak lords managed to cultivate it, Myriad Demons Peak Lord, Thousand Arms Bodhi King. Moreover, Bodhi King only cultivated one of the 9 laws, Kasha. Rumor has it that he was actually not strong enough for these merit laws. However, his unique bloodline allowed him to bypass this requirement for Kasha. Maybe there's something wrong with the ancestral stone? One expert asked. The main examiner glanced at the stone and said, we'll find out soon. His eyes locked onto the runes on the statue. They seemed to have changed a bit compared to before. Go. He released the stone and it started leaping, eventually lighting up 3 sections. It's fine. The examiner said with confidence. So he really got 13. The seniors stared at the statue, their expression varied. They didn't know whether this was a sheer stroke of luck or the will of the heaven. Some immediately ran back to report to the higher-ups. The news of this examination traveled through the sect like a storm. Most couldn't believe it after hearing the first time. They still felt the same way after confirming it. In the main peak surrounded by clouds and mist, Ping Suoeng stood by the edge and stared at a floating sword. His eyes didn't move in the slightest. An ordinary disciple able to activate all 13 sections. He pondered after receiving the news. Maybe it's just a coincidence. The messenger said. Definitely not, this is a Supreme Tao chapter with ultimate profundity. No luck, only comprehension. Suoeng smiled and shook his head. That's even more outrageous. The messenger responded. Suoeng didn't respond and continued staring at the floating sword. His powerful aura made him look unfathomable. The messenger had nothing but respect because their sect master was also the strongest member of their sect, always wise in his choices. Myriad Demons Peak, a place of verdant trees and beautiful valleys. There seemed to be a Bodhi tree growing on the pinnacle facing the recently risen sun, absorbing the mists and clouds. This was their peak lord, Thousand Arms Bodhi King. The 9 primeval laws. His eyes became profound. Yes, peak lord. A disciple respectfully said. The peak lord used to be the only one who was training the 9 primeval laws. Now, a newly recruited disciple has obtained the full version. The protectors, elders, and even the peak lords took this matter very seriously. A miracle, really. Even little Qianyue only activated 5 sections. The Bodhi King found this astonishing. It has to be luck, he can't possibly compare to Qianyue. The disciple speculated. Chapter 3265. It has nothing to do with luck, or maybe, the Bodhi King's eyes became profound but didn't finish his line. The disciples stared at him with respect. Everyone in Divine Black knew that their sect master was the strongest, but some believed that the Bodhi King was hiding his true abilities. The human's prosperity in this generation is the sect's fortune. He eventually added. What should we do? The disciple asked. The competition between humans and demons wasn't a secret in Divine Black. All disciples and their seniors knew about it. No one was lucky enough to stay neutral either. Just keep watching, a tall tree will always face the strongest wind. The king eventually concluded. He was quite inscrutable, so his followers always had a hard time grasping his intentions. Furious Tiger was the most majestic among the 5. Its main peak pierced through the azure like a tiger fawn. One could hear the howls of beasts, wild auras permeated across their territory. The majority of disciples from Furious Tiger were demons, mainly originating from regular beasts and birds. Their peak lord had the title Iron Rod Demon King. His eyes turned frighteningly cold after hearing the news, causing the messenger to tremble in fear. How can a new recruit activate 13 sections? The Demon King would have considered this rubbish if it wasn't for multiple confirmations. Yes, it's too bizarre. Could it be that the examiners are conspiring together to make this up? The messenger immediately supported. How? The 13 sections can be faked, but what about the scroll? The Demon King glared at him. Well, the disciple had no response. This was indeed the case. Faking the light on the statue might be possible but not the actual scroll. Taking out those merit laws was a serious matter requiring the agreement of the 5 peak lords. Idiot. The Demon King concluded. The disciple hurriedly stood to the side with his hands straight down, no longer daring to state his opinion. A mortal shell cultivator capable of this, devilish indeed, far more devilish than that girl Qianyue. He rubbed his chin in rumination. Qianyue's activation of 5 sections back then caused quite a stir due to her age and inborn true fate. Some believed that she was comparable to Su Su. Now, this Li Qie activated all 13 at the mortal shell realm. Worst of all, his 3 constitutions were at the mortal level. If his innate talents were better, then this would be understandable, but just at the mortal level? There's something strange about him. He went on. Yes, a sinister plan, perhaps. The disciple couldn't help adding. Gong Qianhua first now Li Chia, what is the goal here? The Demon King wondered. In case of foul play, the first person he thought of was their sect master. He was the only one capable of activating all 13 sections. His expression became serious. The situation in Divine Black has changed and became complicated after the appearance of the talented Qianhua. Everyone knew that Ping Suowen would retire from his post one day. The next sect master could change the situation entirely. Right now, humans enjoyed a great status in Divine Black because Suowen was a human. After Qianhua became an enlightened being, whispers in the sect spoke of how she could be a potential candidate. Of course, just this realm alone was far from enough. However, she was young and had plenty of potentials. Surpassing Suowen might be possible. The Demon King naturally didn't want to see this. He wanted the demons to rule Divine Black, especially his Tiger clan. They had ruled Divine Black in the past for a long period. It was time for another repeat. This person is problematic. The king said sternly. Do you mean? Peak Lord. The messenger performed a throat-slitting gesture. Fool. The king glared at him again, don't come up with ideas on your own. Killing a fellow sect member is punishable by death, so don't drag our peak down with you. Make a mistake and I'll wring your dog neck. Yes, I understand. The disciple got cold sweats and nodded repeatedly. Jade Bird Peak. The place was lively with the influx of new recruits. This was the weakest peak among the 5. Its lord, Flame Wolf King Zhongyu, was 1 generation younger than the other 4. This made him the weakest. He was meditating on a stone bed in an alchemy chamber while listening to a report. In fact, he had heard about the rumors prior. He fell into silence afterward. What should we do, Peak Lord? The messenger asked. Investigate and get to the bottom of this. I want to know everything about this Li Chia, don't miss a single detail. Zhang Yu ordered. Really? He was brought here by Junior Uncle Lu. Moreover, the messenger hesitated and stared at the Wolf King. We should think about this carefully since Junior Uncle Lu has Mountain King as his backer. Humph, Thunder Dragon Lu. The Wolf King scowled. No, it is our responsibility to find out who is joining our sect. Letting someone with a shady background roam freely can have negative consequences. Our peak is responsible for taking care of the new recruits, we cannot take this lightly. I will talk to Mountain King myself. His eyes turned cold. I understand. I will investigate this Li Chia. The messenger said and left. Remember, don't be blatant. Keep it low-key. The Wolf King reminded as the disciple was leaving. Yes. The disciple said. Tell Zhang Hu to come see me too. The Wolf King waved his sleeve. Lu, you think you can still rise again? Zhang Yu's eyes became even colder after the messenger left. Zhang Yu was from the same generation as Lu Fuyo. He, Fuyo, and Su Su were the most talented disciples back then, known as the 3 prodigies. He was the oldest of the trio, but since Su Su was Suowen's direct disciple, Su Su became the first brother. Su Su was also the most talented with an inborn true fate. Zhang Yu was second and Fuyo was last. Later on, Su Su died in battle while Fuyo's cultivation stagnated. Only Zhang Yu improved swiftly enough to become the peak lord of Jade Bird. The top candidate for this position was actually Su Su. He competed with the elders for this position since Zhang Yu was still weak and Fuyo was on his side. Alas, Zhang Yu eventually won due to the circumstances. Now, Fuyo returned and caused such a big commotion after being gone for so long. This made Zhang Yu suspicious. Of course, he wasn't worried about Fuyo alone. The difference in power was too great now. Fuyo wasn't as strong as before while he became far mightier. He only cared about the ones backing Fuyo in the background, you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.